Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 1-5 PIW. Chapter 361. A fight between the captains. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji is responsible for the actual combat tasks of these 6 captains. These 6 captains can challenge at any time. Therefore, Aokiji has to complain to Whitebeard. Father, there are several stages in their actual combat mission, right? I will still be involved in the subsequent stages, right? Aokiji asked Whitebeard tentatively, which he was very worried about. Hey ha ha ha, don't worry, your hard work is only temporary. After the first stage is over, you can take a good rest. Whitebeard said to him with a smile. That's good. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. Whitebeard also knew that this matter was a bit hard for Aokiji, so he wanted to compensate him. Aokiji, after your hard work, you can make a wish, and I will try to help you complete it. Whitebeard said to him. Aokiji thought about it carefully, and he replied, if this is the case, then I'm not welcome, I hope to improve my strength. Aokiji said. Improve strength. Whitebeard was a little surprised. Bai Jing Aokiji is already very strong now, and he himself is not a person keen on fighting. How could he make such a request? Moreover, the requirement to improve the strength is relatively general, and there is no specific plan, so Whitebeard is a bit strange. Advertisement. How do you want to improve your actual strength? Whitebeard asked. I hope my father can help me find an opponent who is almost the same. Aokiji said. Can you tell me why you want to improve your strength? Your current strength should be enough to deal with a Kainu. Whitebeard asked. Aokiji's current strength has improved a lot compared to before, so Whitebeard was a little surprised before. Father, you don't know, Akainu's strength has also improved, and his lava fruit has somewhat restrained my ability, so I must become stronger, and if I meet him in the future, I can fight him. Aokiji said. That's it. Whitebeard nodded, and understood Aokiji's determination. However, for Aokiji's request, Whitebeard is a little bit difficult, and he is about the same strength as him. There must be no more on his boat. The strongest on the boat besides him is Marco, but he has the same strength as Aokiji. Not a small gap. If you look at the whole world, you can't find a few with the same strength as Marine Admiral. After all, this is already a world-class combat power. If you can find that guy. Whitebeard suddenly thought of a candidate, and felt that he was equally strong enough to fight Aokiji. And this person is not what Whitebeard thought of now. Whitebeard tried to contact that person, which is Enel. Enel has a powerful thunder fruit, its lightning power is very powerful, and also has a magical skill such as the heart network. If it is not for rubber fruit restraint, then Luffy is impossible to defeat Enel. The former ruler of Sky Island, Enel, since he was defeated by Luffy, has driven his own arc proverbs to the infinite land. No one knows where he is. Advertisement. However, Whitebeard has sent Joes to Sky Island to contact him last time. Although Enel has left Sky Island, he still cares about it. Therefore, Enel is naturally able to know the information brought, but there has been no news. Whitebeard has also been waiting for the arrival of Enel. If the powerful Enel can join the Whitebeard pirates, then the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates can naturally be greatly improved. If you can find that person, I think that will be a good opponent for you. Whitebeard said to Aokiji, apparently agreeing to his request. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Aokiji was also very interested, and immediately asked, who is it? Do I know? Guhahaha. You shouldn't know this person, but maybe you've heard of it, he is Enel. Whitebeard said. Enel. Aokiji is obviously unfamiliar with this name, but it is not surprising. Although Aokiji was Marine Admiral before, it does not mean that everything is clear. Yes, Enel has good strength, but it's not so easy to find him. Whitebeard nodded. If you can't find Enel, then you have to find me another opponent. Aokiji said. Gum ha ha ha, your request is quite stubborn, well, I promise you. Whitebeard laughed. 0 seeking flowers, 0. In the following time, Marco and other captains began their arduous training. They practiced day and night every day, in order to be able to complete the first phase of the actual combat mission earlier. Advertisement. These captains will challenge Aokiji about every once in a while. Although they will improve a little each time, the progress is still very slow. Fortunately, during this period of time, there were no major events in the entire New World. Everything seemed very peaceful and quiet. Although such a small place is still chaotic, it is just normal in a place like New World. However, within the scope of the Whitebeard pirate group, everything seemed to be very harmonious. The Fishmen Island, Cake Island and all Whitebeard-related forces did not have any pirates to make trouble. But this is also expected. With Whitebeard's current status and prestige, no pirate in the sea dared to be an enemy with him. Even if he harassed Whitebeard's territory, he would be defined as a declaration of war with Whitebeard. Time passed quickly, and more than half a year passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Marco and other talents successively completed the first phase of the task. Their day and night hard work finally paid off, and it is worth mentioning that Marco was the first to challenge Aokiji's success, and the others were more or less encouraged by Marco. When all 7 of them passed, Whitebeard arranged for them the second phase of the task. Marco and others all gathered and stood in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at them one by one, and then said to them, "You have finally completed the first phase of the actual combat mission. Congratulations, but that doesn't mean anything. 2. The stage is to defeat Wabel and San Juan." Hearing this second phase of the task, several people were shocked. Wabel and San Juan, no matter which one of them is not weak, it is indeed more difficult to defeat their combination. "Father, will it be too difficult?" Marco asked. If he was only dealing with one of them, then Marco would be sure to defeat whoever it was, but if the two teamed up, he would be difficult to deal with. End. Chapter 362. Recruitment Order. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After all, Wabel is known as Whitebeard too. Even Kizaru said that he has the same power as Whitebeard when he was young, and Marco had seen his power before. In addition, San Juan is also very powerful. The inmates on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison are not ordinary people. The two people have to work hard to deal with just one person, Marco, and the difficulty of the two is doubled. Therefore, Marco is not only considering himself, he is also considering other captains, even he finds it difficult, so naturally other people are also very difficult. I can't change the task, no matter what method you use, as long as you defeat them in the end. Whitebeard said lightly. This. Okay. Daddy, we know. Marco nodded, 993, and discussed with the other captains. How strong are those two people? Tesla asked. Although he had seen Whitebeard too and San Juan, he had never fought with them, so he didn't understand their strength. Their strength is not easy to say, so you can treat it as 2 Shichibukai level opponents. Marco explained. 2 Shichibukai. Jinbei was a little surprised, but then he was relieved, because even in Shichibukai, his strength fluctuates greatly. Advertisement. For example, the previous Shichibukai and Gecko Moria are weaker than the Shichibukais Hawkeye and Doflamingo, so if you say 2 Shichibukai are acceptable. Moreover, these two men are both power-type fighters. If they join hands, it should be difficult to deal with. Vista said thinking. Whitebeard too and San Juan, both of them are very powerful, but they also have weaknesses. I saw Marco analyze to them. They are indeed very powerful, but they also have a very fatal flaw. Having said this, everyone's eyes looked at Marco curiously, and asked in unison, "What's the flaw?" They don't have much wisdom, and their fighting skills are relatively monotonous. Marco replied. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Doesn't that mean they are stupid? At this time Jinbei also thought of a key message. Jinbei immediately said. Everyone, the old man suddenly thought of what the old man said, no matter what method we use, as long as we can beat them, we can use some routines. Quote. Hearing what Jinbei said, everyone nodded their heads, feeling that they had opened up a new way of thinking. Moreover, Wentai followed Jinbei's meaning and thought about it, and he also roughly understood Whitebeard's expectations of them at this stage. I understand, Dad wants to cultivate our fighting consciousness at this stage. Wentai said suddenly. Yeah, as long as you can defeat the enemy in a real battle, you still have to worry about the game. Yaluoj said immediately. However, it's one thing to think of, but it's another thing to actually do it. If you want to defeat them with routines, you can't simply plan, because the situation in battle is changing rapidly and unpredictable. Advertisement. Therefore, although they understood this truth, in the first challenge, everyone failed without exception. Whitebeard too and San Juan, the two are almost equivalent to heavy armored fighters, completely carrying them face to face. On their attack. Went. Therefore, Marco and others are at best tied with them, or have some advantages, but they can't beat them. People like Alorge and others lose are a little ugly, because his flexibility is too weak in front of such fighters. Whitebeard looked at them so hard and felt very satisfied. This second stage is indeed to cultivate their fighting thinking. The so-called fighting is not just like a brash man who has no brain output skills, but also considers himself and the enemy. Of the characteristics of the formulation of strategy and tactics. This is also a quality that a truly strong must have. Whitebeard has high expectations for them, but this day Aokiji found Whitebeard to complain. I said, Daddy, more than half a year has passed, have you taken my request to heart? Aokiji asked. Last time Whitebeard agreed to Aokiji, to help him find an opponent, saying that it was Enel, but this was simply a matter of disappearing, and to find other people, but Whitebeard has been busy training Marco and others, and did not leave the base camp much. Guhahaha. Aokijio, calm down, I'm planning this, I haven't forgotten it. Whitebeard said with a smile. Plan? What do you mean? Aokiji asked. That's it, I plan to hold a world campaign to send out my Whitebeard pirate group's command to the world, especially recruiting captain level and general level personnel, what do you think? Whitebeard said. The others opened their mouths one after another. Advertisement. Whitebeard has been thinking about the plan of this world conquest for some time. He feels that although he has a large number of soldiers now, he has not yet met his expectations. He feels that Aokiji shouldn't be the only person in his palace. Recruitment order. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Aokiji was a little surprised, because he felt that this was somewhat similar to the Marine government's world conscription, but the most important thing was that the pirate regiment conscription. This is unprecedented, so Aokiji felt very much good. Strange. What are you going to do? Aokiji asked. Of course, it is to send someone to publish the information about the conquest in New World, and maybe you can find some strong ones. This kind of efficiency is relatively high. Whitebeard said. But this will surely alarm the Marine government. If it alarms the Marine government, they will definitely undermine our plan. Aokiji said. He knew very well that the Marine government could not allow the Whitebeard pirates to expand their combat power so blatantly. It's okay, and if Marine moves Admiral with 5.0, then it can be your opponent. Wouldn't it be great? It just solved your problem. Whitebeard said without paying attention. In that case, all right. Seeing Whitebeard's confidence, Aokiji didn't say anything. So, under the plan of Whitebeard, in addition to Marco and others, many captains led their teams to set out in different directions in front of New World, and then all the way to promote the news of their recruitment. A few days later, New World shook soon, and Whitebeard was about to recruit warriors. This is definitely explosive news. Because the Whitebeard pirate group has now annexed the Ant pirate group, its combat power has stood at the top of the New World, but now it is still recruiting warriors with great fanfare. Obviously, this has what purpose? Chapter 363. Akainu's Fury. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Did you know? Whitebeard is about to recruit warriors, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course I've heard that the Whitebeard pirates advertised everywhere with such a big fanfare, who wouldn't know? Whitebeard is now the world's #1 powerhouse, and I think that being able to rely on him will be majestic in the future. Come on, it's just like us. Whitebeard is weird. I advise you to save the province. I heard that their selection criteria are like Marco and Katakuri. That is to say, at least there is a 1 billion bounty. Hey, it's a shame. If you can follow Whitebeard, it won't be a waste of life. Similar conversations are being staged all over the world. Many pirates want to join the Whitebeard pirates. However, these people are also very clear that the requirements of the Whitebeard pirates are so high that it is not that they can join the Whitebeard pirates at will. However, this recruiting action by the Whitebeard pirates also sparked speculation around the world. Everyone was discussing what Whitebeard would do. In Beast's Pirates, Kaido's huge body was facing his subordinates majestically. After learning about Whitebeard's recruitment of warriors, Kaido frowned. Advertisement. Damn Whitebeard, what on earth is he thinking about? How could it suddenly come out? Kaido muttered to himself. Boss Kaido, I think, Whitebeard must have some plans afterwards, definitely not doing this for no reason, said Jack, one of the 3 plagues. What you are talking about is nonsense. Who can't tell that Whitebeard will act afterwards, but how he acts is the key. With Whitebeard's current power and status, he doesn't need to fear any influence anymore. At this time, He is still actively recruiting warriors, so it means that he may initiate a major event, which is even bigger than the top war in the previous fight with the Ants pirate group. Kaido said analytically. In fact, Whitebeard wants to fight other people, as long as it is not him Kaido, then he will not be so worried, but this is really worrying, because according to the current position of Whitebeard, if there is a threat to him, it is also only the sea. The military government, Red Hair and Kaido. The redhead can be eliminated first, because Kaido doesn't believe that Whitebeard will attack the redhead first. The relationship between the two is somewhat ambiguous, so, then only the marine government and his Kaido pirates are left. Whitebeard is so active in recruiting warriors, either to deal with the marine government, or to deal with the Kaido pirates, or more likely, to deal with both at the same time. One of the two, Whitebeard is so likely to deal with himself, how can he not let Kaido be alarmed? Even Wanokuni's affairs are not even taken care of. Kaido has been studying Whitebeard's movements during this time. Kaido sent a large number of spies to inquire about Whitebeard's news, but Whitebeard did not do anything at all except those who sent the generals. He has not even been out of his own base camp, and there are no other sights. What an abnormality, everything is the same. Advertisement. Boss Kaido, please rest assured, if Whitebeard is to deal with someone, then he should also be prepared in advance. After all, it takes a lot of time to convene people, but I don't think he has any changes. It shouldn't be an attack. Jack reported the information after the investigation to Kaido. But Kaido was still a little worried. When he reached his position and level, he didn't care about anyone except the 4 emperors who were equal to him, but once there was a threat to him, he could no longer calm down. And Whitebeard is now the person most threatening to him, so Kaido has always sent people to pay close attention to Whitebeard's movements. Once something goes wrong, he can also make arrangements early. These actions of Kaido are completely different from those of the other 4 emperors. This person is the red-haired Shanks. Shanks was a little surprised when he learned of Whitebeard's move, because such a move is undoubtedly the biggest provocation to the marine government, and it may also cause widespread dissatisfaction. This guy Whitebeard is really getting more and more sophisticated. Shanks stood on the bow and shook his head. He held the relevant newspaper information in his hand. But he has this arrogant capital, and now his arrogance will only cause a lot of people to tremble. Ben Beckman said calmly. He rarely really admires a person in his life, except for his Captain Shanks. The second one is Whitebeard. That is a real strong man. Whitebeard is so fanatical. Who is it to deal with, Kaido, or the marine government? Usopp said. No matter who you are dealing with, this sea is destined to not be calm, and he is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Shanks continued. Captain, don't think about it so much. While we are still free, let's continue swimming in the sea. Usopp said. Advertisement. Do you mean that Whitebeard will do something to us in the future? But I don't think this day will appear yet, because I won't give him this opportunity. Shanks suddenly laughed. He must make up his mind if Whitebeard in the future clear the sea, then he will take the initiative to retreat from the position of 4 emperors. In addition to the enthusiastic discussions of these pirates, the most shocking is the marine government. Their worries and anger are even higher than Kaido. What? Whitebeard actually publicly recruited a wide range of warriors. 993 Akainu slapped the table as soon as he got the news, and anger exploded from his chest. It was not the first time that the marine soldier in charge of the report faced Akainu's anger, but every time he felt frightened, Akainu's anger seemed to correspond to the power of his magma and could melt people. Yes, the Marshal, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, all found the recruiting team of the Whitebeard pirates, and they issued so-called general orders everywhere. The marine soldiers resisted fear and continued to report. Akainu's anger was even worse. He immediately hit the table with a punch and asked, "Why don't you hit them? Does the local marine branch eat dry food?" Back to the Marshal, the local marine branch has fought, but the team of those people is very cunning, and there are people from the Revolutionary Army to help them. The soldier said. Revolutionary Army. Unreasonable. Is Whitebeard colluding with the Revolutionary Army? Akainu was both surprised and worried, because neither of these two forces could deal with it. But for him, Whitebeard is the first to deal with. As for the Revolutionary Army, it is the world government to deal with, and if these two forces unite, it will pose a serious threat to the world government and the marine government. Chapter 364. Unprecedented Bounty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 5 elders knew about this before Akainu got the news, and they were also shocked by Whitebeard's behavior. However, this time 5 elders did not discuss Whitebeard's problem in the meeting room as usual, but looked at each other and then left the meeting room by appointment. Mariajoy is the residence of celestial dragons. Celestial dragons who rule the world government live here. 5 elders and others came to the deepest part of the flowers in Mariajoy Pangu. They slowly walked to the front of the temple and knelt down toward the huge throne above, and above the throne, there was a huge figure. Master Yim. 5 elders knelt down and praised them together. The person who sat on the highest throne of the world government was Celestial Dragon Zyme. She was the ruler behind the world government and the ruler of the Void Throne. Subsequently, 5 elders explained to Ime some of Whitebeard's news. Whitebeard's actions have seriously threatened the rule of the marine government. In this chaotic era, the pirates have already been rampant. Now Whitebeard will. The crime of generation has developed to ultimate. Master Yim, the existence of Whitebeard has severely threatened the marine government and even the world government. Are we still letting him develop like this? I am afraid that the tale will not be lost by then. Advertisement. Yes, Lord, I am. Whitebeard is now highly prestigious all over the world, and the influence of the marine government is getting smaller and smaller. The most important thing is that Whitebeard is likely to unite with the Revolutionary Army. When the sea cooperates with the mainland, I am afraid it will have an impact on the regime of the world government. Listening to 5 elders' comments, I'm also sighed slightly. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Everything is the same. Everything is as old." 5 elders was immediately puzzled after hearing it. What does it mean that everything is the same? Do nothing, but this is just letting Whitebeard connect with the Revolutionary Army. Several people were a little hard to understand what Lord Yim said, but they immediately withdrew after receiving this order. Yim is the absolute ruler, and they can only listen to Yim's words. After 5 elders returned, he immediately got a report from Akainu saying that a high-level meeting against Whitebeard would be held, but it was subsequently banned by 5 elders. What? Stop the marine meeting. After Akainu got the meaning of 5 elders, he was even more incomprehensible and angry. The Whitebeard incident had already made him irritated, and now even 5 elders made him incredible. Therefore, Akainu, who was dissatisfied with this order, broke into 5 elders' office and directly questioned, why not hold a marine meeting? Isn't Whitebeard's matter still worthy of Marine's attention? Faced with Akainu's questioning, 5 elders was also a little helpless, because they also knew Akainu's thoughts. As Marshal Marine, it is natural to eliminate the pirates as the first priority. Therefore, for Akainu, they did not blame or refute. However, regarding Lord Yim's order, they obviously had no way to tell Akainu directly, so they could only persuade Akainu. Akainu, although you are Marshal Marine, you should also pay attention to your words and deeds. Don't have any conflict with Whitebeard now. It is the highest order of the world government. You should understand. One of them said. Advertisement. In the face of deterrence, Akainu knew that he could not defy the highest order of the world government, but he just wanted to know what the plan behind this was. Policy. What is it? You know, he is Marshal Marine, who is responsible for fighting all sea thieves, which makes Akainu very unacceptable. I can accept the order, but I just want a statement, so I can give the people below an explanation. Akainu said tit for tat. At this point he was very tough. What? It's been explained before. Right now is not the time to deal with Whitebeard, we still need to prepare. But when we are ready, Whitebeard will also be more prepared. Isn't it just that we are not afraid that we can't deal with him then? Akainu questioned. Akainu, you just need to do your own thing. Whitebeard's thing is special, it's not just the scope of Marine's responsibilities, so you don't have to worry, said one of the 5 elders. It's not just Marine's responsibility. Does it mean that the world government will also use troops to fight Whitebeard? Akainu asked. The future is still uncertain, but the world government has listed Whitebeard as the most dangerous criminal, and his status is above the dragon. Hearing this statement from 5 elders, Akainu was a little shocked, because the pirates, as a maritime force, have always been responsible for marine. Marine is also the most powerful department in the world government. This is also because Roger opened the era of great navigation. Makes the pirates extraordinarily confused. To fight against these pirates, it takes a lot of power. However, the world government, as a stable world order, also has their ruling cards. Although Akainu does not know what it is, it seems that the world government has no more power. Advertisement. Think of Whitebeard as a pirate. The world government lists Whitebeard as a criminal, which means that it is not only the marine government that will be responsible for Whitebeard in the future. Big shop. But after all, it has not yet threatened the world government, and it is just a wave on the sea. And in terms of its destructive power to the world government, the Revolutionary Army Dragon is undoubtedly the world's first, because in these years, the Revolutionary Army has been subverted secretly. Powers of many countries. Therefore, it was impossible for Akainu to list Whitebeard on the Revolutionary Army Dragon. He felt that the world government might have mastered some of Whitebeard's secrets, or their celestial dragons were afraid of Whitebeard's power. Why beachy? Crime. Okay. I see, I won't take any big action against Whitebeard rashly, but it's okay to make a small fight. Akainu didn't go further, he left a word and left. After Akainu left, 5 elders sent a message to the world government's military commander-in-chief Kong, and 3 days later, Kong issued a new bounty order. In the place of Noah, the headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard sits on his recliner, holding a newspaper message just sent by Marco in his hand. There is a bounty list printed on it, and the person in the photo is Whitebeard. The bounty amount underneath is marked in red, which is very eye-catching, 4.444 million. Chapter 365. Double Reward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Gum ha ha ha. The hearty and characteristic laughter of Whitebeard spread all over the surrounding area, making many crew members curious. What is the old man laughing at? I don't know. Maybe something good happened. It could also be that something stupid happened. Marco gave the newspaper to Whitebeard as soon as he got it, so the other captains came forward curiously. Father, what's the matter? Brother Yaluo asked. It should be the news from Marine. Jinbei guessed. That said, this time we are so aggressively recruiting, the Marine government hasn't caught us yet, so it can't make our mouths crooked. Joe suddenly laughed. And Whitebeard continued to laugh for a long time before stopping. He only felt that it was too interesting. Before the Marine government had issued him a 9 billion reward list, and now, the world government has issued another reward list. At the same time, facing 2 reward lists, this is absolutely unique in the history of pirates. Although Whitebeard does not know why the world government suddenly wanted to do this, it is conceivable that someone at the top of the world government should have jumped. Advertisement. Read it for yourself. Whitebeard handed them the newspaper. Marco took the newspaper, and other people gathered around him and looked at it. Soon, the faces of all people in 993 began to change, from curiosity to surprise, and then from surprise to smile. Ha 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 ha. Everyone who laughed turned their backs on their backs, and Brother Yaluo even rolled on the deck. He laughed and heard all by himself. Father, is World Government Commander Kong going to deal with you with Naval Headquarters? Wentai was the only one who didn't laugh, but was a little grim. Who knows, but Marine's power is already the most powerful department in the world government. What else does Kong want to do? Whitebeard said without paying attention. But having said that, their bounty gave such a string of numbers in the hope that Dad would die. Marco stared at the amount in the newspaper and said, this further shows that they have nothing to do with the old man, and they can only express their irritation and anger on this. Tesla said. Anyway, now they have released 2 reward lists to Dad, which is really funny. Brother Yaluo laughed. Aokiji, what do you think? Whitebeard looked at Aokiji. After all, he had been a Marine admiral, and he should be the most clear about the doorways. I think that the world government throws out this bounty ticket as just a smoke bomb, because the meaning of the bounty is too obvious, they want to shock the old man. Aokiji thought for a while and said. Really, as I expected, if this is the case, then ignore them. By the way, how about the general order? Is there any progress? Whitebeard asked. Advertisement. Father, there is no progress yet. There are many people who want to join the Whitebeard pirate group, but the ones that are really suitable have not been found yet. Marco reported. Well, since the time is still short anyway, let's continue to let it go. If you encounter Marine, just suppress it. Don't fall in love with it to avoid loss. Whitebeard said. Yes. The Whitebeard double bounty quickly spread. Everyone was talking about it. Most people guessed that the world government might have to take action against Whitebeard, especially Kaido. Boss Kaido, it seems that Whitebeard has caused dissatisfaction with celestial dragons. They have not only let Marine deal with it, but now plan to deal with Whitebeard with the whole army. This is really a good show. Jack said to Kaido. Dissatisfaction. I think it is more fear. A group of noble nobles, hiding in their own paradise and enjoying happiness, but now that an absolute powerhouse appears on the sea, even connected with the revolutionary army, it is enough to make them feel threatened. NS. Kaido said with contempt. Although Kaido doesn't like Whitebeard, or even fears, Kaido hates the nobles of the world ABFA government, the so-called celestial dragons. In his opinion, those people are undoubtedly just rats wearing the aura of their ancestors. That's true, but this is simply a good thing for us. As long as the conflict between Whitebeard and the world government gets deeper, then we can develop with peace of mind. Jack said. Kaido nodded. He also felt that Whitebeard would not point the finger at him anymore. He immediately said, now that Wano Kuni is stable, the cooperation with Dover should also speed up. Kaido intends to create a group of its own artificial fruit army, and the object of this cooperation is Don Quixote de Flamenco. In fact, this plan has already been launched before, but the establishment of artificial fruit factories and so on are required. Time. Kaido did this because he wanted to supplement his own strength to compete with Whitebeard. Although the ability of artificial fruit is not as good as the natural devil fruit, it can also make ordinary soldiers full of strength, and if they can accumulate a batch of all. Advertisement. The army of artificial fruit ability, so relying on this amount of terror, is not a small force. Boss Kaido, don't worry, Gai-Zan has done a lot of research, and Doflamingo's factory has been established. The rest is a matter of course. I will order people to urge Doflamingo to speed up production. Jack said. Well, I hope my army of capable people can be completed sooner, so that you don't have to worry about Whitebeard's threat all day. Kaido slammed his fist to the ground, and suddenly a big hole was smashed. Whitebeard's subordinates have gathered more and more talents, which makes Kaido both envious and a little afraid, and he has no way to openly recruit strong people like Whitebeard, so the establishment of artificial fruit army is the best way. The current world pattern is calm on the surface, but undercurrents are surging under the water. The Whitebeard pirate group is still continuing to train the captains. After months of actual combat, Marco and others have finally passed the game. The second stage, however. Strangely, Whitebeard did not arrange the third stage for them. Father said before that there are 3 stages, why haven't we planned tasks for us now? Could it be that I haven't figured it out yet, or maybe I still need time to prepare? Several captains were sitting together and discussing. At this time, Marco said, since the old man has no arrangements, then we will have a good rest. If there are new tasks planned later, we can immediately cheer up. Bala bala bala. Marco's phone worm rang suddenly, and he immediately took it out of his arms. Chapter 366, Mystery. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hey, is it Captain Marco? It's me, what's the matter? I am Weiss, who is in charge of recruiting the generals. We are in serious danger here. The voice from the phone worm seemed to be a bit intermittent. After Marco heard the word danger, the other party seemed to be disconnected, which made him a little anxious. Weiss. Did you encounter Marine? Don't confront them head on. Evacuate and evacuate. Marco shouted to the phone worm. The other captains heard this conversation nearby, and they were a little worried, but no one disturbed Marco. Hey, Weiss, can you hear it? Marco shouted anxiously. It's not Marine. There is only one person on the other side. It is very strong. We may not be able to go back. Weiss's voice continued, but this is the last sentence. After this sentence, Marco has no problems. Answered. Weiss and the others are in danger. Marco turned off the phone worm and said solemnly to the others. I'll go and see. Jinbei said first, he can travel in the sea, and the speed is relatively fast. No, let me go personally. Marco said seriously. He felt that the opponent that Weiss encountered must not be simple. If he is still alive, then he can also be treated. Advertisement. Marco planned to leave like this, because the situation was already very endangered, so he planned to go directly to support Weiss, but was stopped by Wentai. Marco, you can't go, you don't know how long it will take to get to West now, it's too late, I think we should report to the old man before making a decision. Wentai said. That would waste a lot of time. Marco said anxiously. Marco, I think Wentai is right. If Weiss is really in danger, even if you rush to it now, it will be impossible to stop it, and maybe even you will be in danger. Tesla also said. Under the persuasion of everyone, Marco had to stay and report the incident to Whitebeard, who was also a little curious after hearing the incident. Who was going to do it at this time? Whitebeard couldn't think of anyone who would fight him for a while. Weiss was not strong, at most at the squad leader level, but he still led a team. To say that one person puts them under serious threat, then that person should at least be close to Shichibukai's strength. In New World, there are many Shichibukai level monsters, so Whitebeard can't judge who it is. This person is likely to be a separate existence that does not belong to any force. Jinbei analyzed that, as a Murloc Ranger, he also understood this very well. If he had an influence, he would not offend Whitebeard so blatantly. Now that Whitebeard is holding a recruiting general, no one in the world knows, and this behavior is undoubtedly a provocation against Whitebeard, or even a direct declaration of war. Isn't this pulling his power to death? Therefore, Jinbei can't understand this behavior. He thinks the best explanation is that the person does not belong to any power, and is not even involved in relevant interests. Marco, you can take your team to take a trip yourself. Whitebeard said. Marco was a little surprised, because his team had hundreds of people, he didn't think it needed to be of this size. Advertisement. Father, it's not necessary, is it worth our fight? Marco asked. Go ahead, if you really get into a fight, it's not like this. Whitebeard urged. He wasn't making a fuss. He just wanted to tell other people that if he hurt the members of the Whitebeard pirates, then Tianya Haijiao would also be hit by him. Marco immediately began to gather his team, and then set off. At the same time, in the area where Wes was located, all the team led by Wes fell to the ground, and the surrounding area was full of traces of electric shocks. There was only one figure at the scene. This person was wearing a white turban, long earlobes, and earrings. This man was a man. The man was naked to the upper body with 4 drums behind him. He was wearing bloomers and barefoot, floating in the air a few meters above the ground. There was still blue thunder on the man's wrist, and he held the command of the Whitebeard pirates in his hand, and his eyes were full of heat. Whitebeard, did you send me a message? I want to see how good you are. 0 seeking flowers, 0. When Marco went to the area where Wes was located, he happened to pass through the range of Cake Island. Originally, Marco didn't want to waste time here, but Katakuri took the initiative to greet Marco. After hearing about Marco, Katakuri expressed that he would help him, and then boarded Marco's ship with his sister Bree. It's unbelievable that someone dared to provoke the old man. Although this happened, Katakuri still expressed his incomprehension. Advertisement. After all, those who dare to do this, either have absolute confidence in strength and can defeat Whitebeard, but the possibility of this is too small. Although there are many perverts in New World, Katakuri feels that it is impossible to achieve the strength of Whitebeard, except for being confident in strength. Katakuri thinks stupid people will do this too, but anyway, this incident will cause shock, and he can't wait to see who is so courageous. After a period of voyage, Marco and others arrived at the area that Weiss was responsible for, and then began to look for them, and finally found them in a remote clearing. It's Weiss and them. Marco shouted and flew over immediately. After checking, Marco found that Weiss was not dead. As a result, Marco went all out to treat Vis. He covered his body with his undead flame. After inspecting the other crew members, Katakuri and others found that these people were basically seriously injured, only a few people. He died from his injuries. It seems that the other party did not intend to kill the killer. Katakuri analyzed. He looked at the surrounding traces and judged that the opponent's strength was very strong. If it was intended to kill the killer, then there would not be so many survivors. You take care of them first, I'll take a look around. Marco said, and after speaking, he flew up into the sky and began to patrol around. Marco tried to find some clues, but there was no other figure around. The traces on the scene were mostly traces of lightning strikes. The enemy should be a fruitful person, and may use thunder and lightning. Marco analyzed. And. Chapter 367. Enel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As the thunder and lightning fruit. Katakuri suddenly fell into thinking, but in his cognition, it seemed that he had never seen or heard of the ability of thunder and lightning fruit. Marco and Katakuri have no results in their analysis. With just such a clue, they can't analyze who it is. The world is so big, maybe there are some hidden powerhouses they don't understand. Afterwards, Marco took all the wounded back, however, on the way back, they encountered a figure. That's it. Marco looked to the sky, and saw a guy wearing a headscarf floating in the air looking at him. Behind that person were 4 drums that sounded like a jade. Ha ha ha. The flag of Whitebeard, it seems to be Whitebeard's crew again, it's really fast to come. It is Enel who is standing in the sky and talking. He, 010, has already left Sky Island. If it hadn't been for the information Whitebeard brought, he would not have returned. However, Enel didn't know Whitebeard, but since he came back, he has heard the world talk about Whitebeard. As a strong man, Enel's desire to compete with Whitebeard has also been stimulated. Therefore, after contacting Whitebeard's forces, Enel couldn't help but shoot, because the attack was not serious, which led to the casualties of Weiss and the others. And now, Enel saw Whitebeard's fleet again, and at this glance it seemed to be quite large, with more people than before. The people who came this time should be stronger, Enel said to himself. He felt that the previous fight with Weiss and others was too unpleasant, and the other party was basically unable to parry. Advertisement. Enel uses his thunder power to float in the air. He has developed his own fruit abilities more proficient than when he encountered Luffy, not only as an attack method, but also as a variety of assistance. In the face of Enel's gaze, Marco and Katakuri were subconsciously cautious. Although Enel was floating in the air and looked very close, there was still a distance from them. Therefore, Marco and others did not act rashly, but they very much suspected that the man was the culprit who injured Weiss and others, and Marco immediately prepared the crew for battle. This person is not easy. I will test it later. You will analyze his abilities, Marco said to Katakuri. If the other party didn't make a move, then Marco planned to try that person himself, as long as his abilities follow. Thunder and lightning are related, so basically it can be determined. I feel a bit of danger from him, you must be careful, Katakuri said solemnly. His eyes looked at Enel with a trace of dread. The strong will usually reveal a frightening aura. And it is quietly invisible. Yeah, Marco nodded. However, just after they finished speaking, Enel's figure floated from far and near in the sky, and there was a sound of laughter. Ha ha ha, your eyes are good, do you see that I'm in danger? But it's too late, since you met me, then leave some scars before leaving. Enel's arrogant voice came. He heard us. Marco was a little surprised. The two of them whispered at such a close distance, and Enel was so far away, how could he hear him? This feeling, this ability, apart from the old man, I still feel it in the second person, Katakuri said with some worry. Advertisement. Who are you? Did you injure Weiss and the others? Marco instantly turned into an undead bird, flew into the sky, and opposed Enel. In this state, even if the opponent suddenly attacks, Marco it will be restored immediately. What kind of flame is this? It looks so powerful. Seeing Marco's ability, Enel immediately showed some curiosity. Answer my question, Marco said lightly. What's the problem? Are you talking about the trash? I did, Enel replied indifferently. Do you know who they are? Do you know this flag? Marco asked again, pointing to their pirate ship flag, which was the Whitebeard logo. Enel glanced at him inconspicuously, then chuckled slightly, with a scornful smile. Yes, I know you are from Whitebeard, but my goal is Whitebeard. When Enel said these words, Marco and Katakuri were shocked. They had no idea that someone would dare to declare war on the name Whitebeard in such a positive way. It seems to be an extremely serious state, but also with a trace of self-confidence. No matter who you are, but you may not understand Daddy Whitebeard, his power is not comparable to that of mortals. It is the first time I have seen anyone who dares to be arrogant in front of Daddy Whitebeard. I'm afraid I won't be able to get one to him. It's tea time, you'll be thrown into the ground, Marco said to Enel. But to this, Enel just replied contemptuously. I am not a mortal, do you think I am the same as you people? Advertisement. No, it's not the same. Enel's forehead movement suddenly increased, and he made a very exaggerated movement, as if he had taken control of the world, and then he spoke proudly. I am a god. A burst of haki erupted from Enel. Although it was not Conqueror's haki, the aura it showed was very extraordinary. Both Marco and Katakuri were stunned. They stared blankly at the direction of the sky where Enel was. What was that? The feeling was really like a god descending on the world, around Enel's body, flashing blue. Dadian Guang. However, the two of Marco soon woke up in 5.1, and Marco said in a bit of surprise, he actually called himself a god, what is his background? Even after following Whitebeard for many years, Marco doesn't even know that New World still has such a number one person. Just the momentum he showed is enough to prove that this is a strong man. I don't know, I haven't heard of it either. It seems that today is destined to have a hard fight. Kata Curry also said. Both Marco were ready to fight and had all the crew hide in the cabin. In this case, they were no longer able to help. Enel saw Marco and Kabuto dignified, could not help but smile, and then decisively attacked, only to see him hit the drum behind his back, a strong thunderbolt knocked down from midair. Chapter 368. Enel's Card 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marco. Kata Curry shouted loudly. That blue thunder light was so fast that it split off almost instantly, and the power generated by the thunder and lightning instantly penetrated half of Marco's body. However, with the surging of the undead flames on Marco, his body quickly returned to its original state, which made Kata Curry breathe a sigh of relief. That guy, did he use the drum behind him to make lightning? Kata Curry Schwang observed Enel's movements just now, and began to guess in his heart. Oh, it's really a good ability to be able to recover. Then, what's next? Next, Enel continuously summoned multiple thunder and lightning, constantly attacking Marco, because the speed of this thunder and lightning was too fast to react, so Marco basically failed to escape. Fortunately, Marco's recovery power is no longer the same as before. He has not really been injured yet, but Kata Curry is a little worried, because he does not know how long Marco can support it, but if it continues so passive. So the defeat is a matter of time. 1. No matter how strong Marco's recovery power is, there will always be an end, so he can't just continue to watch here. Kata Curry immediately shouted to Marco. Marco, I'll deal with him next. You are looking for opportunities on the side. Advertisement. Quote. Okay. Marco didn't have any ink marks either, because after this brief confrontation, he already knew that this person's power was very powerful, and the lightning he dropped was not random. It seemed to be very precise, so in this case next, he root. Ben couldn't get close to that person. Marco flew to the side and distanced himself from Enel, and then Kata Curry made a glutinous rice step in the air, walked up slowly, facing Enel. Enel looked at him contemptuously. Is it your turn to fight with me? I hope you can be a little better and make me happy. Enel said. As you wish. Kata Curry replied, and then, his hands turned into glutinous rice state, and he stretched out a lot, and directly rushed towards Enel. Enel was shocked because of this. He is very familiar with the stretched attack. Because, he was defeated by the guy who could stretch his body. That person was Luffy. Therefore, when he saw this move, Enel was a little shocked subconsciously, and also thought of the past shadows. He called himself a god and had never encountered any opponents, but that time, he was given by a double unknown person. Defeated. This is simply the shame of his life. Whenever Enel thinks about this matter, he will be very unhappy and immersed in the shadows. Therefore, the action is slightly lagging, and he is still defensive. Repelled a lot, and almost. Did not stabilize in the air and fell. Advertisement. It was hit. Marco felt unbelievable. Is this the person who showed the power of thunder and lightning just now? How does it feel completely different? When Enel dealt with himself just now, the reaction was very fast, and now, what? Want to be possessed. The body generally does not move. What's going on? Even Kata Curry himself was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that he would attack Enel at all. This move was just a test, and he didn't even attach armament hockey. Kata Curry feels that Enel is a bit strange. It stands to reason that from his performance just now, this ordinary move is not impossible to escape. At the same time, Kata Curry also regrets that he did not attach armament hockey, otherwise he can give it. He made into a more serious injury. Damn it. It's really uncomfortable to be so similar to that guy, but that kind of thing will never happen again. Enel became angry immediately after he woke up. I saw Enel hit the drum hard twice, and the two thunder and lightning jumped from the sky. Kata Curry was already prepared. He used his observation hockey to make a prediction. Therefore, he knew in advance that the thunder fell. Trajectory. Under this circumstance, Kata Curry quickly dodged to the side. Those two lightnings instantly pierced Kata Curry's original location. Instantly vanished. However, Kata Curry created another glutinous rice ladder while dodge. Kata Curry avoided his own attack. This surprised Enel, because he couldn't think that his lightning was actually avoided. This is what a powerful anti should be. The speed of thunder and lightning is known to many people, and it is impossible to avoid it with human response. So, Enel will summon thunder and lightning more intensively in an attempt to test and attack Katakuri in this way. Advertisement. Marco was frightened watching from the side, countless lightning flashes in the sky, and every lightning strike contained tremendous power. Even Marco himself would not be able to withstand this level of attack for too long, and he would say dodge. Own. It can't be done at all. After all, this continuous lightning range is quite large, and it can't be dodged by small movements. But under Marco's gaze, Katakuri dodges all the attacks, and a lightning bolt did not hit him, which made Marco couldn't help but sigh that Katakuri's observation hockey's ability to predict the future is too great. Strong. 010. And the lightning speed is so fast, even if it has the ability to predict the future, but can avoid it just right, this is undoubtedly a manifestation of ability. Marco couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It seems that this guy is training secretly again. Since Katakuri lost to Marco last time, I have been very dissatisfied. After returning to Cake Island, he has been practicing assiduously. Katakuri's Conqueror's Hockey is equivalent to his own practice to Ultimate. Therefore, Katakuri is working hard on reactivity and physical fitness. After so long, it has also improved. The reason why Katakuri has to follow Marco this time is because he wants to find a chance to play with Marco again. Fan. Katakuri dodges all his attacks, which shocked Enel. He has never encountered such an opponent before, which made him really cheer up and become interested in Katakuri. You are really good, you must be a big man. Enel said to Katakuri. It's not a big man, I'm just a trivial member of Whitebeard. Katakuri said lightly. This is a bit exaggerated, because Katakuri is worth more than 1 billion, which is enough to rank in the new world. Chapter 369. Enel from embarrassment to anger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Putting aside his influence, Katakuri is definitely a strong man who is famous for himself alone, which can make many pirates feel afraid. However, Katakuri is not humble, because he feels that he is in Whitebeard's boat is trivial. Let's not talk about Whitebeard first. In front of such a strong man, everyone will be overshadowed. Just say that the captains on the Whitebeard ship are full of talents. Even Katakuri has heard that Aokiji has joined Whitebeard's team recently. However, it is worth mentioning that although Aokiji has joined the Whitebeard pirates for a period of time, this incident has not been publicized because Aokiji has not appeared since joining, and the people of Whitebeard have not publicized it. Katakuri also heard about it through the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, Katakuri felt that Whitebeard had no influence on his own help. He was still the king of Sea God, so he felt that he was insignificant. But this is not the case in Enel's opinion. Enel is a sincere person. He didn't know the exaggerated meaning of Katakuri's words. He regarded all of them as facts. Therefore, after listening to him, after that, Enel's face. It was completely shocked. What? Insignificant. Is that Whitebeard really so scary? Enel showed a trace of suspicion, a suspicion in shock, because it was difficult for him to believe that there would be such a strong person. Advertisement. Katakuri nodded and said, it's very strong, so strong that it makes people useless the will to confront. Marco also said, it seems that you really haven't known Daddy Whitebeard. On Daddy's boat, there are a large number of captains like us, and Daddy is an existence that all of us look up to. You can say, Daddy is already in this world. The king of the world. Enel's face suddenly became ugly, but he soon tried to refute them with practical actions. I don't think you are very strong, because I haven't used all my strengths just now. Then I have to be serious. If you haven't exerted all your strength, please show it. Enel calmed down and said. Marco and Katakuri looked at each other, and then the two surrounded Enel from left to right. Enel was very calm, and he gradually closed his eyes, and around him, and invisibly spread out. Thunder Grid will move this area. All domains are covered. Marco took the lead in launching an attack, and saw him rushing up like a meteor, but when he was about to touch Enel, Enel's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Katakuri quickly looked around, and quickly is locked. In one direction, Enel appeared there instantly. Fast speed, Marco sighed. Katakuri also launched an attack on Enel. His fists were already covered with armament hockey, and his body quickly rushed over. In the same way, Enel disappeared in place. Next. Advertisement. At that moment, Katakuri chased it over with extreme speed. Katakuri used his observation hockey's ability to predict Enel's position. He thought he would indeed hit Enel this time, but Enel also predicted his movements, and his figure disappeared again. It seems difficult to hit him. Marco analyzed. This time he saw clearly that the interval between two consecutive attacks of Katakuri was very short. To avoid it, the conditions were very harsh, but Enel happened to have two conditions. That is, Enel's heart network is very good, that is, observation hockey, but his heart network can be combined with thunder and lightning ability, so that it can even hear the radio waves, and the second is that Enel has extremely fast speed. Enel not only can summon thunder and lightning, but his body can also be transformed into thunder and lightning, belonging to Logia devil fruit. Therefore, the swiftness of thunder and lightning seems to be similar to Kizaru's movement at the speed of light. It seems that the scope has to be increased. Marco thought to himself that the swiftness and power of thunder and lightning are its strong points. Therefore, Marco quickly opened his flame wings, and the cyan flame burning in the sky was like a brilliant spark. Marco planned to use this range attack to make the other party pay more for dodge. Simultaneous search. Find flaws. Marco rushed towards Enel like a huge flame bird. With such a big impact, Enel did want to dodge farther, while Katakuri waited for work. He kept staring at Enel. When Enel moved, Katakuri immediately launched an attack, and then Marco released the undead flame, and it was scoped. Enel was scratched by the undead flame during the dodge process, and its cyan flame was always there. On his body. Burning 10. Advertisement. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Enel felt a little irritable. The cyan pyro didn't have a high temperature, and the damage it caused was very limited, but it couldn't be extinguished, and it kept burning on it. Enel let the power of thunder and lightning flow on him, but he still couldn't extinguish the cyan flame, and he felt more and more pain, which made Enel a little irritated. He endured the pain and released a powerful thunder and lightning on his wrist. The blue electricity flooded Enel's arm, and soon he released a beam of thunder, hitting Marco directly, and the huge thunder and lightning blasted fiercely. Marco's huge body was basically a living rake. Speed also comes. It was too late to dodge, so he was hit by the thunder pillar frontally. The strong demand current ran through Marco's body at once, and the voltage caused serious damage to his body. Katakuri immediately stopped his attack and turned to see if there was anything Marco had. K's body even drifted away. A puff of smoke came out. Marco, are you okay? Katakuri asked concerned. Don't worry, I'm fine, this little injury is not enough. Marco joked and walked out of the range of the thunder beam. Part of the thunder and lightning erupted from the bombardment penetrated into the sea below, and the surface of the sea appeared in an instant. The carcasses of many fish. It's okay. Enel's gaze is slightly condensed. He is very confident in his thunder power. It is impossible to be okay with this level of attack. Unless it is the fellow Luffy, the body cannot conduct electricity, but speaking, even if it does not conduct electricity, exist. Absolute thunder and lightning can also cause shock. Chapter 370. The Strength of the Card 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that Marco was okay, Katakuri was also relieved, but his heart was also shocked, because Marco's recovery ability had reached an extremely terrifying level. It can still recover from an attack of this power, and there are no signs of injury from the outside. How can this not be amazing? That's great, Marco, I didn't expect your progress to be equally terrifying. Katakuri clenched his fists unconsciously. He has been practicing so hard to be able to beat Marco, but just as it is now. Look, Marco's advance. Step on him. Katakuri wants to defeat Marco at present, the possibility is very low, so Katakuri is a little depressed, but now it is mainly to deal with Enel, so Katakuri did not show his mood. Although I don't know who you are, but with such ability, you shouldn't be an unknown person, but I have never heard of the name of the old man. I am full of curiosity about you. Marco said while looking at Enel. My curiosity is true. With such a powerful thunder and lightning like me, nothing happened at all. You are not the same as that guy. That guy's physique is inherently restrained to me. Enel also said. That guy. 010 Marco asked slightly, but although he didn't understand who Enel was talking about, Enel is still very tricky for him. After all, he has no means to attack Enel. Next, Katakuri and Marco attacked Enel at the same time, but under Enel's heart, he clearly predicted the trajectory of the two attacks, and instantly turned into lightning to avoid the past. Advertisement. This powerful speed made it impossible for Marco and Katakuri to hit him successfully. Even if the two of them were unable to make an effective attack, the two couldn't help but frown. Marco, this is not the way to go, is there any tactics? Katakuri asked. Isn't your observation hockey also able to predict the future? Can't it deal with him? Marco asked. Katakuri shook his head immediately and said, no, his observation hockey seems to be above me. I can't predict his trajectory anymore, and even if I predict it, I can't keep up with his speed. It's too hard. NS. Hearing that, Marco is also a little helpless. This person is not easy to deal with. The key ABFB is how can such a character suddenly appear in New World? He has an ability, but he does not know the name of Whitebeard, and Enel looks. Nor is it a newcomer who just got devil fruit. The proficiency in the use of power can be seen at a glance. At least it has been fruitful for several years, otherwise it will not be possible to achieve this level. Therefore, Marco is really curious about Enel's identity and what purpose does he have. Can you tell me your name? Marco suddenly asked Enel during the battle, and Katakuri also cooperated with him to stop the attack. I saw Enel immediately showed an expression of arrogance, with his hands raised above his head, the surrounding thunder and lightning roared. I am God. Enel. Hearing the proud voice of Enel from S2, Marco became even more suspicious. He had no impression of the name Enel, and Katakuri had never heard it. Advertisement. Enel, why are you attacking Dad's crew? Marco asked immediately. Why? It's not because he suddenly sent me some information about the position of the infinite Earth, and I came back here from the way, but the world seems to be spreading the name Whitebeard everywhere, which makes me a little angry and difficult. Is his strength still above me? While talking, Enel also showed strong anger. Although he had not seen Whitebeard, he was full of prejudice against Whitebeard. Therefore, after meeting Whitebeard's people, Enel wanted to challenge them. Marco and Katakuri looked at each other, and Marco immediately said, if you really want to see the old man, then we can take you there. You don't need to bring him, I can find him myself anyway, I just want to defeat you now. Enel said. Enel's expression is very serious, he is already full of obsession, because he does not allow himself to be unable to deal with even Whitebeard's men, and his self-esteem absolutely does not allow this to happen. Marco is also a little helpless, this battle seems to be unavoidable, but it is impossible for Marco to retreat. Well, although I admit that you are very strong, but you want to deal with the two of us, it is not so easy. Marco immediately made the qualifications for combat. Then try it. Enel suddenly yelled, and then he slammed the taiko drum on his shoulder, and suddenly summoned a blue thunder dragon in the sky. Thunder clouds in the sky rolled, and a thunder dragon of tens of meters was swimming and rolling in the sky. Advertisement. The thunder and lightning power displayed on the surface of the thunder dragon is only felt from a distance. Marco and Katakuri feel a threat to life from it. Dozens of times, even if it was Marco, and it was impossible to recover with the power of recovery. Be careful, Marco said solemnly. Welcome to the judgment of the god. Enel gave a cruel smile, and at the same time raised one hand and then quickly fell. The thunder dragon in the sky instantly impacted, and Marco and Katakuri jumped to both sides. However, the speed of the thunder dragon was extremely fast, and it slammed into the past in the blink of an eye. The strong thunder and lightning burst quickly, and the positive area was full of subtle currents. Marco and Katakuri were not directly impacted by Thunder Dragon, but under the burst of thunder and lightning, they were also affected by the aftermath. They received some minor injuries respectively. Marco stopped flying in the air, and his clothes had been damaged. Obviously, after a long period of combat, his recovery power had reached the limit, and he could not keep up with the battle. Katakuri was injured slightly more severely. He did not have the ability to recover like Marco, but fortunately he still had the ability to fight. In order to prevent Enel from winning the blow, Katakuri quickly created between Enel and them. Glutinous M barrier. This glutinous rice barrier was not to resist Enel's attack, but to obstruct Enel's sight so that he could not continue to attack them, at least to buy some time. Chapter 371. The Power of Enel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A solid glutinous rice wall appeared in front of Enel. Katakuri wanted to take advantage of this time to give him and Marco some more breathing opportunities. Otherwise, if Enel used the same attack intensity just now, then they too. It is estimated that they will all be loaded. As for Katakuri's behavior, Marco instantly understood it, and he immediately emitted a large amount of cyan flames in an attempt to interfere with Enel. Ha ha ha, I am a god. Under the eyes of God, you are invisible. Enel clearly understood that they still want to continue struggling. He immediately laughed proudly, and at the same time clenched his fists, activating the power of lightning in the distance. Before the explosion of the Thunder Dragon, the positive area was full of subtle lightning power. Although Marco and Katakuri avoided the impact of the Thunder Dragon, they still did not leave this current area. Under the power of the Heart Network, Enel clearly locked the location information of Marco and Katakuri, so he immediately activated the current of the two positions, and in an instant, the area between the two of them seemed to be connected. Strong voltage. Generally. The pain came out with the sound of the electric shock. However, the electric shock did not last long. Marco flew away quickly, and Katakuri was not so lucky. He was completely affected by the thunder and lightning. Stuck inside. Advertisement. When struck by high voltage lightning, there will be an attraction between its body and the voltage. Sustained electric shock within range. NS. Under the attack of this intensity, the part of Katakuri's body was already a little scorched. Although he was a glutinous rice fruit, it had some weakening effects on lightning, but he could not resist such a density impact. Katakuri. Marco looked at Katakuri after leaving and shouted. Marco immediately turned into the state of a phoenix, then burned the cyan flame to ultimate, completely wrapped himself in the cyan flame, and then rushed towards Katakuri with a very fast speed, and used a strong impact. Thundered. The range of electricity. However, Marco's attack also caused some damage to Katakuri, but it was better than continuous lightning strikes. Katakuri's clothing was severely damaged, and part of his skin became scorched, and he himself lost consciousness. Damn it. Marco saw Katakuri look like this, his heart was full of anger. He didn't know why Enel had committed such a cruel hand, but he would never forgive this kind of behavior. Marco gritted his teeth and sent Katakuri back to the ship, and then said to the crew, "Take good care of him. You immediately go back and report to the old man. Before that, I will hold this guy." "But, Captain Marco, that guy is too strong. The crew are very worried about Marco, and they don't want to leave Marco alone at this time." "This is an order," Marco said firmly. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Enel used the Heart Network and electricity to clearly hear their conversation, but Enel didn't want to let anyone go. Advertisement. Afterwards, Enel beat the drum again, summoning a thunder and lightning phoenix, and rushed towards the direction of the ship. Everyone on the ship suddenly panicked, and facing the powerful blow, Marco's eyes were slightly fixed. Deep knowledge. Tao, if it is hit, then the entire ship will be destroyed. Then all people will fall into the sea at that time, and there is almost no way out in this dangerous situation. Therefore, Marco has no time to think, he resolutely rushed towards the Thunder Phoenix. Marco tried to use his body to resist this attack. Although he knew that his recovery ability had become very slow and he could not withstand too many attacks, he had no other way now. To take the initiative to meet him, I really wanted to die. Enel saw Marco's behavior and laughed contemptuously. He thought Marco's approach was stupid. "You guys go." Marco took one last look at his fleet as he flew into the sky, and shouted to them. The crew members on the ship felt a burst of tears, but they had no time to be sad and sad. The helmsman in charge of driving quickly adjusted the direction and then drove away at the fastest speed. Zero look for flowers. And after Marco rushed to the Thunder Phoenix, there was a strong shock and shock roar in the sky. The strong thunder sound of thunder and lightning was endless in the sky, and even part of the thunder and lightning leaked during the impact. Under the surface of the sea, a piece of marine life was immediately electrocuted. Marco was pierced by the power of thunder and lightning all over his body. Although he was not seriously injured by the power of immortality, his current state was no longer good, and he could not even move quickly. Advertisement. Marco was motionless in the sky. He was panting violently, because the paralysis of thunder and lightning made him unable to exert any strength. At the same time, his vision was also affected by the electric shock, and his vision became blurred. 0.0. It looks like it's not good. Marco knew his situation well. In this case, he had no way to fight next, and even Enel's next attack might not be able to avoid it. If Enel really has a murderous intention, then he is afraid that he is in danger today. Marco's mood is a bit complicated. He did not expect that he would have such a dangerous day. However, When the battle came to this point, Marco also roughly analyzed Enel's fighting methods and knew his weaknesses. Although Enel was strong, Marco felt that he shouldn't have become where he is now. It's just that there is a problem with his initial thinking, and if there are no other people, if Marco wants to leave, Enel can't stop him. Marco is a little unconvinced. If he is given another chance, the situation will be inevitable, will not developed into what it is now. But now it has developed into what it is now, and he has nothing to do. Now he can almost only be slaughtered by others. Hey, does it seem to end here? Marco sighed slightly when he saw Enel preparing for the next trick. He hasn't followed Dad Whitebeard to the end, but now he is about to lose his life. Marco feels a little unacceptable. He tried to move his body, but he couldn't do it at all. He can only maintain a basic flight state now. Chapter 372. Marco's End. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If you move forcibly, you may not even be able to maintain a flying state, and there is an endless sea below. If it falls, there is absolutely no way out. HMPH, you have reached the limit, look at your appearance, I am afraid that there is no way to continue fighting, I will solve you immediately. Enel looked at Marco and said, his hands were rolling thunderously. Marco's eyes were serious. Although he had no ability to hide, if he tried his best to avoid the key, it was not impossible to resist. The thunder of the thunder in Enel's hand is like 1,000 birds hissing, full of thunder and lightning, and the surrounding space has produced violent fluctuations. Enel looked at Marco indifferently, and slowly threw out the thunder in his hand. The blue thunder light suddenly caught in Marco's 010 eyes, and under his gaze, he was getting closer and closer to himself. Boom. The sound of a thunder explosion in the sky suddenly sounded, and a large number of thunder and lightning exploded in the sky, and a large amount of light smoke was produced in the center position because the thunder hit Marco. Marco received this blow, and his whole body was instantly wounded, and everywhere was full of traces of being shocked, and he himself lost consciousness in this blow, and his flight state also lost maintenance. Marco fell vertically like a falling meteor, but just before he fell into the sea, a figure suddenly appeared from a distance and then took Marco abducted. All this happened under Enel's nose, which made him extremely shocked and angry, so he immediately turned into lightning and chased him up. Damn it, this guy is so fast. The figure who had taken Marco abducted was dressed in elegant and noble clothes. He pushed his top hat and felt a little jealous in his heart. Advertisement. Because Enel's speed exceeded his expectations, and there was a ship moving forward in the waters ahead of him, and a young petite woman stood at the stern. My dear, hurry up. The woman urged. She was Koala, a member of the Revolutionary Army cadres, and it was Sabo who rescued Marco. Sabo used moonwalk to jump continuously in the air, and soon came to the deck and put Marco down. Are you okay? Koala immediately came up and asked caringly. I'm fine. Let him be treated as soon as possible, Sabo said. Yeah, Koala nodded, and then Naruto took Marco into the room to take care of it. Then Sabo ordered the ship to move forward at full speed while he stood at the stern position, facing Enel's direction, and saw Enel chasing him. Unreasonably, who are you who dare to interfere with my affairs? Enel said angrily. Although I don't know who you are, I absolutely don't allow it to hurt my friend. Sabo resolutely said to Enel. Huh. In that case, let you taste my power. A thunder and lightning sphere slowly appeared in Enel's hand, and the thunder ray gleaming on it made people feel an unspeakable threat. My dear, this man seems to be very powerful, you have to be careful. Koala said to Sabo. I know. Sabo's face also became serious. He knew that this opponent was definitely not easy, otherwise it would be impossible to beat Marco like that. Advertisement. Just when Enel was about to throw the thunderball, a strong waterspout suddenly rose in the sea below him, as if to completely submerge Enel. Enel suddenly felt the crisis. He is a fruit-powered person, so naturally he can't touch the sea. If he gets involved in this waterspout, he will almost lose his ability to move. Therefore, Enel immediately stopped attacking, and then flashed for a certain distance. The waterspout hit the air, and Enel also saw clearly that there was a murloc figure on the sea. Haku! Sabo shouted suddenly. He didn't expect that Haku would attack first. Although this wave of sneak attacks almost succeeded, Haku himself was in danger. It's a pity that I didn't succeed. Haku felt a little regretful seeing Enel avoiding his underwater attack. Damn murloc, You want to sneak attack the gods, you will pay the price. Enel suddenly became a little angry, he immediately flew better, and at the same time, both hands hit the taiko drum behind him. A series of thunder and lightning appeared in the thundercloud above. Sabo, Haku and others looked at the billowing thunder, and they all felt a powerful force zero from it. Koala, you hide first. Sabo said to Koala, he felt a huge threat from Enel's power. I want to be with you. Koala said firmly. Sabo was a little helpless, but he had to accept it, but he didn't sit still, and he couldn't let the lightning strike here directly, otherwise the entire ship would be destroyed. Dragon's Claw. Sabo jumped into the air, and the palms of both hands turned into the shape of dragon's claws. At the same time, they became very hard and covered with a layer of armament hockey. Haku, get on the boat right away and protect the others. Sabo shouted to Haku. If there is anyone here who can have the power to fight, then he is the only one. Advertisement. The others are too far away, the enemy in front of him is too powerful, and Sabo feels a strong crisis. When Enel controlled the thunder cloud and struck it down, Sabo jumped up instead, hitting it directly with his dragon claws. A huge roar sounded, and at the same time a strong thunder light was produced in the sky. Haku and Koala's eyes were all looking nervously in the direction of the sky. Sabo will have no trouble, Koala said worriedly. It shouldn't be 5.1, wait a minute. Haku said. The two waited for a while. When the thunder light dissipated, they saw Sabo in the sky and found that Sabo was safe and sound. Great. Sabo is okay. Koala said gratefully. Yes, let me say it. Haku also expressed his joy. It turns out that Sabo's dragon claw is completely immune to Enel's lightning effects. When Sabo's dragon claw touches the impact of thunder and lightning, he only feels a puffy electric current, but he did not withstand much strength. On the contrary, Enel's lightning was sucked into a black hole under the dragon's claws, and disappeared cleanly. Even Sabo himself was very surprised. How could this be? Sabo looked at his dragon claw in surprise. Obviously, he hadn't expected this to happen at all. Chapter 373, The Terrifying Enel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What did you do? Standing in the sky, Enel looked at Sabo's hands with a look of surprise. The strange shape of dragon claws made him feel a little uneasy. The most important thing is that his powerful thunder jing didn't cause any harm to him, which made him somewhat incomprehensible and unacceptable. I didn't expect dragon claw to have this effect. It seems that I really underestimated it before. Sabo said to himself with some surprises. Although he learned the dragon claw from the dragon, he didn't understand the dragon claw. All the mysteries of claws, I just think this is one. Very powerful skills. I feel like my strength has improved. Sabo said in surprise after feeling his own changes seriously. The thunder and lightning seemed to be able to replenish his strength. Ha 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 ha. Know how good I am. If you continue to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Sabo was full of confidence at once. Enel's expression has become a lot gloomy. If the opponent's dragon claw can be immune to lightning, it is indeed very unfavorable to him, but he does not only have the ability of lightning, he also has a heart network, and as long as it hits Sabo's body other bits. Set. Avoid the dragon's claws, then he will not be immune to O1. HMPH. Although you have some strange abilities, mortals are stupid when they challenge the gods. Enel said lightly after regaining his calm. I call myself a god. Sabo's attitude towards Enel is a little strange, and he thinks he is too arrogant. Advertisement. Enel combined his power of thunder and lightning with observation hockey, and built an invisible heart network in a large area around him. In this area, he can hear all the sounds and perceive all the actions of his opponents. Let you see and see the power of God. Enel once again summoned Thundercloud. This time it was larger than the previous one, and it was even more shocking. Haku and Koala on the ship were both worried about Sabo, but they also understood that in this case, even if they make a move, it doesn't help Sabo, it may even distract him and drag him down. And now because the ship is moving at full speed, they are getting farther and farther away from Sabo, basically leaving Sabo there alone. Sabo, it must be okay. Koala held his hands tightly, praying for Sabo in his heart. And Sabo is also more cautious at this time. His eyes have been fixed on the thundercloud above, and he retreated a lot in the first time. Then, a thunderstorm fell in the thundercloud. Sabo reacted quickly and used the dragon claw in time. It was blocked. And this time Sabo clearly felt that the thunder and lightning would indeed strengthen his strength, and he immediately felt ample. However, afterwards, the frequency and speed of thunderclouds, falling thunder significantly increased, and Sabo felt obvious pressure. He directly lifted the dragon's claws on top of his head, because he felt that with his own reaction power, he must not be as fast as thunder and lightning. However, suddenly, a horizontal thunder and lightning struck Sabo's waist suddenly, causing him to be shocked. The pain of the thunder and lightning made him fall from the sky and into the sea in an instant. Ha ha ha, this is the end of the confrontation with God. Enel said triumphantly. Sabo, Koala in the distance saw this scene clearly, and suddenly shouted out in worry. Advertisement. Don't worry, I'll go. Haku stopped Koala's moodiness in time. After all, he is a murloc, and he is good at water. Haku jumped directly into the sea. Sabo immediately surfaced after falling into the sea. He had some lingering fears. Enel's lightning ability was indeed very powerful. It's really a powerful ability. If you don't have this dragon's claw, then there is really no capital to fight against. Sabo said to himself, but he had never thought that Enel would be able to turn the lightning. Sabo, are you okay? Haku appeared beside Sabo. Why are you here? It's dangerous here, Sabo reminded. I know, but we can't just watch you fall into a crisis, right? You are our chief of staff. Haku said. Sabo is already the number 2 figure in the Revolutionary Army. If something happens, it will definitely be huge for the Revolutionary Army. Loss, and the dragon will also be furious. That guy is too powerful, it seems that it is not so easy to go today. Sabo solemnly said to Haku. At this time, on the other hand, Marco's fleet returned to the land of Noah in Whitebeard as quickly as possible with the wounded such as Katakuri and Weiss. Bej immediately reported the incident to Whitebeard, and Whitebeard was a little shocked when he heard the news. What? Katakuri was injured. Marco is dead. Whitebeard's anger caused the surrounding space to vibrate. This powerful momentum made Bej feel an absolute sense of oppression, and he immediately explained. At that time Captain Marco asked us to go first. He stayed alone to stop that person. It must be dangerous. Advertisement. Damn it, this kind of thing happened. Whitebeard was a little angry. He could guess that the person was Enel only by listening to the description. However, the appearance of Enel was not a surprise, but instead hurt his admiral. How could Whitebeard not be angry? However, because of the emergency situation in 010 and Marco's situation is still unclear, Whitebeard didn't have time to lose his temper here. He immediately ordered Wentai to stay here to arrange affairs, and he flew out quickly. Whitebeard is the fastest to fly alone. If you take the fleet with you, the speed will be slower. However, after Whitebeard left, Wentai looked at the sky, and he immediately said to Yaluo, you lead a fleet to follow the old man. Dad, save Mar. Take good care of him after the subject. Okay, I'll go right away. Brother Yaluo also readily agreed. He was about to go out with his father to see who that person was. After doing all this, Wentai fell silent. Not only him, but the other captains were worried about Marco, who had become their spiritual support. At this time, Katakuri, Weiss and others were carried aboard the main ship. Wentai quickly found a ship doctor to treat them. Soon, Katakuri became a little more sober. He gradually opened his eyes and came into sight. It is Wentai et al. You woke up. Now it's okay. Wentai comforted. Me, what's the matter with me? Kataku shuddered, but he felt a little pain all over his body. Soon, his previous memories came back into his mind, and he immediately remembered that Marco was still in danger. Marco, how is Marco? Katakuri asked immediately. Chapter 374. Whitebeard personally shot. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing Katakuri's question, Wentai and others fell silent, because Marco's life and death are unknown to no one, and even if Whitebeard personally rescues him, it is likely to be too late. You guys, why aren't you talking? Katakuri suddenly became nervous and frightened. Katakuri, don't worry, the old man has already rushed over by himself, I believe there will be nothing wrong. Wentai replied immediately. Yes, Dad has already taken action. You can rest assured of everything, but what kind of enemy you have encountered? Chaos asked very concerned about this. Everyone looked at Katakuri, and Katakuri was still full of Enel's shadow until now, that kind of terrible opponent, he didn't want to meet a second time. Enel, He is a thunder fruit capable person. He has a strong lightning power, and he also has an excellent observation hockey. The speed and strength have basically reached ultimate. Kata Curry answered after a moment of silence. It turns out to be such a strong opponent, it's no wonder that even you are like this, but I believe that Dad can easily teach him. Tesla said. However, Joe's was a little silent, because he knew the name. At first, Whitebeard asked him to go to Sky Island to send certain messages to contact someone. Although Whitebeard did not tell him who he was, after stepping into Sky Island, Joe's has heard of the name Nilu. I know this person. Joe's said suddenly, and everyone looked at him. Advertisement. Do you know? Who is he? Wen Tai asked immediately. He is the last manager of Sky Island and he calls himself a god, but I have heard that he has been missing for a long time, and I didn't expect anyone to attack us as soon as he appeared. Joe said. Why is he attacking us? Wen Tai asked. I don't know about this. Joe shook his head, but he heard Kata Curry whisper. That guy is jealous of his father's reputation. Jealous. It's really incomprehensible. Beasta directly wondered, in this situation, who else is qualified to be jealous of his father? Whitebeard was flying extremely fast in the sky. He was full of anger at what happened now. It was a happy thing to find Enel, but now it is like this. If something happens to Marco, then Whitebeard will not forgive him. Even if Marco was only injured, Whitebeard had to teach this guy a good lesson before he surrendered Enel, and anyone who beat him could see it. While Whitebeard was still flying, the battle between Enel and Sabo became more and more intense. The area where they were fighting, the entire sky was full of various thunders, shining countless thunder lights, and some of them were mixed. The sound of Longming. Sabo relies on his dragon claws to reluctantly deal with Enel, but he has been passive. He can no longer make a counterattack, and even if he counterattacks, he will also reveal his flaws. So his injuries were more serious, and Haku had already been injured and fell into the sea. Advertisement. I didn't expect you to be able to support it for so long. The surprises I encountered today are so many. Enel sighed. He met 3 strong people in one day, but these people are strong, and he himself is God. A mortal and a god cannot be compared. After that, Enel struck 4 taiko drums at the same time. A lightning grid suddenly appeared in front of Sabo, and the lightning grid was gradually distorted, like a piece of paper to wrap him inside. Damn it, what is this? Sabo was a little nervous when he saw the thunder net. He kicked and jumped to other places, but with the move of Enel's finger, the thunder net immediately moved over. Sabo couldn't get rid of the thunder net. There was no way. He had to use the dragon claw to try to tear the thunder net to pieces. However, unlike Sabo's imagination, the thunder net directly bound his dragon claws. Unfortunately unable to break free, Sabo used his full strength, but the thunder net became tighter and tighter, trapping him all over, and there was a steady flow of electricity from it, paralyzing his body. You are great enough to play with me for so long, but it's a pity that you broke my mood before, and I must kill you. Enel said lightly to Sabo. In the face of Enel who was about to shoot, Sabo's all thoughts are disheartened, because he can no longer use other means to escape. He feels that he is about to die here. At this time, Sabo was most worried about the Revolutionary Army. He had not followed the dragon to complete the final mission. Is it the end? I'm so sorry. Sabo closed his eyes gradually. He was ready, and waited quietly for death. There was a strong thunder in the sky, and a thunder light enveloped Sabo. Enel dropped his palm heavily, and the thunder and lightning fell down quickly. However, just as he was about to hit Sabo, a shocking force suddenly appeared from a distance, like lightning, and it was converging with thunder and lightning in midair. Advertisement. The two forces collided, and a strong roar suddenly erupted in the sky. The huge explosion seemed to distort the space, and the sea below was also surging because of the strong impact. Sabo was also shocked by this aftermath. He felt as if his body was about to be shaken apart, but with the help of this force, he was pushed back. After the shock, everything returned to calm, but Enel was very shocked and angry, because similar things happened several times today. Before he wanted to kill Marco, he ran to Sabo to rescue him. Now he wants to kill Sabo, and someone makes trouble again. This makes Nilu very impatient. He wants to see what is coming now. Who is the person? But no matter who this person is, he has already decided in his heart that he will definitely take a heavy blow. No matter who you are, I want you to bear the wrath of God today. Enel said angrily to the figure in the distance. After seeing the person, Sabo was surprised and said, "Whitebeard. I didn't expect you to come in person." Whitebeard smiled slightly and raised his hand. An invisible shock burst out of his palm, which immediately shattered the thunder net that was bound to Sabo's body. Sabo immediately jumped to Whitebeard's side. He dragged his bruised body. At this moment, he was very relaxed. Because Whitebeard came, the danger was completely relieved. And Enel could clearly hear what he said. Hearing the name Whitebeard, Enel was a little surprised. Chapter 375. Whitebeard vs Enel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You are Whitebeard. Enel looked at Whitebeard in surprise. Only then did he realize that Whitebeard was tall, and when he looked closely, he could feel a powerful kingly atmosphere. Whitebeard looked at Enel coldly. He glanced at Sabo again and said to Enel, "Why are you hurting my crew and him?" Although I faintly felt the extraordinariness of Whitebeard, how could Enel, who had always regarded himself as a god, compromise with Whitebeard as soon as he met, and he was not even willing to show the slightest inferiority? It's a good thing for him to make him bad, and I am a god. Isn't it a common thing for gods to deal with mortals? In addition, is it the message you let me pass on? I have long wanted to see you. What is there? Strength. Dare to praise the sea in front of me. Enel still said arrogantly, but Sabo felt that his words were a bit less sharp than before. Guhahaha. It turned out to be like this. Do you want to see my strength? Okay, just right. I also want to seek justice for my family. Seeing that Enel was full of warfare with himself, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel big. Laugh it out. Since he fought with his aunt, the bounty has been 9,010,010, and he has been respected as the king of the world in many areas. How can anyone dare to confront him face to face and have such an arrogant tone? So Whitebeard is not angry. Just think, there are some. Cross. Advertisement. After Whitebeard finished speaking, Enel summoned a thunder and lightning to attack Whitebeard. He did not use any special moves. It was just an ordinary thunder and lightning. The power was not very powerful. The reason was that he wanted to test Whitebeard first and see the depth of it. However, to Enel's surprise, Whitebeard was not moving at all, just standing in the air. When the lightning hit his body, there was a flash of thunder around him, and then everything disappeared, and Whitebeard did not show any injuries. Whitebeard didn't even blink his eyelids. He faintly said to Enel, "Do you only have this ability? I'm going to let you do some tricks first, so you can do your best, otherwise there will be no chance." Whitebeard's contemptuous attitude made Enel feel that his dignity has been seriously challenged. He immediately became angry, and the power of his whole body burst out, and the thunder and lightning surged in his body like a huge thundercloud. Let you see my true power. In order to regain his dignity as a god, Enel directly used his strongest moves. Taiko drums are all integrated into one's body. The powerful thunder and lightning are constantly compressed in Enel's body, but at the same time, the thunder and lightning are continuously produced in his body, without limited compression mind body. Enel used his own lightning to instantly destroy the enemy with the strongest force. This powerful force does not even allow the enemy to have a chance to react. Even if you want to escape, it will be covered by the impact of the thunder body. Will suffer millions. With the accumulation of volts, any object will be bombarded into nothingness. Advertisement. This was the strongest blow that brought all the power of Enel together. This power made Whitebeard a little moved. However, it was precisely because Enel had this power that he must tame this person and use it for himself. Very good power. It's a pity that it doesn't belong to me yet. Whitebeard muttered to himself. In front of the power of Enel, I am afraid that even Admiral would be frightened. However, Whitebeard still did not take any action. He said that he wanted to make Enel a few moves, so naturally he would not make a move now. First of all, Whitebeard's body has been extremely tough to the point of being extremely terrifying, and it is not against Kaido, and at this time Baihu Z used his Emperor color Haki to form an invisible wrong armor on the surface of his ABFB body. In Enel's eyes, Whitebeard didn't mean to dodge at all, which made his self-esteem a little frustrated. His power has reached its limit, can't it be said that Whitebeard can't be a threat? I don't believe it anymore, he must be playing mystery. Enel gave up all thinking, and he did not hesitate to rush towards Whitebeard. At this moment, Enel was a light body full of thunder and lightning, containing the power to break mountains and rivers. At that moment, the entire sky burst out like the end of the world. Sound. The sky was darkened as a whole, and Enel's thunder and lightning power was connected to nature. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the thunder was rolling, and soon there was a violent storm. At the same time, it also dropped strong lightning. However, the lightning that it dropped was attracted to Enel. When attacking Whitebeard, Enel also harvested natural lightning power at the same time, which led to Enel's continuous impact, and subsequent bursts of power could continue. Advertisement. Sabo lifted Haku out of the water at this time. Before he knew what was going on, he felt that the entire sea was rolling. The waves formed by the rolling of the sea were everywhere, and the surroundings were already covered with thunder. There may be dozens of thunder and lightning roars in an instant. All these sounds seemed to be in Sabo's ears, and they seemed to burst his mind. No more. Sabo covered his ears tightly, but it still felt unbearable. He immediately sank below the surface. Although he was constantly impacted by the sea, the burst of sound was at least much reduced. Fortunately, Haku has passed out of a coma, and there is no need to endure this pain. Sabo felt fortunate for Haku. If he is still awake, with the Murloc's body structure, I am afraid that he will be more sensitive to this kind of noise. This continuous thunder roar is enough to make anyone feel terrified and shocked. It is the first time that Sabo has encountered such a powerful scene. He can't help but sigh the power of Enel. No wonder he calls himself a god. Thinking about it now, Sabo doesn't feel that Enel's words are arrogant. His power can indeed deter most people in this world. Except for those first-class powerhouses, I am afraid that no one can compete with him. However, it is also very uncomfortable for Sabo to hide in the water at this time. Although the sound is weakened, the waters are full of a lot of current. If it is not because this is the sea, the current is scattered, then Sabo feels that he and Haku will definitely be quilt. Electric Scorch. Whitebeard. No one can be disrespectful to God. Enel still continues to release his power. The power impacted every second is as high as 1,000,000 voltage. Chapter 376. Enel beaten up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enel is very confident. He thinks that Whitebeard must be pretending to be so indifferent. In the face of such a powerful force, no mortal can resist. Even if he could barely resist it, it would be devastating to himself, so Enel felt that sooner or later he would not be able to sustain it, and at that time, he was directly hit hard. However, what Enel could not imagine was that Whitebeard didn't care about his power at all. Under the protection of the Emperor Haki's substance, his power could not penetrate at all, and it could not impact Whitebeard itself, let alone Whitebeard itself. The intensity is also amazing. After a while, Enel's power was finally exhausted. Almost all the power of thunder and lightning in the sky was absorbed by Enel, but this power will always be exhausted, and at this time, the dark clouds in the sky also dispersed, turn over. The covering sea also gradually calmed down. Enel's face was completely stunned. Looking at Whitebeard who was unscathed in front of him, he couldn't understand at all. There is not even a trace of clothes. Is this still a human? Enel's expression was completely dull. Guhahaha. Whitebeard laughed when he saw Enel's attack finally ended. Advertisement. Your attack was quite long. It's amazing. It's a very good power. Whitebeard praised, but now any praise of Whitebeard is not praise for Enel. In his heart, this is like a satire. He can't cause harm himself. What qualifications does this power have to be praised? Enel is lost to the extreme. Although Whitebeard has not shot yet, Enel's self-confidence has been severely hit, which is even better than the previous year. Faye will be even more desperate when defeating him. Because Enel's defeat by Luffy was only a result of failure, but he did not think that he was weaker than Luffy, just for various reasons, but now, he has tried his best, and Whitebeard has not moved. The gap. It is truly hopeless. Even if he didn't make a move, it would create a lifelong shadow in the opponent's heart. Enel was desperate to the extreme, and he had exhausted all his strength now, and he no longer had the power to fight and the fighting spirit. I surrendered. Enel said helplessly but decisively. He had to let go of his attitude and compromise to another god. Whitebeard, now in Enel's eyes, is the real god, but Whitebeard can't accept Enel's compromise, because Enel has injured too many people, and Whitebeard can't just let it go. I'm sorry, you hurt my family. This is a price, Whitebeard said with a sullen face. A power surging out of Whitebeard's body, and at the same time, there is also an Emperor color Haki that oscillates. This is the highest level of Conqueror's Haki evolution. Use. To the point of doing whatever you want. Advertisement. At this time, After the Emperor color hockey spread out, it was like a huge palm, completely holding Enel in it, making him unable to move. Enel's entire body was caught, and only his feet could move on his body. Besides, can't make any actions. Let go of me, I am willing to admit my mistakes and don't kill me. Enel suddenly shouted and begged Whitebeard for mercy. Now Enel was completely caught by Whitebeard. Whitebeard wanted to kill him and squeeze an ant. This state of being killed by another master made Enel feel the real fear for the first time. He was afraid of death. Really? You are wrong, are you? Whitebeard joked, and at the same time the pressure on Enel was greater. Enel felt that his bones seemed to be compressed and deformed. Under this pressure, he could not breathe at all, caused by hypoxia. His face was red. I know. Enel tried to make a sound. He was no longer the superior god. At this moment, he was like a chicken in Whitebeard's hands and could be disposed of at will. That's it, then I will give you a chance. Whitebeard then relieved all the pressure. Enel was breathing heavily, but the fear just now made him unable to calm down. Zero look for flowers. And not long after Enel breathed a sigh of relief, Whitebeard hit with a shocking force, hitting Enel's body. His chest broke a few ribs immediately, and at the same time it sank a little. Enel spit out a bloody blood. The expression was painful. This wasn't over yet. Whitebeard used several shocks one after another, hitting them from different directions, and finally hit Enel all over his body with bruises and bruises all over his body, and even his eyes were swollen and unable to open. Advertisement. Below, Sabo took Haku and wandered on the sea. At this time Haku had also woke up. Sabo asked Haku to swim out of the water to catch up with the previous ship, while Sabo continued to stay here. I want to see what Whitebeard will do with this. People. 0.0. However, seeing Enel like this now, Sabo also felt a great contrast. The guy who was such an invincible just now, calling himself a god, as if the world is invincible, is now so embarrassed, which makes people more and more embarrassed. Lamenting the power of Whitebeard. If there is a god, it should be Whitebeard. Sabo stared at Enel and said. Although Enel is not good looking now, Sabo still admires his power. If this person can be used, then pulling him into the Revolutionary Army can also do a lot for the Revolutionary Army, because Sabo is still relatively accurate, and he thinks this Enel is very arrogant. But no. Is there any scheming? It is not impossible that this is possible. Therefore, Sabo is very concerned about Whitebeard's disposal of Enel. If Whitebeard is going to kill Enel, then Sabo has decided to stop the plea, but the development of the next thing makes Sabo a little surprised. Now, Enel's eyes looking at Whitebeard were full of awe and fear. His mind was blank. It was almost what Whitebeard said. When Whitebeard said that he was his son, Enel didn't hesitate to use a weak breath. He agreed. Chapter 377. Surrender Enel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Enel was seriously injured, he is still aware of it. Therefore, joining the Whitebeard pirate group and becoming Whitebeard's son is at least Enel's consent. Whitebeard was very satisfied with this. He nodded, but Sabo on the side was a little surprised to see this situation. He didn't expect Whitebeard to subdue Enel. But Sabo thought about it. This is normal. After all, Whitebeard can easily subdue Enel, and they have this capital to make Enel surrender. It's just that Sabo feels a bit pity that their revolutionary army can't recruit such a powerful help. After that, Haku caught up with Koala and the others, and drove the boat over, and Sabo invited Whitebeard to the boat. Whitebeard can't help sighing when he sees Marco, who is still in a coma. Fortunately, although the injury looks severely severe, with Marco's physique, he can recover very quickly. Come here. Whitebeard called Enel to Marco's bed, and Enel came over obediently. Do you know who he is? Whitebeard asked with a gloomy face. Enel's heart suddenly trembled. Now he can feel an absolute pressure when facing Whitebeard, which makes him a little breathless, not to mention that Whitebeard seems to want to hold him accountable. A point. Enel didn't speak, but shook his head. Although he knew that Marco was a subordinate of Whitebeard, he didn't know what his identity was. Advertisement. Whitebeard immediately said. He is the first captain of my Whitebeard pirates. There are 20 teams in the Whitebeard pirates. Each team has hundreds of people. He is my most powerful subordinate. You actually injured him like this. After speaking, Whitebeard's eyes stared coldly at Enel, as if countless cold arrows were shot in his eyes, making Enel frightened. Sorry, I don't know, I was wrong. Enel apologized immediately. Of course you are wrong, but I have already punished you just now, so I won't say anything, but when Marco wakes up, you have to apologize to him personally. Now you have joined the Whitebeard pirates, and you will be in the future. Make your own contribution. Whitebeard said. Okay, I will. Enel agreed. Yeah. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Sabo, thank you for saving Marco. Whitebeard expressed his gratitude to Sabo. Marco is like his own son. If something happens, it will be an irreparable grief. Ha ha ha. You don't have to be polite. My brother Ace used to be the captain of yours. I should help you, and our boss also said to cooperate with you, so I do it both publicly and privately. Sabo immediately said. Cooperation? Whitebeard asked. In recent years, our revolutionary army has been committed to overthrowing the regimes of those small countries, but this method is limited to combating the world government. After years of preparation, we will slowly start a big war. Is the sea today? The king, as long as we unite, then the world government can definitely be overthrown. Sabo said simply. Advertisement. Cooperation with Whitebeard is the current Revolutionary Army's program, but they have not determined the specific method, such as who is the main cooperation, whether it is real cooperation or using Whitebeard to contain marine power, etc. Although Sabo is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Chief of the General Staff, but these plans need to be discussed in meetings. Although Sabo thinks it is better to cooperate on an equal footing with both parties, he cannot express his attitude casually in his capacity. It turned out to be like this. Guhahaha, it seems that your revolutionary army is really going to make a big move, but I think this matter needs to be discussed specifically. Whitebeard said with a smile. Well, you are right. Of course, I will arrange for the leader to meet with you later if appropriate. Sabo said. After that, Jay Arrow came from a distance with his own fleet. Although they sprinted into the sea at the fastest speed along the way, they still couldn't keep up with Whitebeard's speed. They didn't come here until now. Whitebeard, Marco, Enel and others returned to Aroger's ship and bid farewell to Sabo and others. Father, have you settled the battle? What kind of opponent is that? Yaluo asked curiously. It's him. Whitebeard pointed to Enel, who then lowered his head in shame. Brother Yaluo looked at Enel up and down, and felt that he was very ordinary, and couldn't help saying, no, it's him, why look so ordinary? Isn't it very powerful, but there is no momentum at all. You can see it after you go back, and take good care of Marco. Whitebeard said. Oh, Brother Allure was very witty and shut up. It was not that he didn't know how Enel was, but when he saw Marco was injured like this and joined the Whitebeard pirates, he naturally wanted to make a mockery. Advertisement. On the way back, Marco gradually regained consciousness, and then was informed by Arogo that Enel had been defeated by Whitebeard and joined the Whitebeard pirates, which made Marco feel a little confused. However, Marco didn't feel that he was wronged, he just felt that there were more and more powerful guys joining Whitebeard, and Enel had joined the palace of the Imperial Generals that was still the same as Aokiji. This is Whitebeard's intention to cultivate top combat power. Marco feels that his importance is slowly waning, which makes him determined to become stronger. Wait, I will really change next time. Marco swears in his heart. After returning to the base camp, Whitebeard announced the addition of Enel to everyone, and directly joined the palace of the Emperor, the Whitebeard pirate group's most powerful organization, because many people have not seen the strength of Enel, so 5.1. It is inevitable that people will discuss it at the meeting. However, Whitebeard didn't care about this kind of discussion, because he knew that these people would soon be convinced by Enel. The happiest person for Enel to join is Aokiji. He has heard that Marco was seriously injured by Enel before, so he has a superficial understanding of his strength. Therefore, Aokiji wanted to fight Enel as soon as possible to increase his strength, but Whitebeard did not agree. Why don't you let me fight him? Didn't you promise me before? Aokiji questioned Whitebeard after being rejected. Aokiji, don't worry, I will let the two of you fight a good fight afterwards, but you don't want the other party to have no fighting spirit. Whitebeard comforted. Chapter 378. Challenge from Enel. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Without fighting spirit, why doesn't he have fighting spirit? Aokiji asked puzzledly. That's because he was just beaten by me. Whitebeard explained. Isn't it normal to lose to you? What's so sad? Aokiji is even more puzzled. Does anyone in this world really think he can beat Whitebeard? Whitebeard couldn't help but shook his head, because Enel was in a different situation from the others. He had never understood the name Whitebeard before, and he had always regarded himself as a god. Therefore, after he was defeated by Whitebeard, his inner dignity was severely impacted and even cast a shadow. This is not a simple emotion of defeat, and it takes some time to recover. Of course, in order to take care of Enel's emotions, Whitebeard also did something. He arranged for Enel and Whitebeard to fight with San Juan. Both of them are power type, but they are not Enel's opponents. Maybe they can get Enel back. Some confidence. Well, since you have said so, then I will wait a while longer. Aokiji agreed upon seeing this. In the following time, Whitebeard began to constantly arrange opponent 01 for Enel to help him restore his confidence. At the beginning, Enel had no fighting spirit at all. Because of the previous battle with Whitebeard, his shadow was too serious, resulting in any battle now not as sharp as in the past. However, in spite of this, Enel's basic strength is still there, and those crew members who watched his battle also have some knowledge of Enel's strength. Advertisement. At least in this negative situation, Enel can still easily defeat Whitebeard 2 and San Juan, which is naturally amazing. After several days of recuperation, Marco's injury quickly recovered, and under Marco's treatment, Katakuri quickly recovered. Marco found Whitebeard after being injured for a long time and asked Whitebeard for something. "Father, can you let Enel play against me?" Marco said. "Are you angry with him, or are you dissatisfied with the previous defeat?" Whitebeard asked curiously. "I'm not angry. I also know that I can't beat him, at least not now, but the last time I lost to him, the loss was too simple, did not fully show my strength." Marco explained. "So that's it. Okay." Whitebeard agreed to Marco, and when both sides were in better shape, Whitebeard arranged a battle for them. Before the battle began, many people began to look forward to it. Among them, the most surprised was Katakuri, because he and Marco had seen the terrible power of Enel. As for the battle after Enel got on the ship, he was much less sharp. Therefore, in this case, Marco looking for Enel to challenge, undoubtedly shows his strict requirements for himself, he wants to pursue progress. The battle has not yet started, and the surrounding is already full of spectators. These crew members all know that Marco had been defeated by Enel, so this made them feel frustrated. Advertisement. These captains are very supportive of the challenge of Yi Marco. They hope that Marco can regain some face on behalf of their old crew members. The Palace of the Imperial Generals set up by Whitebeard, although only a small organization, currently only has 2 personnel, Aokiji and Enel, but nominally it is the highest level of combat power on their ship. Both of these personnel joined the Whitebeard pirates later, which naturally made them somewhat unacceptable. Of course, this unacceptability is only regretting that they are not good enough and not strong enough, rather than blaming the Whitebeard design. The Palace of the Emperor. "You said, can Marco beat Enel this time?" Arog asked. "I don't think it's possible. Hasn't Marco already lost to him last time?" "It hasn't been long." Jinbei answered honestly. "The strength of this Enel is indeed strong and has already reached the level of Admiral. No wonder Dad wants him to be a member of the Palace of Emperors, but I only hope that Marco can play well." Joe said seriously. They have all seen Enel's strength and believe that Enel's strength is basically equivalent to Admiral's level, which is about the same as Aokiji, so they don't have much hope that Marco can beat Enel. That's right, to say that defeating Enel is too impractical. Marco himself doesn't think so. He just wants to lose as ugly as before. Beasta said. In short, Enel is the card of our captains. If the gap is too big, then we have been under the Emperor's palace. I hope the gap is not so big. Tesla said. Enel and Marco stood on the court and stared at each other. This time, Enel didn't have the eyes and attitude that scorned Marco like last time. Advertisement. Even in terms of aura, there is no such a proud pride. However, although Enel lacks aura and sharpness, he is now much calmer than before, and he has a clearer combat thinking. The last battle was not at the level one should have, so this time, you can use your strength to fight again. Marco said to Enel. Don't worry, 010 I won't keep my hand, so I would look down on you too much. Enel said. Marco smiled slightly, then turned into a phoenix and flew into the air. Enel also slowly lifted into the air with the power of thunder and lightning, and the two were about to start a battle in the sky. For this battle, Aokiji was looking forward to it very much. His eyes were fixed in the air. Soon, Marco took the lead. Marco flicked across the sky like a streamer, leaving a cyan starlight flame along the way, rushing towards Enel at an extremely fast speed. Facing such a swift offensive, Enel was very indifferent. When Marco's attack approached, Enel suddenly disappeared and moved to another place in an instant. However, Marco was not surprised, and he immediately relaunched the attack. After the previous battle, Marco also understood Enel's attack method very well. Although Enel's movement speed is very fast, it is not done instantly, at least a certain state is required. Therefore, Marco felt that as long as he continued to attack and did not stop in the way, sooner or later he could find a flaw and attack Enel. And even if he took a step back and didn't hit Enel, it was still able to give him a certain amount of pressure, because Enel couldn't move and attack at the same time. Chapter 379. Marco who works hard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marco has been attacking Enel continuously. It can be said that he is persevering. Whenever Enel moves to another place in an instant, Marco will chase the past quickly. Marco is like a weapon that can be tracked. This also gives Enel no chance to stop. He has no time to attack Marco. If Enel launches an attack, then he will also be attacked by Marco, which is basically the result of losing both sides. However, the problem is that Marco has a pervert general recovery ability, and the person will naturally suffer from Enel. So Enel obviously would not choose such a result, but Marco's physical strength and endurance are very good. After a long time of chasing, Enel's physical strength gradually disappeared. Soon, Enel was a little weak. After Marco's subsequent hit, Enel slowed a step and was finally hit by Marco. Marco hit Enel's back like a shooting star and knocked it out. Enel flew straight out in the air for a long distance, and finally fell slowly. Great hit! The crew members watching around suddenly exclaimed. They saw that Enel was damaged under Marco. This was a very happy thing for them, and several captains were also very happy. It's great, Marco didn't give him a chance to shoot. I'm ashamed of Marco, such a continuous pursuit, I am afraid that only he can do it. Advertisement. The captains praised Marco, but Marco in midair was not at all proud, because he knew that the battle could not be ended with a single blow. And to be an exaggeration, this blow is not important to Enel at all. Although this continuous attack has caused him damage in the early stage, it is impossible to use this method forever. Because this has very high requirements for the attacking party, not only requires extremely strong physical fitness, but also has super judgment ability to accurately determine the approximate direction the opponent will move. And after adding Enel, he will definitely figure out a way to deal with it, so Marco does not plan to continue using this method. The fallen Enel quickly recovered. He stabilized his figure in time, stood firmly on the sky again, and then slowly lifted into the air. To use this method, I really underestimated you, Enel said with some surprise. Next you should be serious. Marco smiled slightly, but his eyes were surprisingly calm and solemn. I'm serious, Enel said lightly. Next, Enel launched an attack on Marco, and saw that he quickly beat the taiko drum on his back twice. Vibrated. The onlookers present saw the power of Enel, some of them couldn't help being timid, and stepped back a lot, for fear of being affected by the Thunder Dragon. This power is too amazing, Tesla exclaimed. Advertisement. It's no wonder that Marco lost to him before, and the old man can't resist this kind of power. Jinbei also said solemnly. I don't know if Marco can sustain it. Arogo began to worry about Marco. These captains were all lamenting Enel's power, and at the same time expressing concern about Marco, but at this time only Whitebeard knew that this was not Enel's full power. When Enel fought with himself before, he merged Taiko with himself, and then launched the strongest blow, which was called a blow to destroy the world, and this level is far from comparable. Therefore, Whitebeard has confidence in Marco. This level of power cannot destroy Marco. Even if Marco can be injured, it is not enough to make him lie down. Marco, come on, this battle must not only let everyone know about Enel's strength, but also let everyone recognize your strength. Whitebeard said in his heart, his eyes always on Marco. When Marco faced the two thunder dragons in the sky, he also felt the severe situation in his heart. Although Marco was confident in his recovery ability, he naturally didn't want to be hit if he had a chance to avoid it. Because if he had suffered this kind of attack several times, the final result would be the same as the last time. At the same time, Marco also remembered a sentence Whitebeard taught him before, that is, water can carry a boat, and it can also overturn it. The strong recovery ability allows him to fight for a long time, even without injury. But this also made Marco gradually lose his sense of crisis, and he often relied on this kind of recovery ability in battle, so he would not try his best to avoid the enemy's attack. Marco decided to change his habit, otherwise he would never be able to get a transformation, although this concept, Whitebeard taught Marco a long time ago. Advertisement. But Marco has not implemented it seriously, or he took Whitebeard's words to heart, but there is still no actual change. The previous tragic defeat under Enel gave Marco a bloody lesson, as if a knife had carved Whitebeard's 10 in his heart. Therefore, Marco made up his mind to change. Although Enel's thunder attack was not easy to hide, but Marco broke the boat at this time. He told himself in his heart that if he didn't hide, then just give up. Because this kind of recovery ability is passive, Marco can't control it. Once injured, he will recover spontaneously. Marco can only tell himself in his heart that if he can't escape, it means failure. Got it. Marco used this method to spur himself and cut off his back. Under such pressure, all of Marco's abilities can be said to have reached the peak state. The two thunder dragons in the sky are constantly swimming, and from time to time they give out thunderous roars, shaking in the air. Enel has been observing Marco's actions. Under the coverage of the Heart Network, Enel can even predict Marco's next movement trajectory. But this time, it seemed that something went wrong, which made Enel feel a little uncomfortable. What's the matter? Why is his actions so chaotic? Enel frowned slightly. Marco's actions could not be predicted. In Enel's vision, Marco unfolded his figure, and a cyan flame bird was flying wantonly in the sky. But the flame bird has no direction, constantly changing, making it impossible for people to guess the next trajectory. Chapter 380. The second matchup between Enel and Marco. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is of course, because Marco completely relaxed his body, he only retained the lowest level of consciousness, and imagined himself as in a dream. Therefore, all flight routes are irregular and unplanned, and even Marco himself cannot predict it, let alone other people. Under this circumstance, Enel hasn't done anything for a long time. Although his thunder range is still quite large, at Marco's speed, if he doesn't hit him head-on, then he will soon be able to fly out of the range. Enel naturally didn't intend to waste his power to test Marco. He thought for a moment, and separated the two thunder dragons. The power of Enel's thunder can be superimposed. Enel originally wanted to use two thunder dragons to cause the heaviest damage to Marco, but now he separates them and can attack from two directions at the same time. Enel controlled the thunder dragon to surround Marco in a certain area, but Marco moved very fast, so this area was still quite large. Two thunder dragons, one on the left and one on the right, were up and down. In the end, Enel saw the right time and directly controlled the thunder dragon to move towards Marco and attack the past, causing a very strong thunder shock in the air. The loud thunder sound was deafening. Many people covered their ears and couldn't even look at the 0100 sky, because under the impact of the thunder dragon, the sky burst into dazzling thunder light, which made it impossible to look directly. Marco. Joes and the others immediately became worried for him, because they all clearly saw that Marco was surrounded by the impact of Thunder Dragon, and it was hard not to be impacted. Advertisement. I hope Marco is okay. Beasta prayed for him with a little fright. Onlookers are also worried about Marco, which is not surprising, because the battle caused by Enel is really too big, and the thunder power contained in this Thunder Dragon is enough to blast everyone present into nothingness. Only Whitebeard didn't worry about Marco. He didn't even need to look at it with his eyes. Just relying on Hockey's perception and the vibration of sound waves, Whitebeard knew exactly what was going on the battlefield. Hey, haha, he can do this. Marco seems to be gradually defeating his past self. Whitebeard was happy for Marco. When the smoke caused by the power of the thunder gradually dissipated, everyone clearly saw that Marco was standing volley in the place where the thunder dragon hit just now, and there were no scars ABFB on his body. Hey, what's going on? Marco is okay. Great. Long live Captain Marco. The crew cheered suddenly. Although they didn't understand what happened, it definitely represented Marco's strength. Joes and others were also thankful, but at the same time they were more concerned about what Marco had escaped. Why is there nothing wrong with Marco? What happened? Joes questioned. Advertisement. Even if Marco's recovery ability is strong, it is impossible to recover in such a short period of time, at least one can see a clue. It's strange that Marco can't do anything in such a short time. Jinbei couldn't guess what happened. Everyone was curious, only Marco and Enel and Whitebeard what happened, so Enel looked at Marco with a serious face at this time. Because of this method, it really made him feel like he was being played. When two thunder dragons came from different directions, Marco led them together. Originally, two thunder dragons attacked Marco, but it turned into two thunder dragons to cancel each other out. Although the powerful thunder power also caused a lot of impact on Marco, Marco used his flame wings to fight himself. Cover yourself, just. The spread of Yu Lei Ting can still be done. Damn it. Enel cursed secretly in his heart. He was really angry. His trick was actually teased by Marco, which made him totally unacceptable. However, at the same time Enel also looked at Marco a little bit, because Enel is very clear that to achieve Marco's level, judgment and response are extremely demanding. At least Enel felt that he couldn't do it, so he felt that Marco was very talented in fighting. If Marco had shown this intensity at the beginning, then Enel felt that Marco would not have such a fiasco. In order to save face for himself, Enel then launched a powerful attack, and saw that he sent out many small lightning balls from his palm, firing frantically towards Marco. Countless lightning balls made Marco feel as if he was in a rain of bullets, but even if he dodged fast, this intensive attack still hit him many times. Advertisement. These lightning balls directly penetrated his body, but under the turbulent cyan flame, the wounds healed quickly, because the wounds caused by the lightning balls were very limited, so almost everything was consumed. In order not to let himself fall into passiveness, Marco decisively launched a counterattack against the attack of the lightning ball, and jumped directly into the higher air. The wings spread out like a phoenix and flew towards Enel. Enel was more afraid of close combat, so he immediately stopped the attack and quickly moved to another position, but this time Marco observed that Enel moved closer than before. Does he affect his travel distance after consumption? Marco began to guess, so in the following time, Marco tried Enel several times, and finally found that he really couldn't move further in an instant. Enel can use the power of thunder and lightning indefinitely, but it is physically strong. It is actually a lot of physical energy to move at lightning speed. Therefore, after many times of consumption, the distance Enel moved has shrunk a lot, which is definitely good news for Marco. Therefore, Marco saw this point, he finally used one of his whole cards, the Fist of Immortality. After Marco's accurate calculations, he pursued Enel continuously, and he pursued desperately, that is, even if he would be injured, Marco would have to pursue Enel. In this case, Enel was also forced to dodge constantly. After the previous few inducements, Marco guided Enel to his prejudged position. At the moment Enel moved, Marco also launched an attack. Enel and Marco appeared in the same place almost at the same time, but Enel was for evasion, and Marco was for attack. (16 PIW). Chapter 381. Marco's Transformation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After moving at high speed, Enel was sluggish for a moment when he saw Marco. He didn't expect that Marco would be so fast. He even caught up with him in an instant. He didn't know that Marco had already predicted that he would appear. It's here. You, how could you? Enel was speechless in surprise, and at the same time stepped back subconsciously. However, Marco did not intend to give Enel a chance, because this was a situation he finally created. In order to force Enel to this situation, Marco can be said to be a pursuit regardless of cost and consumption. Marco clenched his right fist, with a cyan flame burning on it, but it was different from the ordinary recovery flame. This flame was covered by Marco an armament hockey, which had a lot of offensive power. With repair effect. Marco couldn't help saying that the cyan fist hit Enel's chest directly, and a fist-sized stamp was directly placed on Enel's chest, with a black flame attached to it. After a punch, Marco flew another kick and kicked Enel out. This decisive operation shocked everyone, and everyone began to cheer. Damn, Marco's combo is really great. Yes, it is our role model. When will I be able to reach this level? These captains all began to express their admiration for Marco. They even felt that Marco was already in their hands, because they all knew that Marco's trick was very difficult. After being attached by the flame of immortality, it is like a Tarsus maggot, which has to withstand long-term damage. This point, Katakuri is very clear. Advertisement. But Katakuri also knows the power of Enel. He doesn't know if Marco can cause effective damage to Enel. To be honest, Katakuri is both admired and full of challenges for Enel. But unlike Marco, he didn't have the courage to challenge. Facing Enel before, it was so tragic, so what if you give him another chance? So this time Marco challenged Enel, really surprised Katakuri. He did not expect Marco will make this decision. Now that Marco has seen such a wonderful operation, Katakuri understands that Marco has broken through his inner shackles, he has been able to face his failure calmly, and then become even more powerful. This is a kind of transformation. Sometimes, becoming strong is just a change of mood. There is no shortage of talented people in this world, but not everyone can grow up, and not everyone can go to the end. At the same time, the strong are not achieved overnight. They often have been tempered over the years, perhaps after countless failures, but some people can transform from failures. This is how Marco is. It seems that this guy has already walked far in front of me. Katakuri exclaimed in his heart. Originally, Katakuri wanted to compete with Marco, but now it seems that he may be overwhelmed. With the current Marco, he is impossible to defeat. While Katakuri sighed, the battle continued, and Enel, who was kicked by Marco, was standing in the air again, but the surface of his body was still visible with a blue flame burning. The flame caused constant pain to Enel, but this pain was nothing to him. What really made him irritable was that the flame couldn't be extinguished. The thunder and lightning in Enel's body wanted to extinguish the flame with the power of thunder and lightning, but instead of failing to do so, he was self-defeating and made the flame stronger. Advertisement. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? It's so troublesome. Enel has limited knowledge of devil fruit, and he doesn't know much about Marco's abilities. It seems that it is still effective. He failed to extinguish the flame. If he uses it a few more times, he may have a chance to win. Marco thought to himself, but he was not proud of it. He knew what else Enel might have. Tricks. So Marco was very careful. Even in this situation, he did not easily approach Enel to launch an attack. You really annoyed me. Enel, who had been unable to get rid of the flames on his body, was very irritable at the moment. He gave up the idea of extinguishing the flames and planned to defeat Marco in one fell swoop and end the duel. Enel beat his taiko angrily, and the sky gradually became gloomy. For a while, it was covered with clouds, as if there was going to be a squally heavy rain. Zero, look for flowers. This guy can actually change nature. Jinbei suddenly exclaimed, and the others were also very surprised. Using the power of the fruit to attract dark clouds and thunder and lightning, it can be said that the development of the power of the fruit is very good. The surrounding area had already begun to blow violently, and onlookers all hid in the cabin, and the battlefield soon became empty, with only a few people still here. I saw Enel standing in the sky, holding his arm high, and lightning struck from the dark clouds, and was directly introduced into Enel's body, becoming part of his thunder and lightning power. Then, Enel sent countless flashes of lightning to Marco, like a sea of thunder and lightning, covering Marco completely with a huge range. Advertisement. 0.0. A strong electric current continuously penetrates Marco's body. Under such an area full of thunder and turbulence, Marco can't hide at all. Visible to the naked eye. The speed is recovering. On the one hand, it is destroying, and on the other hand, it is recovering. The two sides are like a rallying competition, except that Enel has the supplement of natural thunder and lightning, so it is naturally not afraid of this tug of war. But Marco is different. His recovery power has already reached its limit and will soon be unbearable. His skin has even become blood red. Stop. Whitebeard stared slightly, and saw him wave his hand, and a powerful and domineering shock force bounced the two away, and even bounced Enel's thunder and lightning away, and even the dark clouds in the sky were also affected. The shock dissipated. Enel saw Whitebeard's terrible power again, and he was a little sluggish for a while, and he was silent for a long time before he flew down. I lost. Marco said, very self-aware. Facing Enel's methods just now, he has no resistance. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. The important thing is whether you benefited from this battle. Both of you did a good job. Whitebeard said to them. The battle ended in Marco's defeat, but Marco also played his own wonderful points, so there was a lot of applause. Chapter 382. Marco is not weak. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The battle between Enel and Marco is over, but after this battle, both of them understand each other better, and to some extent, they have improved their relationship. After all, everyone is a group. Although Enel was sold heavily before and hurt Marco, Enel has now joined the Whitebeard pirates. So Whitebeard naturally has to think about how he can let his mother shed his suspicion. Obviously, Marco's request for challenge is in line with Whitebeard's wishes. Whitebeard hoped that this battle would allow the two to at least increase the possibility of becoming reliable companions, and after the battle, Marco left here immediately. Can't stop training. This is Marco's most important belief right now. Besides, the Whitebeard pirates has nothing to do with Bedges, 010, to assist in handling some daily matters, so Marco has a lot of time to be able to do it by himself. Branch. As for Enel, his understanding of Marco has improved a lot. For Marco, he had previously despised him very much, but after this battle, he would no longer underestimate the opponent. Your strength is really good. After the battle, Aokiji suddenly appeared behind Enel at some point. Match. Are you? Enel turned his head to look at this. Aokiji asked. He had just joined the Whitebeard pirate group not long ago, so he didn't know many people. Advertisement. Haha. What you have joined is the palace of the Whitebeard pirates, and this palace of the emperors, there are only two of us. Aokiji briefly introduced. So, are you stronger than Marco? Enel asked curiously. His expression was a little surprised, because he felt that in the Whitebeard pirates, Marco should be the best besides himself and Whitebeard. But now, there was a person who was in the palace of the generals as well as himself, and the palace of the generals, Whitebeard, had indeed told him, so Enel did not doubt this. Ha ha ha. Marco's strength is growing very fast, but he is not my opponent. Aokiji said very often, this is not a kind of arrogance, but has been proven. What's your name? Enel asked, frowning. Aokiji. You should have seen the battle just now. Do you think you have beaten me? Enel asked again. Your strength is indeed very strong, and you use it very well. Among the people I have met, you should be one of the best. Aokiji said. He did not answer Enel's question directly. Because of this question he couldn't give an accurate answer, and because of this, Aokiji couldn't wait to compete with Enel. Seeing and hearing. Enel was a little at a loss when he heard this word, because he didn't understand the meaning of the word at all, but he had heard more than one person improve it. Don't you know what is seen and heard? Aokiji was a little surprised. He thought to himself that such a strong man didn't even know what view and smell were, but he could use it so superbly. But after thinking about it, this guy doesn't even understand Whitebeard, let alone seeing and hearing, maybe there are other names. Advertisement. So Aokiji explained what seeing and hearing color is. The so-called seeing and hearing color is haki that perceives the aura or changes of surrounding creatures. It is usually used to predict danger and so on. With this explanation, Enel understood, and he immediately said, it turns out that in our case, this kind of ability is called the heart network. HeartNet. Aokiji is very unfamiliar with this name, but he thinks it is quite interesting. Enel, Aokiji, you two know each other, now there are only you two in the palace of the emperor, and your strengths are relatively close, but Aokiji, Enel has just fought a battle today, even if you want to fight him, anxious at this moment. Bar. Suddenly, Whitebeard's voice came. Enel and Aokiji looked over at the same time, and basically shouted together, Daddy. Father. I know this, I just want to talk to him and get to know each other. Aokiji explained immediately. On the other hand, Enel looked at Aokiji slightly, thinking that this guy was really about the same as his own strength. When Whitebeard said this, Enel naturally believed it. It's good to know each other, Enel, you two need to get in touch in the future. Aokiji, like you, also joined the Whitebeard pirate group not long after Zero. Whitebeard said to Enel. I see. Enel replied. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly someone reported that the Revolutionary Army was calling. As the staff officer of the Whitebeard pirate group, Wentai answered the phone instead of Whitebeard. During the call, Sabo explained that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, wanted to meet Whitebeard. Advertisement. After Wentai informed Whitebeard of this matter, Whitebeard naturally agreed to this matter. After a discussion between the two parties, they agreed on a time and place to meet. Because both parties are the targets of the government's attention, it is natural that they cannot be fancied, and their arrangements are relatively secretive. During this time, Bej, Kid, and Kira gradually got used to it after joining the Whitebeard pirates, and Bej's ambition was a little bit worn out. Bej is now the number 2 player in Marco's team, as are the others. In the Whitebeard pirates, they enjoy unprecedented freedom. Within the scope of the 4 emperors, no marine dared to make trouble, let alone other pirates. This kind of comfort was not enjoyed by them before, because since they became a pirate, they have been completely wanted. And the strength is still very weak, but now, with the aura of the Whitebeard pirates, even if they leave their territories and go to other places, when others see the Whitebeard banner, they will give them 35.1 cents of face. Therefore, Bej and others almost completely regard the Whitebeard pirates as their own, but other supernovae are developing in their own way. For example, Luo, the captain of the Red Heart Pirates group, at this time somewhere in New World, the Red Heart Pirates group is driving on the sea. Luo and the crew are discussing a major issue. Everyone, you should all know that defeating Doflamingo has always been my goal. For this goal, I have been waiting and growing. Now is the time to do it. Do you have any ideas? Luo said to the crew. Captain, of course we support your goal. You are the captain. Whatever you say, but Doflamingo is Shichibukai, and I heard that he still has contact with Kaido. With our current strength, will it be too much to deal with him? It's early. Hey. Bo said. Chapter 383. Anel's Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For Pibo's words, Luo also feels very reasonable, but Doflamingo's strength is not something they can deal with now, but Luo is worried that waiting for it, Doflamingo and Kaido will be more closely connected in the future, so it will be even more difficult to correct. Paid. Of course I know, but this guy Doflamingo doesn't know what deal with Kaido, but they should have just started soon. If their cooperation becomes solid in the future, then our crusade against Doflamingo is equivalent to crusade against Kaido. NS. Luo said. Hey, I really hope that Whitebeard can start a war immediately and get rid of the Kaido. If that happens, it will save us a lot of trouble, and Doflamingo will also lose the backing. Pibo said. Luo he didn't think so, but during this period of time, the Whitebeard pirates did not move at all, and at this time, it should not be easy to go to war. After all, the 4 emperors will also avoid friction. Of course, except for the ant who provoked Whitebeard before. I think it's better to find out what kind of cooperation Doflamingo and Kaido have, and wait until we understand it clearly. Luo decided to investigate the cooperation between Doflamingo and Kaido first, and to find out the O1 connection between them. He felt that maybe he could use this connection in reverse. At this time, other supernovae continued to roam in New World, but they did not cause many storms. Advertisement. After a period of adaptation, Enel became accustomed to staying in the Whitebeard pirates, and everyone basically accepted him. On this day, Whitebeard arranged a duel between Enel and Aokiji. Of course, the battle between the two was definitely not a trifling matter, so Whitebeard specially selected the fighting position on a remote island. This is an uninhabited island. Whitebeard did not let too many people onlookers, only Marco and other core captains. In order for these captains to watch the battle well and learn something, Whitebeard also took great pains. He specially created a transparent space in the air, surrounded by invisible shock power, which can avoid all waves. And Marco and others were all watching in this space, while Whitebeard flew around as he pleased. Aokiji and Enel were located in the center of the island, and both stood in midair. Aokiji looked around. He felt that this island was bigger than the one where he fought with Akainu before, so that's good, he can fight as much as he wants. You two can start now. You don't have to keep your hands or worry about killing your opponents. Everything is mine, Whitebeard said to them. Enel said with an arrogant look. Okay, then I'll take action. During this period of time, Enel had also recovered his self-confidence. Except in front of Whitebeard, Enel would still call himself a god. Right now, he took the lead and a lightning cage fell from the sky, trapping Aokiji in it. Aokiji looked at the cage around him, the sound of thunder and lightning creaked, and it was full of powerful electric currents. Even if they didn't touch it, they would feel the current flow. Advertisement. Aokiji stretched out a hand. He tried to use Frozen, to see what the result of his own frozen power against the power of thunder and lightning. A cold breath broke out from Aokiji's palm in an instant, and the cold air completely covered the thunder prison. In the end, the thunder and lightning slowly disappeared. What's going on? Enel was a little surprised. It's not that he couldn't accept that his moves were cracked, but in this case, he really couldn't understand it. How did his lightning disappear inexplicably? Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Aokiji said to himself. What did you do? Enel asked in surprise. Although your strength is very strong, but it is a pity that your ability is not effective to me. Aokiji said lightly, at the same time somewhat disappointed. Before the battle started, Aokiji had guessed how he was fighting with Enel and analyzed each other's abilities. At that time, he had guessed that he could restrain Enel's lightning. And now, the real situation confirmed his conjecture, and this battle also meant that the difficulty for Aokiji was reduced a little, so Aokiji was disappointed, because what he needs now is tempering, not just winning. Enel clenched his teeth. He still didn't understand why his abilities were not effective against Aokiji. Then, Enel threw many lightning balls in succession. The palm-sized lightning balls shot at Aokiji densely like raindrops. Moreover, even if the lightning ball does not hit Aokiji, it will explode around him, releasing a large amount of lightning power. This kind of attack intensity is beyond the reach of most people. However, to Enel's surprise, Aokiji did not intend to dodge. He saw that his body was covered with a layer of crystal ice. Those lightning balls hit him without causing any traces, and the power of lightning disappeared like that. NS. Advertisement. HMPH, I have already said that lightning has no effect on me. I saw Aokiji rushing towards Enel head-on, and on the way Aokiji rushed over with countless lightning balls, not so much as holding it, it was ignoring, because the lightning ball hitting him had no effect at all. 010. Aokiji's speed was very fast. At the same time, Enel moved a step slower when he was surprised, and was kicked out by Aokiji. Aokiji's feet were black. Obviously, he was covering armament haki. This foot hurt Enel's muscles and bones, but his ninja flew up again in pain, and used the power of lightning to synthesize a lightning gun. Although he did not understand why the power of lightning was not effective on Aokiji, he could only use other the means too. Although close combat is his disadvantage for Enel, he must have defensive means. At this time, Aokiji launched another attack, and Enel blocked the thunder gun in time to block Aokiji's blow. At the same time, a powerful lightning was released from the lightning gun. This time, the lightning knocked Aokiji back. Aokiji retreated a lot, but was not injured. It seems that it is not completely immune. Is it because of the armed sex? Aokiji couldn't help thinking about it. Because Aokiji covered armament haki during the attack, when using the armed color, there was no way to element the body at the same time, that is, to freeze. Earlier, Enel's lightning ball did not hit Aokiji's armed parts, but just now, the radioactive current released from the lightning gun completely covered Aokiji's body, so it successfully hit him. Chapter 384. The Horror of Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enel felt strange at first, but soon he figured out that it was related to the ice on Aokiji's body. Could it be that this guy's ice and rubber are the same? Enel said in his heart. Then Enel began to counterattack Aokiji. He continued to bombard Aokiji with lightning, and Aokiji disarmed armament haki, re-elementalizing his body, and lightning strikes could not be conducted on the ice. The ice I made is free of impurities and does not conduct electricity at all, so you don't have to waste more power. Aokiji said to Enel. Don't be too proud, you were caught by me just now. Enel said immediately. So what? I can defeat you without using armament haki. An ice blade suddenly appeared in Aokiji's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Aokiji rushed out. Using this ice blade, Aokiji launched a strong melee attack, and Enel relied on the thunder gun in his hand, which was also somewhat difficult to resist. Aokiji showed a strong suppressing power, suppressing Enel and unable to fight back. Even Enel wanted to move, because he simply didn't have time. Aokiji's combo made Enel tired of coping. He had consumed a lot of energy just by trying to block these attacks, and it was impossible to do other things. Physical skill is Enel's weakness. After struggling for more than 10 rounds, he was directly pierced into the body by Aokiji's ice blade and penetrated through his left shoulder. Advertisement. I'm sorry, this battle can be over. Aokiji said in Enel's ear. He felt that Enel's most powerful force was the power of lightning. But now Enel's lightning power has no effect on him, so it won't improve Aokiji anymore. However, this is a shame for Enel, he can't accept that he fails again. It seems that Aokiji won this battle, and Aokiji is still stronger. Jose exclaimed. It's too fast. I thought it would last a long time. Is there such a big gap between Enel and Aokiji? Brother Yaro also said. Look carefully, Enel's thunder and lightning has no effect on Aokiji. This is somewhat of an advantage in fruit ability. Enel's physical skills are shortcomings, so he has lost the greatest support. Naturally, he can't drink Aokiji to compete. Jinbei analyzed. Yes, Enel is powerful, but he is not as balanced as Admiral after all. However, the battle should not end so soon. Marco also said that he felt that Enel was not so easy to give up. Aokiji pierced the ice blade tightly on Enel's shoulder, and a strong cold air was released from the ice blade, and gradually spread over Enel's body, making Enel feel a kind of cold from the depths of the soul. The cold breath gradually condensed Enel's body into ice, but Enel did not intend to give up. The strong unwillingness in his heart to control his body, a burst of more rapid thunder and lightning exploded, accompanied by a strong impact. Force. All the cold air was expelled, and the part that had condensed into ice was immediately shattered, and the strong impact force directly bounced Aokiji away. This kind of explosion surprised Aokiji a little. Advertisement. Do you still want to continue fighting? Aokiji asked questioningly, because he felt that Enel had no means to fight him now. In this case, Enel can be said to have no chance of winning at all, and if the fight continues, Enel may suffer more injuries. Aokiji feels that Enel's behavior is not wise. Ha 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 ha, I am a god. How can I fail here? Enel shouted angrily under the power of terror. Countless thunder and lightning surround Enel, and there are constant thunder falling from the sky, knocking out many cracks in the surrounding earth. Enel showed a strong aura all over his body. Aokiji was shocked by the powerful thunder and lightning. Although his ice does not conduct electricity, the powerful impact of thunder and lightning cannot be completely avoided. And now the strength shown by Enel has made Aokiji feel threatened, and Aokiji is also excited about this. I didn't expect that you still have such power. It's amazing, but that's good, we can have a good fight. Aokiji said loudly. Enel's figure disappeared instantly, and he appeared behind Aokiji in the next moment. A lightning gun pierced out, and a strong lightning strike broke out. Feel the power of God. Enel said angrily, and Aokiji immediately turned around, creating a thick layer of ice in front of him. However, this thick layer of ice is like thin paper under Enel's lightning gun. Aokiji felt a kind of ultimate threat. If he was penetrated by this thunder gun, it would definitely cause serious damage to him. At this moment, Aokiji violently released absolute cold air from his body, and the thunder that was about to penetrate his body, the gun froze instantly. Advertisement. The thunder gun was completely frozen into an ice gun, and the lightning power on it disappeared. Quote. Damn it, guy. Enel murmured. He decided to use his whole cards, only to see the two taiko drums behind him gradually merged with him. This method can double the power of Enel, but this is not his final whole card. The final whole card is completely integrated with the 4 taiko drums, which is Enel's last trick against Whitebeard. But that kind of trick has some harm to himself, so this time, Enel only merged 2 taiko drums, but his power still increased a lot. The powerful lightning power rolled in Enel's body, and even caused the sky and the earth to change color. For a time, the sky was covered with clouds and thunder rolled. It seems that Enel is going to use that trick. I don't know if Aokiji can resist it. Whitebeard stared there with a little interest. Aokiji stared at the thunderous black clouds in the sky, and couldn't help feeling a bit of shock. Being able to use the power of the fruit to this level can also see Enel's talent. This should be the last blow, let's decide the winner on this blow. Aokiji was also full of expectations. The land of ice. Aokiji shouted. The biting cold air was released from Aokiji's body, and most of the surrounding area instantly froze into a piece of ice, which was all white at first glance. Chapter 385. Enel who feels the horror of Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The surrounding land has become a glacier, a white scenery, but at this time, no one is in the mood to appreciate the scenery, because the upcoming battle makes everyone outside of Whitebeard nervous. Aokiji froze all the surrounding land, but next, Aokiji directly lifted the ice land and slowly merged into an ice giant, and this ice giant was also connected to the surrounding ice land. Enel's natural lightning and Aokiji's ice land are about to undergo a fierce collision, and everyone is watching. You said, who can win in the end? Yaluo asked nervously. It's hard to say that Enel has the blessing of natural lightning. Even if the lightning effect is weakened on Aokiji, the impact is still strong, and Aokiji's ice giant also has the power provided by the earth. The outcome of the two can only be determined by the result. Tesla said seriously. The old man thinks they might lose both in the end, Jinbei said. Only Marco kept staring at the sky and did not speak, because he felt it was amazing. This was the power that Enel did not show when fighting him. If Enel used this power at the beginning, Marco might be defeated. I'm really afraid of 010. I don't know if my defense can be sustained under this kind of attack. Joe said to himself, he has the strongest physical defense, but at the moment he doesn't have much confidence. Advertisement. Aokiji. Enel shouted angrily. The lightning in the sky was guided into his body. The strong force seemed to be unable to restrain it. Enel carried the rolling thunder and rushed towards Aokiji. Aokiji didn't change his face. He controlled the ice giant to greet Enel, and the ice land on the ground continued to provide ice power to the ice giant. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, Enel and the ice giant impacted together, and suddenly a burst of smoke erupted around. Marco and others could not see what was happening, but they could all hear the shock in the sky. Of the roar of ears, the sound, and the vibration of space at the same time. The entire island shook because of this huge force, and even huge cracks in all directions were produced. As for the sky, it was even more deafening, as if to tear the sky apart. However, just when the situation was about to get out of control, a powerful shock force instantly separated Enel and Aokiji's ice giants, and at the same time protected each of them from being affected. Father. Enel was taken aback, and then realized that Whitebeard had intervened. If you continue to fight, the island will be destroyed. Whitebeard said to them. Enel and Aokiji both stopped, but they both knew that Whitebeard was not worried about the destruction of the island, but worried that they would be harmed. In the previous blow, both of them had no turning back. If they continued to fight, it was only 2 defeats. Both hurt. However, even so, Enel's body has received a lot of shocks. Aokiji is relatively better, but it has also been affected. The battle basically ended in a draw between the two sides, but Enel knew in his heart that he was indeed not Aokiji's opponent. Although he had the ability to restrain himself, Aokiji's combat experience was too rich, and his physical skills were also very strong. Advertisement. Whitebeard's intervention made Enel not feel disgraced. Therefore, regardless of whether Whitebeard meant it or not, Enel thanked Whitebeard for protecting his face. After this battle, Enel also kept a low profile and stopped being so public. At the same time, under Whitebeard's instruction, both Aokiji and Enel served as training partners for Marco and others. Soon, it has been 2 years since Aokiji joined the Whitebeard pirates. During this time, the whole world was relatively calm, and there were no news or events that could shake the world. In the Whitebeard pirate group, Marco ABFB and others have become stronger in the past 2 years. At the same time, Whitebeard also had a meeting with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and no one knew what they said. Nothing. Not even outside. People know that these two heads have met each other. However, other forces are also developing in their own way. For example, Kaido. After establishing a cooperation with Doflamingo, the artificial fruit factory was soon established and put into production. In the past 2 years, Kaido has also provided a lot of artificial fruit. Real ability person. However, this is far from the goal of Kaido, the army of artificial fruit-capable people. Therefore, under the pressure of Kaido, Doflamingo's factory is basically operating 24 hours a day, and their secret cooperation has also been taken by one person. Clear. The probe has arrived. This person is Trafalgar Law. He not only checked the location of the factory and other information, but also recently formulated a plan to destroy the factory. Luo felt that as long as the factory was destroyed, then Doflamingo would be unable to bear it. To meet Kaido's requirements. In this way, Kaido may be angry with Doflamingo. In this way, Luo does not need to do it himself to deal with Doflamingo. Kaido can take care of him, and even if Doflamingo is okay and the factory is destroyed, it can at least reduce him. Advertisement. Contact with Kaido. The location of the factory is in Dressrosa, underground of the bullfighting arena. The Red Heart Pirates was sailing on the sea at this time. On the way to Dressrosa, they encountered an unexpected situation. "Captain, look ahead, it looks like there is a pirate ship." Peebo called out suddenly while driving. Luo immediately came out of the cabin to observe, and soon he saw that there were two ships in the sea ahead. It was not so much two ships, but one ship and a small boat. There was a bald child in a kimono on the small boat. He was very scared. This made Luo a little curious. He was not a nosy person, but he wanted to understand why. "Go over now," Luo said, and his boat immediately began to accelerate, and soon it was close to the past. The small boat was soon overtaken by the big boat. The children on the small boat were a little anxious, but he immediately saw another boat coming around, and he immediately began to call for help. "Help! Help!" The child shouted. "Captain, the kid is asking for help, shall we go up and help?" Peebo asked. "Look at the situation first." Luo K didn't want to be a good cheap guy. Then someone on the big boat jumped onto the small boat, ready to catch the child. Under tension, the child turned into a dragon and flew up in the air. Chapter 386, Momonosuke. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. "Captain, look, that kid has become a dragon." The crew member said in shock. But he didn't need the crew's reminder. Luo himself saw clearly. He was also very surprised when he saw the child turned into a dragon. His expression was incredible. Because the feeling this gave Luo did not seem to be devil fruit, there was a very strange feeling. After the child became a dragon, he could fly in the air. He immediately got rid of the chasing soldiers, and then flew over to Luo's ship. After becoming a dragon, the child found that he couldn't control his body perfectly, and he didn't know how long he could fly. But in this endless sea, it is impossible for him to fly forever, so the best way is to avoid danger on Luo's boat. This, Captain, he flew over, what should we do?" The crew backed away, keeping a certain distance from this weird dragon, but if Luo said to deal with him at this time, then these people Yahui shot without hesitation. Under this circumstance, Luo naturally did not order people to hurt the dragon. Instead, he said to them, "Don't do it lightly. Follow my orders. Don't hurt him first." Therefore, everyone was watching the dragon board the dragon and their ship, and at this time, the chasing soldiers not far away made threatening words to Luo and others. Advertisement. However, Luo C didn't care about this. He only cared about what he cared about. As for whether he would offend people, he didn't care. Therefore, Luo didn't even pay attention to the group of people, and directly ordered to go forward at full speed and throw them away. After a period of voyage at full speed, the chaser was completely thrown away, and at this time Luo began to interrogate the dragon. "Let's talk about it. What is your name and why you have this ability?" Luo asked lightly. The dragon was a little unsure. Just as he spoke, his body suddenly changed, and he returned to the appearance of a child. "That's great, I'm recovering again." The child looked very surprised, and it seemed that he was not used to this change of himself. "My name is Momonosuke, and my father is a samurai from Wanokuni, named Kinemon Gate. As for my ability, I don't know what's going on. I have no clue at all." The child calmed down and drove Shikai. Release. After all, these people are related to their own safety, so Momonosuke still tries to tell the truth as much as possible. He is indeed from Wanokuni, but he didn't tell the truth about some key information. For example, Momonosuke came across with Jinwaiman and others, and Jinwaiman is not his father. His father is Kazuki Oden, he is the young master of the Kazuki family. But this is his biggest secret, so naturally he can't tell others easily, and after hearing Momonosuke's words, Luo is also dubious. Because of Momonosuke's appearance, Luo feels that he is not like a shrewd and scheming person at all, and he is still such a small child, so it is worthy of trust, but because of what he said is full of doubts. "How can you not know? Haven't you eaten any fruit before?" Luo said in doubt. This ability is similar to the devil fruit, and there is no clue to this ability. Advertisement. Momonosuke thought for a while. He suddenly remembered that when he was locked up in the laboratory, he was hungry because of Russia. It was indeed like a fruit. "I remember. I seem to have eaten something. Is it because of that ability?" Momonosuke's little head was full of questions. "Where did you eat it?" asked Rome, and he felt as if he had grasped some key information from Luo. That's right. In connection with the situation that this child was chased and killed, Luo had to think of Doflamingo's fruit factory, and Momosuke might have become like this after eating artificial fruits. If this is the case, then Luo happens to be dealing with Doflamingo's factory. Now that there is a child who can understand more accurate information Luo, this is definitely a good thing for Luo. I don't remember Luo, I only know that the place is very small and dark, and it was not easy for me to escape. Momonosuke said nervously, and his expression was a bit painful. This kind of memory is not a good thing for him. Seeing Momonosuke's appearance, Luo also expressed sympathy. He didn't ask any more questions, but he had understood that Momonosuke's reaction basically confirmed that Doflamingo can't get rid of the relationship. Zero seeking flowers. Is it Momosuke? I am Trafalgar Law. I am the captain of the Red Heart Pirates. I'm going to deal with Doflamingo. Do you want to come with me? Luo Pelu asked Momonosuke on the shoulder. Ah, you are going to deal with Doflamingo. This person is very annoying, and I heard that it is also very powerful. Can you do it? Momonosuke asked. I'm really not sure, but I don't plan to confront him head on. I plan to destroy his factory first. Maybe you can provide some help. Luo said. Advertisement. Momonosuke thought about Luo for a moment. He still rejected Luo's terms, because he knew his goal was to refound Wano-kuni and regain everything that belonged to him. 0.0. And this person who is most important to him is Whitebeard. After passing through this point in time, Momonosuke and others clearly know that Whitebeard is the unique overlord in the sea, and his bounty is the king of the world. In this case, Momonosuke has only one goal, that is, to find Whitebeard and seek Whitebeard's help. This is the consensus that Momonosuke and others have reached before. Although Momonosuke is now separated from Kinemon and others, this goal still cannot be changed. He must find Whitebeard. Only Whitebeard has the power to help Wano-kuni. Therefore, Momosuke did not want to be involved in other things, although he really hopes to deal with Doflamingo. After all, the person who chases himself is his power. But things have to be prioritized. Momonosuke knew that the first goal was still to find Whitebeard, but it was not so easy to see Whitebeard. Therefore, if possible, Momonosuke wants to use Luo and let Luo escort him to see Whitebeard, otherwise with his own power, let alone see Whitebeard, even if he is not captured by Doflamingo's people on the way, he will be caught by others. Caught by pirates. Brother Luo, don't worry about dealing with Doflamingo, can you help me with one thing first? Jidao Jisuke began to say in a very aggrieved voice. What's the matter? Luo frowned slightly, thinking that this guy first refused Luo's request, and then asked for help. This is really a child. Ta. Chapter 387. Momonosuke's call for help. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I want to meet Whitebeard. Momonosuke said. Momonosuke's father, Kazuki Oden, used to stay on Whitebeard's boat, so Momonosuke felt that with these friendships, he should be able to please Whitebeard. However, Luo and the others did not know the origin of Momonosuke and Whitebeard. At that time, Luo's crew were shocked. What? You want to see Whitebeard? Do you know who Whitebeard is? You children, how can he meet you? Yeah, you can't meet people like Whitebeard casually, and even if you see it, it's not necessarily a good thing, because if he wants to deal with you, you will have no way out. The crew members all felt funny at Momonosuke's words, and laughed, even Luo was puzzled, but the next sentence Momosuke lightly scribbled was 010, and everyone was blown up. I know Whitebeard. Momonosuke said straightforwardly. He felt that with his father's relationship with Whitebeard, it is impossible for Whitebeard not to help, and Whitebeard also knows himself, so this is what Momonosuke saw. In normal. But the reactions of these people were very big, and all of them were shocked. They all opened their mouths and eyes widened, which made Momonosuke feel strange. Little guy, do you really know Whitebeard? You didn't lie to us. If you are teasing us, then I have to teach you a lesson. Peebo immediately said to Momonosuke's vicious deterrence. After all, this is a very good thing. Serious things. Advertisement. Well, I really know Whitebeard. Momonosuke nodded heavily and confirmed again. Then what's the relationship between you and Whitebeard? Peebo glanced at Luo while shocked, and then asked again. My father used to stay on Whitebeard's boat. Momonosuke explained, but he did not reveal his father's real name and identity. Hearing that, Luo also rethinked Luo. He remembered that Momonosuke said that he was the son of Jinwaimon, and Luo had never heard of the name Jinwyman on Whitebeard's ship. So Luo thinks that Kinemon should be a small character on the Whitebeard ship, and Momonosuke is just Kinemon's son, and this has a farther relationship with Whitebeard. Little devil, do you want to see Whitebeard because of this relationship? There is some fantasy, can you tell me why you want to see him? Luo said lightly. I can't tell you this yet, but as long as you can let me see Whitebeard, I will thank you very much. Momonosuke said seriously. At this time, Peebo whispered to Luo. On the boat, I think this kid is likely to be slanderous. He is just talking nonsense. The purpose is to rely on us to avoid being chased by those people just now. He is using us. I don't want to let him. Fend for yourself. What if what he said is true? Luo Fan asked. I think it is definitely not true. This kid must not tell the truth. He is obviously deceiving us. Peebo insisted on his Russian ideas. However, Luo has his own thinking, because he noticed an important message. Momonosuke said that he was from Wano-kuni, and the outfit on his body confirmed Luo's point, so this information should be correct. Advertisement. And Wano-kuni, now in Kaido's territory, and his father is a crew member of Whitebeard. Even if this information is false, then it is true that he was chased by Doflamingo, indicating that Momonosuke and his father are not on Kaido's side. In this way, helping Momonosuke is at least not a bad thing, but if what he said is true, then he can make plans from it. After thinking carefully, Luo decided to help Momonosuke and take him to see Whitebeard. Luo told his crew about his thoughts. Although they disagreed with each other, they all respected Luo's thoughts. Therefore, Luo temporarily changed Luo's goal. Instead of destroying Doflamingo's factory, he brought Momonosuke to see Whitebeard. After this decision was made, Luo was not an inked person and set off immediately. However, it is definitely not so easy to get close to the area of the Four Emperors, and it is impossible for them to directly contact Whitebeard. After a period of sailing, Luo's ship gradually approached Whitebeard's territory, but the area in front was a forbidden area for the pirates. Captain, there is already a sentry ship ahead, we temporarily slowed down to 0. Peebo reminded. Luo and Momonosuke were both standing on the deck, looking ahead, and Whitebeard's sentry ship also quickly spotted Luo, and they began to issue an early warning. This is already Whitebeard's territory. Any pirate who enters here will be warned. If they still don't turn their heads, then they will attack and completely defeat the opponent. The pirates on the opposite side, please stop, this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Next, I'll take Momonosuke over, you guys stop here first. Luo said to the crew, and after speaking, he left with Momonosuke. Using the room's ability, Luo directly led Momonosuke to move in continuous space, and soon appeared on the opposite sentry ship. Advertisement. The enemy appears, all attack. Facing Luo's sudden appearance, these people were not afraid. Instead, they attacked decisively and attacked Luo. However, Luo had been Shichibukai anyway, and his strength should not be underestimated. He easily used the ability of the slaughterhouse to kill these people. Cut into few. Peace. In the end, only one person in charge was intact, and the person in charge immediately recognized Luo as one of the supernovae after seeing this ability. You are Trafalgar Law. What are you doing here? Do you want to challenge Dad? The person in charge said in surprise. I'm not so courageous. I just brought this kid to see Whitebeard 5.1. He said he knew Whitebeard and I was just helping. Luo explained. The person in charge immediately glanced at Luo Momosuke, and was even more surprised when he saw that it was a child. Children. Dad is not the dean of the orphanage. You rushed into Dad's territory and injured our people. I have activated the alarm and you can't escape. The person in charge said coldly. Hey, it seems we are going to be in trouble. Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Luo was also a little helpless. Let me see Whitebeard. I really know Whitebeard. You can tell me about it. My name is Momonosuke. Momonosuke said excitedly. Finally came to the territory of Luo Whitebeard. How could Momosuke not be excited, but now he is blocked by Whitebeard's men, which is too wrong. Chapter 388. Momonosuke, seeking justice for my father. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Stop talking nonsense. If you have anything to explain, let's talk about it after you are caught up. The person in charge said dismissively. At this time, in the land of Noah, Whitebeard's base camp, Marco and several captains were communicating with each other, but suddenly Arog received some information. What happened? Marco asked immediately with concern. Someone broke into our territory and seemed to hurt our people. I have to go there myself. Eroge said seriously. In that area, it was Arrow's subordinates who were on guard, but now something like this has happened, which not only made Arrow's face lost, but also humiliated the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, I have to go and give a good lesson. The intruder, and brought him to Whitebeard's confession. Oh, who is so bold? Is it possible to be a reclusive master? Marco not only became interested, but he immediately thought of Enel. After all, it is really hard to imagine anyone who dares to provoke Whitebeard unless it is similar to a situation like Nilu. And not only Marco, but the other captains happened to be fine 01. They also wanted to see for themselves what happened. It was the guy who didn't know how to die. Therefore, Marco and other 6 captains went to the site of the incident at the same time. Luo and Momonosuke continued to stay on the sentry ship. At this point, Luo could not shrink back, and Momonosuke's persistence made Luo very confident. Advertisement. Reinforcement. Reinforcement is here, you two are dead. Seeing the Whitebeard flag Russian ship gradually appeared in the distance, the person in charge became excited. I hope that the person who comes is a sensible guy. Luo said lightly, otherwise he can only continue to deal with those people, although this will inevitably offend the Whitebeard pirates, but he can't take care of so much. Ships in the distance gradually moved over, getting closer and closer, and soon, the tall and straight figure of 6 paths on the bow deck appeared in everyone's field of vision. When the person in charge saw the 6 people, his expression was completely surprised, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's the 6 Gold Team." The 6 Gold Team is the name of the 6 core captains of the Whitebeard pirates. It is very different from the other captains. It can be said that it is Whitebeard's confidant, and is no longer just an ordinary captain. That's why the special name of the 6th Gold Team came into existence. The person in charge didn't expect that such an incident would actually attract the 6th Gold Team, which made him a little frightened. Because if they were held accountable, then he himself could not escape the suspicion of negligence. That is, Marco, Jinbei and the others. Luo looked at them, and he basically knew these people, except for Eroge and Tesla. Luo is still very clear about the size of these captains. He may not be able to deal with any of them, so Luo doesn't plan to do it anymore. Jinbei, remember me. Luo first shouted to Jinbei from a distance. Among these people, he and Jinbei are the most familiar, because he had rescued Jinbei and Luffy during the war at the top. It's Luo, why is it him? Jinbei was a little surprised when he saw Luo. He was full of questions, but he felt that there should be some misunderstanding. Marco, don't take action yet, wait for me to ask what is going on. Jinbei said to Marco immediately. Advertisement. Marco nodded, because he also knew that Luo had saved Luffy and Jinbei, both of whom were related to the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei jumped directly after the ship approached. He immediately asked, Luo, what's going on, why are you here? Moreover, are you still shooting against our people? Jinbei glanced at the people around Luo who had been separated by Luo. I'm sorry, if they don't make a move against me, I won't make a move. Luo Weiwei said, and then used his abilities to help these people regain their bodies. After that, Luo began to explain to Jinbei, this time I ventured here because of this kid. He insisted on seeing Whitebeard and said that he knew Whitebeard. Hearing that, Jinbei looked at Luo Momosuke seriously, and then he said, it's easy, you just need to go to see Dad with me. Really? Momonosuke became excited immediately. But what will happen in the future depends on your relationship with Dad. If you lie and cheat Dad, then I can't keep you. Jinbei said. Don't worry, I'm telling the truth. Momonosuke answered seriously. All right, I'll go tell them. Jinbei told the news to Marco, and Marco agreed, and then they took Luo and Momonosuke to the land of Noah. The land of Noah, this special existence in the Whitebeard pirate group, has not been announced worldwide, and it is the first time that Luo and Momonosuke have come here. Advertisement. However, Momosuke was completely immersed in excitement and didn't care about Noah's style at all, but after stepping here, Luo was completely shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a big ship in this world. Marine is also unable to compare it. It really deserves to be the king of the world. Luo sighed in his heart. Soon, Luo and Momonosuke were brought in front of Whitebeard. Marco stood beside Whitebeard and said to Whitebeard, "Oh Dad, these 2 people, they are here." Whitebeard sits leisurely on his chair. His back is facing Luo and others, but even looking at this tall back, Luo feels the pressure of a strong man, and the incomparable majesty feel. Grandpa Whitebeard, I finally saw you. The first time I saw Whitebeard's back, Momonosuke knelt down with a plop, and all the grievances in his heart burst out, tears streaming down. You are Momonosuke. Whitebeard turned around immediately. Grandpa Whitebeard, did you recognize me? Why don't you feel strange? Momonosuke was both pleasantly surprised and surprised, because he had crossed over, so Whitebeard's perception should have been biased. Gum ha 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 ha. I am Whitebeard, although I don't know what happened, but I believe you, because your father was a person I trust very much. Whitebeard said with a smile, but in fact, Whitebeard came across to Momonosuke. Things. It's clear, after all, he already knows all the plots. Ah, great, Grandpa Whitebeard, I am so touched, I didn't expect you to remember my father. I came this time just hoping to get your help and seek justice for my father at the same time. Nosuke said. Chapter 389. Throw an olive branch to the supernova. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw that Whitebeard really knew the child, and they began to guess. Seeing such a situation, Luo on the side also relaxed. He felt that his adventure was worthwhile, and this decision was not wrong. Finally, the bet was right. Luo Zai said in his heart. At the same time, Whitebeard took Momonosuke into the room alone. Momonosuke told Whitebeard all his information, how he got here through, what happened to him and so on. In the end, Momonosuke pleaded with Whitebeard and asked Whitebeard to help him complete the national restoration plan. Momonosuke knelt on the ground, bowed to Whitebeard, and cried. Grandpa Whitebeard, please help me and fulfill my father's wish. Momonosuke said with a begging. Whitebeard lifted his hand, and a soft shock force immediately helped Momonosuke up. Whitebeard smiled and said, Your father, he is an excellent warrior and was once my subordinate. In addition, Ace and Ayu there was an agreement, you. Don't worry, I will help you. Hearing this, Momonosuke was overjoyed immediately, and he immediately thanked Whitebeard non-stop, making Whitebeard laugh. Okay. Don't thank you anymore. You will live with me during this period. When I am ready, I will officially crusade Wano-kuni, defeat Kaido, and return you to a normal country. Whitebeard said. It's great, Grandpa Whitebeard, you are such a good person, and I have heard how powerful you are along the way. I thought you would forget my father. Momonosuke said happily. Advertisement. How come? Whitebeard shook his head. After talking to Momonosuke, Whitebeard let him go to rest. After that, Whitebeard returned to the front of everyone. Momonosuke's matter was settled, and there is still a Luo here. I heard that it was you who broke in with Momonosuke and injured my person, is that right? Whitebeard asked coldly. These words immediately made Luo embarrassed. He thought that Whitebeard and Momonosuke knew each other, so the previous things should be forgotten, but now, looking like this, Whitebeard seems to be held accountable. Momonosuke, you guy, didn't you mention my help to you? Luo Zai said in his heart. His papaya started to look around, and wanted to find Momonosuke, by the way, let him speak nicely to himself. However, at this time Momonosuke had already gone to rest, and Luo had to answer by himself. Whitebeard Master, I have no alternative, because this kid said that he wants to see you on a very urgent matter, and he said that he knows you, but there is no way. See you. That's why I took the risk. Oh, are you familiar with him? Why do you take the risk to help him? If he is deceiving you, do you know what the outcome will be? Whitebeard asked coldly. This, Luo trembled suddenly, and cried out that the situation is not good. The answer is obvious. If what Momonosuke said is false, then he has completely offended the Whitebeard pirates. This situation can be said to be very bad, more serious than being wanted by Marine. It is not good to offend a four emperor. What's more, Whitebeard, the king of the world who is still standing on the top of the four emperors, even if he escapes to the end of the world, Kakuzu is useless, and he may not even be able to escape. Luo hesitated and couldn't answer. He could only wait for Whitebeard to deal with him. At this time, any word Whitebeard said was a ruling on his fate. Advertisement. I think you are a good captain. Although your approach is bold, you have to say that you are so bold. Since you have come to me now, then I will ask you by the way, if you are interested in becoming my son. Yes, join Whitebeard. Pirates, enjoy the sea of freedom in my name. Quote. Whitebeard suddenly changed his previously indifferent attitude, praised Luo, and then directly issued Luo olive branch to let Luo join the Baihu pirates. This made Luo not react at once, which gave him a feeling of going from hell to heaven, and made him a little trance. What? Do you want to think about it? Whitebeard said when Romer was silent. All right, you just think about it, but I have to remind you that this kind of opportunity is not easy to come by. Although I won't force you, you have to think about your goals. Whitebeard said to Luo. Hint. Then leave. Yes, leave Luo here alone. Captain Luo, let me show you around. At this time, Wentai walked to Luo's side and said. Then, Wentai took Luo to visit the land of Noah in the Great Noah. As he walked, Wentai said to Luo. It is of great benefit to you. Although the old man owns such a big ship, has the most prominent position in the world, and has everything he has in fame and wealth, but this is not the end for him. You don't even need to hesitate to join the Whitebeard pirates, because you will definitely not be in the future. Regret. 10. Advertisement. Dad has decided to crusade Wano-kuni Kaido, and now it is the time to hire people, if you join the trend. On the contrary, if you refuse, then you will really regret it. After joining, you will find that you can see a wider landscape in the future. In addition, I will take you to see some people and friends. Wentai led Luo and let Luo meet Kid, Kira and Bej. Seeing these three, Luo looked very surprised. Kid, Kira, Bej, you, the outside world said that the three of you are missing, and unexpectedly joined the Whitebeard pirates group quietly. Luo Shen was surprised, although the three of you had joined the Whitebeard pirates for a while. But related information. It has never been made public. Although there are many people who speculate that they joined the Whitebeard pirates, there are countless other speculations. Therefore, when Luo actually saw these people in the Whitebeard pirates, he was still very surprised. Luo, long time no see, do you plan to join here too? Kid asked. Unexpectedly, Kid, who has always been rebellious, also compromised. It's really surprising. Luo still remembers the situation when he and Kid and others rioted in Sabayati. At that time, Kid was lawless and fearless. But now, Kid's arrogance is not so strong anymore, not only that, but also put in Whitebeard's command. People always change. Kid shrugged and said helplessly. The three supernovae are all here, and it seems that the next era will not come so soon. Chapter 390. Don't bully Shirahoshi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Luo met Kid and others, Luo's mood changed drastically. His thoughts changed drastically. He felt that joining the Whitebeard pirates was not that unacceptable. Luo was stayed here after visiting No's place. In name, he invited Luo to be a guest. In fact, Luo knew very well that he was now trapped here. Luo can't leave here. Even if he wants to think about it with his crew, he can't do it, but Luo also knows that it is very rare for Whitebeard to give him this opportunity, and even if there is no such thing, he breaks into Whitebeard. Pirate. The regiment will also be punished. Luo was arranged in a relatively comfortable room. After a whole night of thinking, he finally made up his mind. He decided to join the Whitebeard pirate group. Because Luo is different from others, Luo didn't want to accomplish anything from the beginning, and didn't want to be the captain of the One Piece or Four Emperors. Luo's initial goal was only to avenge Krasen, so he slowly established Luo's own Pirates of Red. Therefore, it is not difficult for him to give up as a captain. And the most important point is that Whitebeard is about to conquer Whitebeard. Now Doflamingo and Kaido belong to the same party. 010 and the two of them are fighting. It is absolutely impossible for Doflamingo to stay out of the matter, even if it is under the pressure of Kaido. There is a high probability that Doflamingo will be involved. Advertisement. In this way, then he can justifiably defeat Doflamingo, and there is a backing as large as Whitebeard behind him, so there is no need to worry about defeating Doflamingo. It can be said that as long as Doflamingo participates in the war, then Luo has a lot of confidence to solve him. So, after some careful consideration, Luo went to Whitebeard to frankly talk about his own ideas. I am willing to join the Whitebeard pirates, but I have a request. I hope you can agree, then I will go through the fires for the Whitebeard pirates. Luo said to Whitebeard very calmly. You want to deal with Doflamingo? This is no problem. I will help you, I promise you, and finally let you solve Doflamingo. Whitebeard said directly. This immediately surprised Luo. He hadn't said what it was. Whitebeard knew it directly, and it seemed to have known it a long time ago. This made Luo feel incredible. ABFB, he thought that there was nothing between himself and Whitebeard. Intersection. Why? Why Whitebeard knows his thoughts so clearly? How did you know? Luo cried out in surprise. Gum ha ha ha. Whitebeard burst into laughter suddenly. He did not answer Luo's question. Seeing that Whitebeard did not answer, Luo did not continue to ask, but he has now decided to join the Whitebeard pirates, and it is a good thing that Whitebeard knows him so much, not to mention Whitebeard also agreed to him. So Luo didn't have anything to worry about. He then thanked Whitebeard for a while. At the same time, he also changed his name to Whitebeard as the daddy. After that, Whitebeard arranged for Luo to give Luo Jinbei to let him, like kid, first experience and familiarize himself with the captain. Advertisement. Luo and Jinbei are also familiar, and he is very satisfied with Whitebeard's arrangement. Whitebeard's biggest policy has been determined by Whitebeard, but specific matters still need to be arranged. Therefore, Whitebeard gathered all the senior management and management of the regiment to hold a meeting for this matter. Whitebeard sits on his throne, surrounded by the core members of the Whitebeard pirates. There are 6 gold teams such as Marco, and the remaining ordinary captains. At the same time, there are left and right guards, 2 imperial generals, and chief of staff. Wentai, and Whitebeard. Representative of Captain Pirate and so on. In addition to these people, there are Murloc Princess Shirahoshi and Momonosuke, but they do not have the right to participate in the meeting, they are only able to observe the meeting. These people all stood around Whitebeard and surrounded him in the center. Whitebeard spoke first. He first said, "Everyone, you must have known it already. I decided to crusade Wano Kaido and help Kazuki Oden's descendants. There. That kid, however, the impact of the war is not small, you can put forward any ideas for reference." After Whitebeard finished speaking, everyone present was basically more excited, because most of them were more radical. After all, their boss was Whitebeard, who was almost invincible in the world. How could it not make people feel excited? Great, I have long wanted to go to war with Kaido. Kaido is not known as the strongest creature. I just want to see how long he can support him. Diamond Joe said confidently and expectantly. Yeah, we have also kept a low profile here for 2 years. It's time to go out and show the world our results. Yaluo also said. He felt that in the past 2 years, their captains have improved very much. The obvious. Advertisement. Although Kaido is more troublesome, it is said that he has severely affected Wano Kuni's environment. I think that Dad's crusade is the most correct thing. Jinbei, who has always been calm, also agrees and supports this. Most people are looking forward to this battle very much. It has been too long since the battle with the Ant Pirates, and these people feel that their lives are a bit too comfortable right now. And the most excited of them was Momonosuke. Although he did not have the right to speak, seeing Whitebeard announce the crusade against Wano Kaido in public, which made him inexplicably excited. He felt that he was about to fulfill his father's wish. At this moment, Momonosuke looked at Whitebeard extremely admiringly. He felt that Whitebeard was the god of this world, as if omnipotent. Father, please forgive me, Grandpa Whitebeard is really so grand. Momonosuke said in his heart, he had placed Whitebeard's position before his father. However, in addition to these main combatants, there are also some negative voices. For example, Shirahoshi feels that the war is not good. She said to herself, "Hey, I hope no one is injured or killed." Momonosuke was a little funny when he heard this. He immediately retorted to Shirahoshi, "You are too naive, how can you not die in war? Not only will people die, but many people will die. Of course I know it's impossible, but I'm just praying for everyone, why are you so angry?" Shirahoshi said aggrievedly. She thought Momonosuke's tone was a bit too harsh. "Little guy, don't bully Shirahoshi, otherwise your kid looks good, you know, Shirahoshi is the father's most beloved daughter." Suddenly someone reminded Momonosuke. Chapter 391. Let Enel play support. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing someone in such a clubhouse, Momosuke suddenly had a comparative idea. She felt that the relationship between herself and Whitebeard should be closer. Right now, for him, Whitebeard decided to defeat an opponent of Kaido's level. Therefore, Momonosuke ignored the person's persuasion and continued to quarrel with Shirahoshi, but it was not so much a quarrel as it was Momonosuke who unilaterally suppressed Shirahoshi, because Shirahoshi is really a kind and weak girl. After a while, Shirahoshi started crying loudly, and this movement quickly attracted the attention of the audience. Shirahoshi, what happened? Why are you crying? Whitebeard asked concerned. Whitebeard's tone was very concerned, which made Momonosuke feel a sense of crisis. He felt that with his judgment at this time, if Whitebeard knew that he had bullied Shirahoshi, then Whitebeard seemed to really teach himself. It seems that Grandpa Whitebeard really loves this princess more. Momonosuke said in his heart, and at the same time he prayed in his heart that Shirahoshi would not make this matter a big deal, otherwise he would not only be taught by Whitebeard, but also with so many people. Make a fool of yourself in front of you. Daddy Whitebeard, I'm fine. I feel sentimental because I think many people will be injured in the war. Shirahoshi quickly wiped away tears and explained. It turned out to be like this, but don't worry, this time I promise you that there will never be a lot of casualties. Whitebeard said with a smile. Whitebeard has his own plan in mind. He intends to attack Kaido this time, and only lead a small number of his elite personnel to participate in the battle, while the ordinary crew and the pirate group under his name are only responsible for the control and liberation of Wano Kuni. In the following meeting, Whitebeard continued to allow these people to discuss and communicate at will, and express their opinions. However, most of the people's ideas are concentrated forces in a head-on battle with Kaido. They all felt that defeating Kaido forces upright is definitely a kind of advertisement. The way to fully positive one's own strength. However, this method is contrary to Whitebeard's idea. It is not difficult for Whitebeard to concentrate all the power of the pirates under his own. However, if it is in this full-scale war situation, there will definitely be many on the battlefield. The injury. Death. It is almost certain. In the end, Wentai made a few constructive comments. Wentai said to everyone, I think we can form some small-scale special teams according to our own fighting methods and characteristics. These people can cooperate with each other and can play on the battlefield. Great power. In addition, I think we have to do a good job of defense against Marine. They are likely to take advantage of our opportunity to deal with Kaido to deal with us. Wentai continued. Hearing Wentai's words, everyone suddenly realized that they felt very reasonable, and Wentai's words also sounded the alarm for them, because most people did not think of Marine at this time, and they were still immersed in the joy of dealing with Kaido. Forming a special team. Wentai, you have a good idea. However, before we announce the crusade against Kaido, let's first disclose the lineup of our Whitebeard pirates to the outside world. Whitebeard said playfully. 4 supernovae and a former Marine admiral are now on their ship, but this information has not been spread around the world, so Whitebeard intends to let the outside world know more about the current Whitebeard pirate group. Ha ha ha. Once was Marine's Aokiji, but now he has joined the pirates. I don't know what kind of expressions the Marine government will look like when they get the news. Marco said with some expectation. Advertisement. Is it necessary to say? Of course, his face is ashen, as if he had eaten shit, ha ha ha. Joe said with a smile, which also caused other people to laugh. If this happens, Marine will definitely be unable to sit still. The guy Akainu must want to question me. Aokiji said slightly. It would be better if Akainu came to you, just because you can wash away the shame. Whitebeard said to him. Father, what kind of existence is our opponent? Do we need such a big battle? Enel couldn't help but wonder. He didn't know anything about the outside world, what 4 emperors Kaido, what Marine, these forces he didn't know much. But Enel knows the strength of the Whitebeard pirate group, and how many powerful people are dispatched. He can't think of any other forces that can be resisted, or is there really a force that wants to use so many powerful people? Zero look for flowers. Kaido is known as the strongest creature, and it is also one of the 4 emperors. I'll know when you meet later. He shouldn't let you down. Whitebeard explained slightly. Well, now I'm very interested. Daddy, can I deal with that Kaido then? Enel said excitedly. Do you want to deal with Kaido alone? It's impossible. Kaido is powerful beyond your imagination. Aokiji immediately said to Enel. He felt that Enel was so confident because of his ignorance of Kaido. To be the existence of 4 emperors, which one is easy to provoke, even Marine Admiral, compared with 4 emperors is still somewhat eclipsed. 0.0. Advertisement. But Enel is not convinced. Although he doesn't understand Kaido, he knows the same 4 emperors as Kaido, so he can judge by comparison. So Enel immediately asked Aokiji, is Kaido better than Dad? This rhetorical question directly caused Aokiji's speech to be lost for a while, and he replied with a little embarrassment, no. How can Kaido be compared with Whitebeard? Although they look like 4 emperors, in the eyes of the world, Whitebeard is no longer just 4 emperors. His strength is already the One Piece and the king of the world. No matter how perverted and powerful Kaido is, this is the only thing that Aokiji is certain, and everyone is certain, that is, Kaido is not an opponent of Whitebeard. Enel then said, since I can't compare to the old man, then what am I afraid of? No matter what, I have to fight him. Hey ha ha ha, you are very confident, but Kaido is not something you can deal with, and there are also many strong people under Kaido. You don't have to worry about finding opponents. In addition, you have an important task. Whitebeard suddenly said with a smile. What task, Daddy? Enel asked immediately. Your wide range of skills can be used to clean up the battlefield, so you alone are equivalent to an army, and you can also cut the battlefield and support others. Whitebeard said. Huh, let me play support. Enel was suddenly disappointed after listening. Chapter 392, Crusade against Kaido. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Enel was a little disappointed, this Bai Jing was Whitebeard's order and request, so he had no way to refuse. After the meeting was discussed for a while, it was over. After the end, other people left here one after another to prepare for related matters in private. When Momonosuke was also about to leave, Whitebeard stopped him. What's the matter, Daddy? Momonosuke asked curiously. During the meeting just now, you were bullying Shirahoshi, right? Whitebeard asked in a bad tone. Momonosuke suddenly had a body, and subconsciously asked, Father, how did you know? Huh, you kid, be honest with me. You are only a guest on my ship now. Pay attention to your identity and don't be rude to my crew. Whitebeard said coldly, making Momonosuke feel a 010, a sense of fear. I know, I won't dare anymore. Momonosuke promised immediately. Advertisement. Whitebeard let him go with satisfaction. Momonosuke was still uneasy when he left. He didn't know how Whitebeard knew. In fact, using sound waves, Whitebeard spoke clearly to them. It's just that Whitebeard didn't want to reprimand him in public, so he saved some face. The Whitebeard pirate group began intensive preparations for the war, and at the same time began to convene the Whitebeard pirate group. Such a big movement will naturally attract the attention of the world. But then Whitebeard took the initiative to release the high-level structure of Whitebeard, the head of the governor Whitebeard, the general staff Wentai, the captain Marco, the 2 emperors Aokiji, Enel, the guardian of San Juan, Whitebeard II, and the rest of the 6 gold team. Of the captain, several supernova deputy captains, then the normal captain of the 14th, and finally the representative of the pirates. As soon as this organizational structure was announced, it immediately caused a shock in the world. The most shocking thing was the marine government. When Akainu and others saw the name Aokiji, he was furious. Damn Aokiji, there has been no news for such a long time, and he joined the Whitebeard pirates. Has he abandoned the glory of the marine? Akainu punched hard, and the power of magma directly hit his office desk. Into nothingness. It seems that Aokiji's thinking has changed a lot after losing to you, but maybe he just wants to experience another way. Kizaru said while sitting on the sofa beside him. He also just saw the news. Those supernova newcomers are not worth noting, but I am very concerned about the Enel who is side by side with Aokiji, and I will ask them to find out who they are. Akainu quickly ordered his men, and he was already deeply disturbed. This is a list of the organizational structure of the Whitebeard pirates. Enel can be put together with Aokiji. It means that this Enel is not easy either. Now that the Whitebeard pirates are more and more powerful, how can Akainu not feel jealous? Although this fear has always existed, he feels that the crisis brought by Whitebeard has become more and more serious. Advertisement. I have to meet those old men. Akainu left the office immediately. In the 5 elders conference room, 5 elders knew this information before Akainu arrived here, but they were much calmer than Akainu. Akainu wrapped his hands around his chest. He sat on the sofa motionless with a serious expression. It seemed that his stomach was full of complaints, because 5 elders did not agree with his idea of attacking immediately. Akainu, calm down, it's not the time yet. Dao Pao 5 elders said. But I don't understand. Let's do something. Whitebeard exposes his fleet. Isn't this an obvious provocation to Marine? Now the Marine government is becoming less and less prestigious in the hearts of the people. Akainu said immediately. In the end, of course, it was to fight the Whitebeard pirates, but Whitebeard publicized their information with such a big fanfare, and also mobilized his own pirates. He should be carrying out some kind of big action. We need to figure this out. Again. Plan. Bazihu Five Elders said. Faced with Five Elders' rhetoric, Akainu finally returned to nothing, but things were the same as Five Elders said. After a few days, Whitebeard publicly announced that he would attack Wano Kaido. This news broke even more and shocked the world. World Economic President Morgans was very happy. It seems that this time I'm going to watch a good show in person. If I can take unprecedented photos, I will definitely make a lot of money. Morgans was ready to leave after receiving the news. World War I, because of the whole. Cheng is too fast, so he has no chance to capture useful information at all. Advertisement. This has always been a pity for Morgans, but this time, Whitebeard has just announced the crusade against Kaido, and he has full time to witness this good show. In addition to Morgans, CP0, a secret intelligence agency affiliated with the world government, has also begun operations, but they are not under the command of the world government, but are directly under the command of the world government aristocracy, Celestial Dragons. But CP0's dispatch this time is not to participate in this war, just to meet some pervert requirements of Celestial Dragons. I heard that there are many strong players under the Whitebeard pirates. They are definitely suitable for mounts. If you have the opportunity, you can grab a few back. If you don't, you can also grab Kaido. This is the task that CP0 needs to complete. Celestial Dragons don't care what the world pattern changes into, nor the fight between the pirates, they only care about their own desires. The Whitebeard pirate group is going to crusade Kaido. This news can be said to be very pleased to the Marine government. They have not provoked the Whitebeard pirate group in the past 2 years. It can be said that one of the high-level goals is to let 5.1 Whitebeard deal with other 4 emperors. Among the 4 emperors today, Kaido's power is the most stubborn. If Whitebeard can completely eradicate Kaido, then it will be regarded as a relief for the Marine government. And if Whitebeard and Kaido can consume each other, this is what the Marine government is willing to see, but no matter what the result is, it is definitely a good thing for the Marine government. As a result, Akainu found 5 elders again, and wanted to fight Whitebeard while Whitebeard was fighting Kaido. After discussion, 5 elders agreed to Akainu's plan. They Marine had to make some actions on the surface. The news of Whitebeard's crusade against Kaido, almost the whole world has been eagerly looking at this matter with anticipation, but there is one exception. Chapter 393. Kaido is blown up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard guy. Damn it. Looking at the instructions in the newspaper, Kaido's lungs were going to explode. Since Whitebeard's reputation has grown, he has not dared to have any frictions and conflicts with Whitebeard. Kaido was worried that Whitebeard would go to war with himself, so he kept avoiding it, but he didn't expect that even if he didn't offend Whitebeard like the ant, Whitebeard would still declare war on him. However, in addition to anger, Kaido's most emotion now is fear. He is afraid of Whitebeard's power, even if he is called the strongest creature, even if he has not really fought Whitebeard. But he was afraid of the name Whitebeard. After all, now Whitebeard's bounty has reached a very terrifying point, and can be called the first person in the history of pirates. No one is not afraid of Whitebeard. Even if it is just a name, it can easily make countless people feel scared. Even if Kaido is also a side overlord, one of the old 4 emperors, he can only retreat from a character like Whitebeard. Boss Kaido, Whitebeard is a bad person this time. I don't know why he wants to fight us, but what is certain is that he wants to put us to death, said Jack, one of the 3 plagues. You are right, I know this, but I still have to figure out why Whitebeard initiated this action. This may be very important to us. In addition, Whitebeard wants to kill me, but it is not such an easy thing. Affection. Kaido gritted his teeth and said, Boss, rest assured, I am here, and the Whitebeard pirates will surely lose their troops, said Plague Quinn, one of the 3 plagues. Quinn is a bit fat and has a yellow braid because he likes to study various chemistry. Items are treated as weapons, so. Advertisement. It is called a plague. Faced with the huge war that Whitebeard is about to launch, Quinn is very excited because he likes this kind of large-scale war, and he can use his various chemical weapons to let these weapons enjoy the war. Send. Use its power. However, Yan Cinder, one of the three plagues, said, Quinn, I think you are too confident. That is the Whitebeard pirates. Do you think it is the third-rate characters you poisoned before? Flames burned with flames on the body, but he was not as hot as the surface. Acting on impulse, he was a little calm, and began to think about how to deal with Whitebeard. Huh, Jin, how can you be so prestigious? We have an invincible army of beasts, and we also have a specially trained man-made devil fruit army, plus our ability. Can't it be against Whitebeard, even if it can't be defeated hit thoroughly? If you lose, you can at least hit them hard. Plague Scourge, Quinn said confidently. Jin sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say, but Kaido interrupted them immediately. The two of you don't quarrel. Now is the time when you need to agree to the outside world. Why do you have to fight infighting first? It's true that you think of a way to deal with it quickly. Kaido said irritably. Jin and Quinn calmed down immediately, and Jin immediately said, Boss Kaido, I think we'd better remove our power in Wano Kuni first. What? Don't we have to give up before we start to fight? Doesn't this add to Whitebeard's arrogance? Hearing Jin's opinion, Quinn jumped angrily. Advertisement. But Kaido was very calm. He frowned and said to Jin, Well, you continue to say, why do you want to do this? First of all, Whitebeard made it clear that he was crusade against Wano Kuni Kaido, so this means that he will attack Wano Kuni first. If it is to fight in Wano Kuni, don't forget the boss. We still have a lot of factories there. So, if it was destroyed, even if it later defeated Whitebeard, it would be a serious injury. In addition, Wano Kuni is not our home court at all. We can't use our advantage there, and it will be even more disadvantageous for us if we divide into two battlefields. So my opinion is to withdraw all Wano Kuni's power to the Island of Ghosts. If Whitebeard just wants Wano Kuni, then the next war can be avoided. When Jin said this, Jack and Quinn immediately disapproved. Quinn immediately said, Isn't this still a compromise with Whitebeard? The main island of Wano Kuni has a lot of our factories, shouldn't it be given to Whitebeard? Kaido is also reluctant to do this. After all, he has been operating in Wano Kuni for many years, but he did not show any opposition. After all, if you can really use a Wano Kuni in exchange for their beast's pirates' safety, then it's worthwhile to say it. What do you know? As long as we withdraw to the Island of Ghosts, then the initiative is in our hands. If Whitebeard wants to continue to attack us, then we must continue to attack the Island of Ghosts, and this is our home field, and we have enough time. Time to prepare. Even if Whitebeard doesn't attack us, we can also take the initiative to attack Whitebeard according to the specific circumstances, but anyway, we are the side who waits for work, so the odds of winning will be a little bit bigger. Jin glared at Quinn and advertisement. Jack said with a glance. Guy 010 felt that Jin was very reasonable. He followed this suggestion. Kaido slapped the ground heavily with his palm and shocked the surrounding area. He said, It's so decided. Concentrate all the power on the Island of Ghosts. Go down, withdraw and the power of the country's main island. Kaido's order was carried out immediately after the order went down, but there are many forces stationed in Wano Kuni, and it will take some time for all to evacuate. On the other side, Whitebeard had already gathered most of the power, but the only one to set off was the Moby Dick. Except for some basic personnel in the cabin, there are no ordinary pirates on this ship. They are all the elite team of Whitebeard, including Aokiji, Enel, Wentai, Marco, Jose, Beasta, Arogo, Taze Pull, Jinbei, Baihu, Sun Tu, San Juan. These personnel gather together, and their combined combat power is basically without fear of any power. Although seen from a distance, there are only a few people, but they are full of force and coercion. As for the other fleets of Whitebeard's group and other pirate ships, they are all on standby in the rear. They always follow Whitebeard's dispatch. When Whitebeard's mobile departs, the whole world is eagerly. Now Wano Kuni is just like has become the most eye-catching place. Chapter 394. Depart from Wano Kuni. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Many people even want to go to Wano Kuni to witness the war between the Emperor and the Emperor in person. However, because of the special geographical location of Wano Kuni, it is not so easy to go, so it also isolates most of the ordinary seas that want to see the excitement. Thief. Wano Kuni is located in the second half of the Grand Line. There is no such kind of offshore coast around Wano Kuni. It is surrounded by waterfalls and cliffs. It is more difficult to enter. However, after boarding the territory of Wano Kuni, there is an inner sea inside, and the inner sea divides Wano Kuni into several areas, mainly Wano Kuni Main Island and Ghost Island. Kaido's Beasts Pirates is entrenched in Wano Kuni, but the real owner of Wano Kuni is not Kaido. Wano Kuni is a country of warriors, and the famous dragon-slashing warrior Ryoma was born here. The supreme ruler of Wano Kuni is called the General. In the past, the supreme ruler was the Kazuki family to which Momosuke belongs. While consolidating its dominant position, it also turned Wano Kuni into a weapon-producing country. This time Whitebeard announced the crusade against Wano Kuni Kaido. In fact, in addition to Kaido's fear, there is another person who is even more afraid. That is the actual ruler of Wano Kuni, Kurozumi Orochi. Advertisement. Kurozumi Orochi had already got the country wrong, so he was always worried that he would lose this right one day. This is why he colluded with Kaido. Rule. And this time Whitebeard announced the crusade against Kaido. He felt that Whitebeard's goal was not only Kaido, because the crusade word clearly stated that the crusade against Wano Kuni Kaido. Therefore, this made Kurozumi feel the crisis, and he felt that he must be the first to be affected. Whitebeard dealt with it. Besides, Kaido doesn't care about him now, but he moves his power to the Ghost Island, and the main island of Wano Kuni needs his own support. What to do? What to do now? Kurozumi Orochi was worried all day in his general mansion. He didn't know when Whitebeard would attack, but it was only a matter of time. From the first day the Whitebeard Crusade was published, Kurozumi Orochi was full of fear, but he had no choice. In front of Whitebeard, he had no resistance at all. After pacing in the room, Kurozumi finally decided on a strategy, which is to actively surrender to Whitebeard, just like colluding with Kaido at the beginning, and now take refuge in Whitebeard. Although this will offend Kaido, at this time, we can only choose the side with a greater chance of winning. Kurozumi gritted his teeth, and he felt that Whitebeard's chance of winning was significantly greater. If Whitebeard accepts his surrender, then it is possible that he will not move him. He can continue his general position and rule Wano Kuni. Advertisement. Kurozumi Orochi felt that even if Whitebeard escaped to intervene in Wano Kuni's affairs, he would recommend other family representatives to rule Wano Kuni, so he should not be killed. Although the results are hard to come by, they are insignificant compared to life. Kurozumi is determined to wait for the arrival of Whitebeard and take people to surrender. On the other hand, Momonosuke did not follow Whitebeard, but set off alone under the protection of some people. He summoned the 9 Knights of the Red Scabbard in his own name. The 9 Knights of the Red Scabbard were the 9 retainers of Kazuki Oden. Momonosuke Re-Master Wano Kuni. Important force. Previously, Momonosuke, Kinemon, Reizu, and others were separated, but now that Whitebeard's actions were made public, Kinemon and others guessed that Momonosuke had found Whitebeard, so they took the initiative to meet, and they met on the road. Arrive. After that, Momonosuke took them to find the Fur Clan Inuarashi and Cat Viper. Inuarashi and Cat Viper are also one of the 9 Red Scabbards, and they signed a brotherhood agreement with the Kazuki family many years ago. Is a very loyal partner. Whitebeard's mobile was still on its way to Wano Kuni. According to Whitebeard's intention, Wentai began to mobilize the forces of Cake Island, and the pirate group headed by Katakuri was already on standby. Wentai answered the phone bug and said to Katakuri, "You can set off now. You don't need ordinary pirates. You only need to prepare 20 elites and set off to the other side of Wano Kuni." Okay, I see. Katakuri immediately agreed and hung up the phone. He immediately counted 19 capable cadres, plus his own total of 20 elites, and set off after adding the sailors. Although Katakuri originally belonged to the Ant Pirates, they have been included by Whitebeard for more than 2 years. They are basically used to this kind of life, and they also love Whitebeard very much now. Advertisement. Even when Whitebeard announced the crusade against Kaido, they all wanted to fight to lead the battle. Of course, Whitebeard did not approve it. Of course, for such a large-scale war, the front was to use their main force to contend. However, Whitebeard did not put them aside either. No, this allowed them to set off from the other side of Wano Kuni and make Wano Kuni into a siege. The 19 people selected by Katakuri were all the best cadres in the previous Ants pirate group, and the pirate ship they took was given to Katakuri by Whitebeard. It was called the Transformation, which means a brand new meaning. The flag on the ship is based on the iconic scarf of Katakurina. These people have lived comfortably on Cake Island for more than 2 years, and they are also full of passion and anticipation for this large-scale war. On the way to March, some people began to look forward to the scene of their respective killings. They laughed and laughed. However, when passing by an unknown island, they saw a familiar figure. Often. Brother Kata Curry, look at that. The person who found the figure on the island for the first time was Smokey. In the past 2 years, she returned to Cake Island. When she saw the familiar figure, she couldn't help but grow up. The mouth was big, and some were speechless. Others, including Kata Curry, immediately looked over when they heard it. On the shore of the island, a huge body was lying and seemed to be resting. When they were clear, everyone's pupils suddenly dilated. Many. That's Mother. Kata Curry exclaimed in a low voice, with incredible expression in her eyes. It turned out that the huge figure was the original Four Emperor's aunt, Charlotte Linlin. Everyone present also felt incredible. They thought that the aunt was dead after being defeated by Whitebeard. After all, she was sunk to the bottom of the sea by Whitebeard, and there has been no news since then. Chapter 395. Aunt's Reappearance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But they didn't expect to see the aunt here again. However, everyone found that the current aunt was thinner than before, and a lot more haggard. But it's not difficult to understand. It's not easy to survive Whitebeard's heavy damage. The wandering life is naturally uncomfortable. Compared with the previous Cake Island, which has rich dessert food, it is simply a world of difference. Therefore, everyone felt a little pitiful and distressed when seeing the aunt like this, but not many people were surprised. Because the aunt and Whitebeard are already in conflict with each other, under this circumstance, it is impossible for them to leave the Whitebeard pirates to support the aunt again. Katakuri, what should I do now? Mom is still alive, Smokey asked, and everyone else looked at Katakuri, waiting for him to give instructions. Katakuri's deep eyes have been looking at Charlotte Linlin. Although it is a good thing as a relative, but objectively speaking, the aunt is now a trouble for everyone. Her existence can only be disrupt the current situation, and then. The second time and the aunt are involved, I am afraid that everyone will not be at peace. 010, go around. Kata Cooley gave a low order after being silent for a while. Yes. Advertisement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this order, but if they weren't on a mission now, they would still be willing to contact the aunt. However, when the ship was about to detour, the aunt woke up at this time. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Kata Curry and others on the sea not far away, just looking at those people. Kata Curry is you, the aunt said with mixed feelings. Since being sunk to the bottom of the sea by Whitebeard, although the aunt survived by chance, she was seriously injured. In the past 2 years, she has been rehabilitating with peace of mind, thinking about regaining all her belongings one day. In the past 2 years, the aunt can occasionally get some information from the Seagull newspaper. Is myself. The pirate group was included without resistance. This is something that Charlotte Linlin cannot accept. It is the pirate group that has been following him for many years, and even more of his own relatives, his children, have actually taken refuge in the enemy. At that time, the aunt was so angry that the injury worsened, but she couldn't do anything. She knew that she had to recover from her injury before she could talk and act, otherwise once she appeared in a public career, she would definitely attract Whitebeards. Kill again. So naturally, the aunt dare not return to Cake Island. She has been hiding in this uninhabited island. Not only does she have to endure the harsh external environment, but she also has to endure the temptation of food, unable to eat the delicious food before. Of course, the aunt has basically counted the grievances she has suffered in the past 2 years on Whitebeard's head. Her hatred of Whitebeard has reached an extremely terrifying level. Not even at the cost. Advertisement. The first time I saw Kata Curry and others, all kinds of emotions in the aunt's heart came to her heart, so the expression was very complicated, but the aunt called them the first time. Kata Curry, stop for me, where are you going? Shouldn't you be happy to see your mother, but shouldn't you be happy? The aunt yelled sharply. Mom, we are very happy to see that you are still alive, but we have joined the Whitebeard pirates and are currently on mission. Please forgive us for not having too much time to tell you the old times. When the war is over, we will come back to see you right away. Kata Curry responded. He didn't let anyone change direction. ABFB, will we be too indifferent and cruel to our mother like this? Perros Pello couldn't help but whispered, and the others were somewhat sympathetic. If you don't be more decisive, you will continue to return to the life controlled by her. Katakuri said lightly. Hearing this, Pero's pillow stopped talking, and the ant became furious when she heard Katakuri's words. Her body exploded with a burst of strong power, and her aura was more oppressive than before. It seems that my mother's injury has healed, and her strength has also improved. Katakuri said slightly, but he has also improved compared to before. Facing the ant's coercion cannot be said to be unaffected, but he can easily resist it. Heavenly fire. The ant used the flame hormes to send out a strong hot flame, like a pillar of fire, directly hitting Katakuri and others. Katakuri's face was calm, and he calmly used his hands to create a wall of glutinous rice, which blocked the ant's flame attack. Although this was just a blow from the ant, Katakuri's easy response also made her somewhat surprised. Katakuri, my child, you have become stronger. I relied on you so much before. Wouldn't you be willing to come back to me? Follow me to fight Whitebeard again. I am confident that this time I will be able to success. The ant was a little bit happy. Advertisement. You said. Forget it, mother, this is not your time anymore. We can take care of you, but please leave this stage. Katakuri shook his head and said. Seeing that Katakuri was determined to break with her, the ant was full of anger, but she still did not take action. Her main purpose was to deal with Whitebeard, and she didn't want to fight with her children first, and also will leak news. Let Whitebeard know that he is alive. Therefore, the ant finally endured. Well, I will not force you, but I hope you remember that you are all my children. I raised you and gave you devil fruit to nurture you. Don't help Whitebeard to deal with. We can't do this kind of thing, Katakuri promised. The ant nodded helplessly, and she asked again. What mission and war did you just talk about? Did something happen again? Because Whitebeard announced the crusade against Kaido not long ago, the ant didn't know about it, and Katakuri didn't intend to hide it. Anyway, the spread of this matter was so heated that the ant would know soon. Whitebeard has announced the crusade against Kaido, and we are now heading to Wano-kuni. Katakuri said. Punishing Kaido. The ant was surprised in an instant, and she felt that her opportunity seemed to be coming. Chapter 396. News that shakes the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The ant was very happy when she heard that Whitebeard was going to attack Kaido, because she felt that her revenge against Whitebeard would be easier. Kaido is now facing a crisis and will never refuse someone to help him, so the ant can easily unite with Kaido to deal with Kaido together. This made the auntie extremely excited and expectant. She felt that she could not deal with Whitebeard with her own strength, but if it were to add Kaido's power, then there would be a great opportunity. Thinking of this, the ant's resentment towards Katakuri and others was also much less. She thought that after she defeated Whitebeard in the future, she could settle accounts with these children slowly. Therefore, the ant immediately said to them, if this is the case, then you can leave Ma Shan. If you meet on the battlefield in the future, I will not show mercy to you. After speaking, the ant ignored them and left indifferently. The ant quickly disappeared from everyone's sight on her own cloud. But Katakuri and others have been looking at the direction of the ant's disappearance for a long time. After half a day, Pero's pillow said, isn't mom going to support Kaido? Looking at what she said just now, it's basically like this. Her hatred against Whitebeard no longer allows the two of them to exist at the same time. They must fall down, but the mother is most likely to fall. Kataku Lee said helplessly. Let's go, we can go forward, just hope that we don't meet our mother on the battlefield. Katakuri and others continued to set off for Wano-kuni, while on the other side, Momonosuke and his entourage also arrived at Zou, and the Fur Clan round, successfully brought out the two leaders of Inuran and Cat Viper. Immediately afterwards, Momonosuke and his entourage also set off for Wano-kuni. Whitebeard had not reached Wano-kuni at this moment, and Kaido's forces on the main island of Wano-kuni continued to retreat to the Ghost Island. Advertisement. Kurozumi, the ruler of Wano-kuni, also started his own actions. He hid most of his power. Although he was ready to take refuge in Whitebeard, he did not intend to bring all his power with him. After all, the final result is not known yet. Kurozumi is so energetic, and he intends to leave himself some power to reverse the original. The president of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans, and some of the kings of the New World also personally went to Wano-kuni to witness this epic war scene. Of course, in addition to these people, there are many people who are interested in this war. Woolen cloth. For example, Hongfa and Hawkeye. Hongfa felt that he was expecting the news the first time he got the news, but he was not very supportive of this matter. In recent years, Hongfa has been committed to maintaining peace on the sea. However, the reappearance of Whitebeard quickly broke the stable situation on the sea for many years. Although Whitebeard's philosophy is to unify the sea to maintain peace, and also has this power and ability, it still deviates from the idea of red hair. Simply put, red hair wants to be stable, even if the four corners become a tripod, it is relatively stable, but Whitebeard is unified by force. Let's go to Wano Kuni now. Shanks decided immediately after meditation. At this time Ben Beckman said, "Captain, are you planning to stop them as you go to war?" Shanks then shook his head. "I can't stop Whitebeard. I don't know what the final result will be, but the world is watching this war. I don't want the last shot to be out of control." "I understand." Ben Beckman nodded. As the most intelligent person, he doesn't need Shanks to say anything to understand his thoughts. On Kraikana Island, Eagle Eye, dressed in casual clothes, was sitting in his castle and drinking red wine leisurely. At this moment, Perona's voice suddenly came. Advertisement. "Uncle, look at this, Whitebeard is going to war with Kaido." A girl with a pink ponytail floated in from outside the house holding a delicate umbrella, holding a brand new newspaper in her hand. Hearing this news, the red wine glass in Hawkeye's hand suddenly swayed, and he immediately said, "Let me see." "Wow, this is the first time I have seen you so excited. It seems that you take this news very seriously." Perona suddenly joked. She always thought that Hawkeye is calm, without surprise or tenderness, but now she feels some accidents. Therefore, Perona wanted to see the excitement of Hawkeye more. Instead of handing him the newspaper, she kept looking at him with a smile in midair. "Ghost girl, I don't have time to play with you, give it to me as soon as possible." Hawkeye suddenly became serious, his face showing majesty. "Zero seeking flowers. Okay." Perona stuck out her tongue and handed him the newspaper aggrieved. Hawkeye looked at it earnestly, and said to himself, "That guy, are you going to make a move again?" Moreover, it seems that a lot of strong people have been recruited. When Hawkeye learned of Whitebeard's crusade against Kaido, the newspaper also recorded a list of the Whitebeard team. Some of the names also attracted Hawkeye's attention. However, the most interesting thing for Hawkeye is still the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. The top powerhouses are fighting. This is naturally very exciting. Although Hawkeye is already the world's #1 swordsman, it is a 4 of Kaido. There are still a lot of emperors in comparison. Advertisement. Gap. 0.0. I want to go out. Hawkeye stood up and said, but this made him a little surprised. He was the owner of this castle and had nothing to do with Perona. He would explain his actions to him. It seems that Perona has always lived here, and it has also made Hawkeye form a habit unknowingly. He used to be alone. "Ah, where are you going? Isn't it because you want to participate in their war? Wouldn't it be too dangerous?" Perona said immediately with concern. "It doesn't matter to you." Hawkeye finished speaking and returned to his room, while Perona had been waiting outside. There were only 2 people on this island, Hawkeye and Hawkeye. Hawkeye was gone, but she was left alone. After a while, Hawkeye walked out neatly, carrying his own signature weapon, Hei Dao Yi, behind his back. Seeing Hawkeye's seriousness, Perona immediately said, "Are you going out now? It's dark now, and Zoro has returned to his pirate group. Do you have the heart to leave me alone? If you don't want to stay here, you can also go out." Hawkeye said lightly. To him, the night is nothing. He now needs to reach Wano Kuni as fast as he can and cannot miss a wonderful battle. "Really? Can I be with you?" "Great." Perona regarded this as Hawkeye's invitation to her, and immediately cheered with joy. Chapter 397. The World's Heroes Gather. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hawkeye didn't care if there was one more person on the boat, just like that, he and Perona set off together. In addition, the Luffy pirates also gathered again not long ago, and also entered the New World from Sabayati. They also got the news. "Luffy, Whitebeard is going to attack Kaido. I didn't expect that we encountered such a big news when we first came to New World," Chopper said while reading the newspaper. Zoro and the others all leaned in. Luffy patted his head and said, "Whitebeard, he is Ace's father, I want to check it out." Whitebeard and Kaido are fighting, and there will definitely be strong ones. We can go take a look and see. Zoro said immediately. I think it's okay. The battle between the two Imperial pirate groups is definitely not easy to see. This kind of big scene, maybe you can see very, 0, 2, 3, beautiful women. Sanji immediately supported it excitedly. You can also see the panties of beauties by the way, Yao Yao How. Brook smiled. Huh, it's really hard to change. Nami glared at Sanji, and then said, I don't think it's okay to go. Maybe you can get some treasures by fishing in troubled waters, which is definitely good for us. Whitebeard, Kaido, these are two strong men in the world, especially Whitebeard, who can be called the tough guy among the tough guys. You have to see it. Frankie was also excited. Hey, since everyone said it, I don't think it's a problem. Chopper laughed. Advertisement. Robin, what do you think? Luffy looked at Robin, who was reading quietly. I don't care. Luffy, you decide. Robin said. Okay. Let's set off right away, Wano-kuni. Luffy clenched his fists and shouted. Okay. Okay. The partners were very happy, and Luffy was even more excited. By the way, Luffy, how do Wano-kuni go? Nami asked. How do I know this? Anyway, I'll go to Wano-kuni and it's done. Luffy said without hesitation. Wano-kuni, Wano-kuni. Chopper shouted after Luffy. You don't know the route, you and the big-headed ghost, it seems that you still have to ask someone to ask. Nami was a little angry and helpless. In addition to Luffy and others, there are many super planets like him on the way to Wano-kuni, Hawkins, Bonnie, Arp, Drake, Rouge, etc. Each of them is preparing to go with their own pirate group visit this peerless battle. But their respective goals are also different. In addition to the pirates, the Haiju government is also paying special attention to this battle. Akainu sent many officers to Wano-kuni to investigate. At the same time, it is also gathering and deploying various forces to prepare to fight Whitebeard after the war. For this battle, there are many pirates who watch the excitement, but there are also some who think they are related to themselves, including Doflamingo and Crocodile. First of all, Doflamingo, Kaido is his partner, and he needs to please him most. Guest. Advertisement. If Kaido is defeated by Whitebeard, then this is definitely not a good thing for Doflamingo. It is equivalent to a huge backer of him falling down, and it is impossible for him to take refuge in Whitebeard, which is completely impossible. First of all, he and the Whitebeard pirates had many contradictions, and he also offended them during the Top War. Therefore, his only hope is that Kaido can defeat Whitebeard. When Doflamingo was worried about this, Kaido called. Kaido's first sentence was, Doflamingo, come with me to deal with Whitebeard. I agree, this is my only way out. Doflamingo replied. His answer was straightforward and there was no suspense, and he also told Kaido of his determination. Well, give all your strength. This stop, we must win, otherwise we can only be destroyed together. After saying this, Kaido hung up the phone. All power. Doflamingo never thought of bringing his family to participate in this war, but Kaido said so, and he could only take orders. Doflamingo later assembled all the cadres of his Don Quixote family, leaving only a few members to guard the country, and then went to Wano-kuni. However, what Doflamingo didn't know was that just after he left, the pirate group led by Luo sneaked in here. Les Rosa was empty zero. However, Luo didn't know the truth about Dressrosa. His purpose was originally to destroy Doflamingo's factory here, but Whitebeard gave him one more order, that is, to rescue the real king of this country, King Liku. When you rescue King Liku, you will know the truth. When Luo doubted, Whitebeard once said to him. Advertisement. In addition to Doflamingo, Crocodile is another worry, but he is not the same as Doflamingo. He is not worried about Kaido, but Whitebeard. Crocodile has always regarded Whitebeard as his object of worship, especially Whitebeard after the war. That powerful scorn of everything is simply the god in Crocodile's heart. In the past 2 years, Crocodile has been paying attention to the Whitebeard pirates, and although he admires Whitebeard, he does not want to board Whitebeard's ship, because that means that he is a generation shorter than Whitebeard. Ping him. Waiting to talk, can only call him daddy. Crocodile's goal is also to become the One Piece. It is impossible for him to bow his head and make him a courtier, and he absolutely can't accept it, so he only followed Whitebeard secretly, but never wanted to board Whitebeard's ship. This time Whitebeard announced the crusade against Kaido. The failure of Kaido is almost a certainty for Crocodile. It can be said that there is no suspense. What Crocodile is worried about 5.1 is that the Marine government will take this opportunity to give Whitebeard a heavy blow. Hit. Whitebeard can now be said to be the light of many pirates. It is the hope of the pirates to fight against the Marine. Crocodile also does not want Whitebeard to be destroyed by the Marine government. Although Whitebeard is extremely powerful, it is after the Kaido pirates. After facing the strong Marine government, Crocodile felt that there was still some pressure. After all, the Marine government's background is too strong. How brilliant Roger was back then, but he still ended sadly under the witness of countless people. Although Roger opened up the era of Great Voyage in some way and gave the Marine government a powerful blow, he again. Nor can it be resurrected. Daz, I'm going to help Whitebeard. Crocodile said to Dazbanus, smoking a cigar. Chapter 398. Kill to Wano-kuni. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. For Whitebeard, Crocodile naturally believes that he can deal with Kaido, otherwise, Whitebeard is not worthy of Crocodile's admiration. But what Crocodile was worried about was that other pirate forces would form an alliance against Whitebeard. In addition, the Marine government was also ready to move. Together, he worried that Whitebeard would suffer from the enemy. Therefore, Crocodile decided to go there in person, first to witness the war between Whitebeard and Kaido, and secondly, if Whitebeard fell into a passive situation, he would be able to support him at any time. However, as a loyal subordinate of Crocodile, Daz questioned, have you decided to come, but what about our plan? The plan that Daz said was to collect the pirate forces from all parties during the chaos to form his own power. After all, Crocodile was also ambitious, and Alabasta was no longer his goal. Crocodile's dream is to become the One Piece. He was there when Roger was executed. It was a shock to him. At that time, Crocodile was not reconciled to the ordinary. Lost the momentum and motivation from the bottom of my heart. Until Luffy defeated him, he was sent to prison, and then went through the Top War. His ambition was called out again, and his goal was redefined. After the Top War, Crocodile entered the New World and started planning. Later, a series of events about Whitebeard shocked the world and made him admire Whitebeard even more. Advertisement. Therefore, this time Crocodile is going to help Whitebeard. In fact, he has given up his dream. He could have used this opportunity to quietly develop his own power in the dark. The pirate world is definitely an excellent development when the chaos of the pirate world machine can. Now that Crocodile gave up this opportunity, it was tantamount to giving up the path of shortcuts. However, in the face of Daz's question, Crocodile answered without hesitation. Let's put the plan aside for now. Anyway, our lives are still growing. After speaking, Crocodile also spit out a circle of smoke gently, looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates had gradually approached Wano-kuni, but Whitebeard was standing in the forefront, and the Marco and others beside him showed expectant expressions. Wano-kuni is ahead. I don't know how Kaido will greet us. Marco said with a smile. I just hope he won't be afraid now, otherwise he would surrender before he fights, that would be boring. Chiyo said. The old man thinks that Kaido must be dispatching troops now, planning to deal with us, then you must not be careless. Jinbei said. Ha ha ha, Kaido has any abilities, even if he can use it, will we still retreat? Eroge said confidently. Except for Jinbei, they all showed great confidence, but Aokiji didn't show much excitement. Whitebeard glanced at him and said to Aokiji, what's wrong? Are you thinking about Akainu now? Advertisement. Whitebeard knows Aokiji very well. He has been training hard for the past 2 years, training against Enel. The reason why Aokiji does this is to defeat him when he meets Akainu. For the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, the Marine government will certainly not just watch, so Aokiji is now thinking about whether Akainu will end in person. Dealing with Whitebeard, is it possible that Akainu can still sit still until now? It is impossible to deal with the Whitebeard pirates just by sending 3 admiral. Therefore, it is very likely that Akainu will participate in this war personally. This also matches in line with Akainu's consistent idea. Therefore, Aokiji has always cared about this. On the contrary, he didn't have much trouble in attacking Kaido. When Whitebeard didn't attack Kaido, Kaido was destined to be destroyed. There was no suspense for Aokiji. And more importantly, Aokiji didn't know much about Kaido at all, let alone any grudges. At best it was just a name he knew, and Aokiji didn't expect to fight him. Facing Whitebeard's question, Aokiji was a bit stunned. After he recovered, he immediately replied, "Father, I am thinking when Akainu will attack us and will he end up personally?" Goo ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed immediately, and he said to Aokiji in a relaxed tone, "You really value this matter, but don't worry, no matter when Marine will deal with us, I believe my pirate group is capable of coping. As for whether you have a chance to deal with Akainu, I think as long as we quickly eliminate the Kaido group, we can put more pressure on the Marine government." "Daddy is right, I will do my best." Aokiji nodded, a little clear. "Yep." Advertisement. Whitebeard turned around. Facing the turbulent water and huge waterfall ahead, Whitebeard calmly used the shaking power. The huge power was like an invisible hand, and lifted the entire Moby Dick. "Then go straight to nothing." The front rushed up. It seemed that all obstacles to the way were ignored like air. Under the powerful power of Whitebeard, the 023 Moby Dick hits like a rocket all the way, and the surrounding airflow is flowing fast. At this speed, Marco and others also appeared more or less. A sense of oppression, complete. At this speed, oxygen is much thinner. However, this state of soldiers did not last long. The Moby Dick quickly rushed into the territory of Wano-Kuni. When Whitebeard and others appeared on the inner coast, they suddenly found that they were not far from here, and they had already waited a lot. Residents. This is, Whitebeard was a little surprised. It turned out that these ordinary people in Wano-Kuni showed a sense of excitement after hearing that Whitebeard declared war on Kaido. On weekdays, Kaido's subordinates used all kinds of brave and bullying to oppress the people, and because Kaido built many factories, the ecological environment of Wano-Kuni has also changed a lot, and the beautiful environment of Wano-Kuni has been severely damaged. All of the oasis is turned into a desert, and many people can't even get enough to eat. Under such circumstances, everyone should regard Whitebeard as their savior. They all hope that Whitebeard can defeat Kaido and rescue Wano-Kuni. Look, it's Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates are here. Chapter 399. Ace is my son. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Whitebeard and others appeared, someone immediately screamed, and it instantly caused a chain reaction. Everyone cheered, and the cries attracted more and more people. "Master Whitebeard, you are finally here, and we are looking forward to you day and night. Master Whitebeard, please be sure to expel Kaido out. Our country will be saved by you. Master Whitebeard, as long as you can help us, we are willing to pay any price." People's emotions were very excited, and there seemed to be endless grievances to tell Whitebeard, but their qualities were very good. They did not forcefully rush to the front, or rashly approach the mobile. "It seems that Kaido is unpopular here. The people are looking forward to our arrival." Looking at this moving scene, Marco was also a little touched. He used to only regard this war as their training, as their interest and challenge, but now it seems that this war has extraordinary significance to the people here. "Yeah, I thought people would reject the war and would oppose me. I didn't expect it." Beasta shook his head and said, "Damn it, it's so touching. Let's try our best to defeat Kaido when that happens." Brother Yaluo rubbed the wet corners of his eyes and said, "It's not our business to deal with Kaido. It's enough to have a father. We only need to deal with Kaido's subordinates. Now it seems that this war has more meaning for us." Tesla said, "Hey, you can imagine what Kaido did here. Look at these people. They are a little thin. We must change the appearance of this place as soon as possible." Jinbei's righteous ambition made him excited. Advertisement. Think about the people here are still suffering, and the Marine government definitely doesn't care at all, but is looking for opportunities to crush us. Wentai also said angrily. In the face of these emotional crowds, Whitebeard stepped forward. He looked down and said in a certain tone, "Everyone, this crusade against Kaido is to understand and save Wano-Kuni. Yes, and the orthodox successor of the country. After the war is over, I hope you will support him as the master. The Kazuki family. Yes, the Kazuki family is the general of Wano-Kuni, and the Kurozumi family today is simply a rebellion. Follow Momonosuke. I hope Master Whitebeard can guard us in the future, and we will always be your people. Master Whitebeard, we still have some only food here. If you are short of food, you can take them all." Many people have taken out their own food. Whitebeard knows very well that these people can't even eat enough, but they can support him. This kind of heart is a great support for Whitebeard. "Everyone, we are here to rescue Wano-Kuni. How can we accept your gift from the beginning? Don't worry, we are well prepared, and there is plenty of food to bring you." Whitebeard said to them. Marco. Whitebeard gestured, and Marco and the others took out all the food in the cabin and began to distribute them to these people. These people were relatively restrained at first, but under the persuasion of Marco and others, they began to accept, but there was no berserk behavior, everyone was very orderly. Whitebeard nodded with satisfaction, and said, "We can't bring too much food at one time, but my pirate group will arrive one after another. Please gather here to collect food. Thank you, Lord Whitebeard." Advertisement. Long live Lord Whitebeard. There was already a voice around this coast, and Whitebeard was also very happy, but he immediately saw a familiar figure in the crowd. That is, Whitebeard looked carefully, and finally determined that the little girl who was chanting with everyone was Ayu. Before, Ace came to Wanokuni when he was traveling. At that time, Ace met Ayu. It was also at that time that Ace learned the technique of weaving straw hats, and later weaved a huge hat for the giant Little Oz, and Whitebeard also knew that Ace had an agreement with Ayu. However, time has passed, and this agreement between Ace and Ayu cannot be fulfilled by him himself. Ace, Ayu is the one you have always remembered, so let me complete the agreement between you and her. Whitebeard said in his heart. Little girl, what's your name? Whitebeard said, pointing to a little girl with purple hair. Me. My name is Ayu. Ayu replied flattered. Ayu, did you know us before? Whitebeard asked again. These people looked at Ayu with relief. They regarded this as a cordial interaction between Whitebeard and the children. I didn't know much before, but everyone said that Whitebeard is very powerful, and only you can help us. Ayu replied immediately. Don't understand, but I know you. I always heard my son talk about you. Whitebeard said with a smile. Advertisement. What's your son? Ayu asked curiously. Ace. Whitebeard said the name calmly, but Ayu was taken aback, because she was so familiar with the name. Not only familiar, she had been waiting for Ace to come back one day, come back to complete their agreement. Ace. It's Ace. Ace has been here before and helped us. Someone immediately recognized the name, and the people who had received the favor of Ace did not forget it. Ayu's eyes also slowly poured out a lot of tears. She asked in a crying voice, Master Whitebeard, then where is Ace now? Has he come here? Regarding this question, Whitebeard Yi is a little helpless and regretful. He doesn't know how to answer so that the little girl will not be sad, but it seems that there is no such answer. Do not. In fact, Ace is no longer there. Whitebeard said slowly. Behind Whitebeard, Marco and others were also quite sentimental, and even their expressions became solemn, because the death of Ace was a huge shame for them, the Whitebeard pirates, and even more a scar between their brothers. Eroge, Tesla and others are even better. They joined later after all, while Marco, Joes, Beasta and others have met with Ace before, and Jinbei is even more a participant in the Ace incident. Witnesses, and have a relationship with Ace. The origin of regardless of victory or defeat. Again. Chapter 400. Ace is dead. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Is Ace dead? Why is it so? Some people shouted out, but Ayu was stunned, as if his whole body was frozen. Why? I don't believe it. He said that he will come back. He said he would rescue Wanokuni. He promised me. Ayu cried and said, tears streaming down. Ayu couldn't accept this cruel fact. She kept crying. The rain-like appearance of pear blossoms caused Whitebeard's distress so much that Whitebeard flew down and came to Ayu's face. Whitebeard hugged Ayu lightly and said gently to her, Ayu, Ace is equivalent to my son. I have always valued him, but no matter what, this is already a fact. You have grown up now and you should be strong. And going to Ace is also undesirable. I hope you are so sad. The most important thing now is to help this country regain its vitality. You have agreed with Ace. You should do your part, and I will fulfill his agreement instead of Ace. After listening to Whitebeard, Ayu also eased a lot, her mood gradually calmed down, and she wiped her tears and said, You are right, I want to be strong, I can't cry, what can I do for you? Quote. Ayu also wanted to do his best. Whitebeard thought for a while and replied, Since this is the case, you can help us show the way. For this, you are more familiar with it, but we are not familiar with the road. Okay. Ayu agreed, and Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement. Okay. Do you want to see me on the boat? Whitebeard picked up Ayu and took her to his boat. Facing the strangers like Marco, Ayu subconsciously hid behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard said with a smile, They used to be Ace's brothers, don't be afraid. Please advise. Ayu bowed to them immediately. Wow, what a cute kid. Several adults were immediately attracted by Ayu and began to play around together. After Whitebeard let these people disbanded, they returned to their homes and waited for the good news after Whitebeard. As the sky was getting darker, Whitebeard did not act immediately. He was going to rest on the mobile for one night, and then formally enter Wano-kuni the next day. Wentai, inform the team behind, let them go forward at full speed and get to ABFB, Wano-kuni as soon as possible to blockade and protect the masses. Whitebeard said to Wentai. Got it. Wentai nodded. Also contact Momonosuke to see if they are on their way to Wano-kuni. There should be a few of them gathered together. Whitebeard said again. Well, I'll do it right away. Do you want to contact Long? Wentai asked suddenly when he was leaving, wondering whether he needed the Revolutionary Army to help. They must have known about this a long time ago, but they don't need their help now, and the contact at this time will expose our connection with the Revolutionary Army to Marine and the world government. Whitebeard shook his head and explained. Advertisement. Wentai immediately made a statement. He hadn't thought of this before, and Wentai immediately left to contact the parties. Only Whitebeard and Ayu are left on the deck. Because of the relationship between Whitebeard and Ace, Ayu naturally trusts Whitebeard. Ayu was sitting on the wooden railing next to the boat, and Whitebeard was standing by her side. Since there was no one else, Ayu could ask whatever she wanted. She asked some questions about Ace first. Then I started to ask Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, what exactly is a pirate? Isn't it a pirate, but why are brother Ace and you both pirates, but so kind? Ayu asked. Pirate is just a name, there is no way to generalize, especially in this chaotic era. Roger's words have created countless pirates. The level of chaos can be imagined. Some of them like to seize treasures. The right to pursue power and status. Some people want honor and prestige, and others just want freedom. Whitebeard opened Shikai and explained the meaning of a pirate. After listening to Whitebeard's words, Ayu understood a little bit, but didn't fully understand. She touched her head and asked, so, there are good people and bad people among the pirates, right? Yes, there are good people and bad people in any group. This difference needs to be distinguished by yourself. Whitebeard nodded, then smiled and stroked Ayu's little head with his hand. Ayu enjoys Whitebeard's touching her head very much. She feels that Whitebeard's big hands are very warm and very safe. Daddy Whitebeard, then why are you a pirate? Ayu asked curiously again. I want to be free on the sea, and I hope people can live and work in peace, so I want to do my best to protect one party. Whitebeard said while looking at the distant sea. Advertisement. This made Ayu a little excited, because under Whitebeard's description, the pirate seemed very desirable. Ayu immediately said, I want to be a pirate too, can I be your crew member? Hey ha ha ha, you are too young. Whitebeard laughed. Ayu was a little unconvinced, and said with his hands on his hips, huh, look down on who, you said before that I've grown up, and now I'm still young. You despise me for being your crew member. After speaking, Ayu turned her head to the side and didn't look at Whitebeard, but she still kept watching Whitebeard's reaction from the corner of her eye. Ha ha ha. Faced with such a cute child, Whitebeard even forgot to answer. His laughter could not be stopped. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Ayu asked unhappy. How come? Let's do it. If you give us a good guide in this war, I will agree to your request. Whitebeard is a little serious about her, otherwise the child will really suffer from self-esteem. Okay, it's a deal. Ayu cheered immediately. And on this evening, there are many people on the way to Wano-kuni at this moment. There are Red Hair Pirates, Eagle Eye and Perona, World Economic News President Morgans, Doflamingo and Family Cadres, and the Crocodile Team. As well as various supernovae, as well as the pirates of Whitebeard. In addition, there is a key figure, that is, the former Four Emperor's aunt. After hearing the news of Whitebeard's crusade against Kaido, the aunt rushed to Wano-kuni non-stop, and on the way unscrupulously seized the pirate ship under Kaido's name.